From Bridgeton High School here in Bridgeton, New Jersey. Hello, everybody. We're going to take you right down to the coin flip here for our freshman contest. So let's listen.
Talk to your side. East side, talk to your side, all right? If we have any problems, we'll send you guys off the field. That's your warning, all right? So we have actually shake hands and congratulate each other. All right. Who's home? Glassboro's home? Okay. All right. We have heads. Tails is the Statue of Liberty, all right? You have heads, and the Statue of Liberty is tails. They're the away team, right? Yeah. All right. We're going to flip the coin. What do you want? Tails. I'm going to flip it and let it hit the ground, all right? It is a heads. You guys have won the toss. All right. Glassboro has won the toss. They elect to defer. You guys want the ball, right? All right. East side is going to receive. What side are you guys kicking? Gonna kick that way? We're kicking that way, boys. Shake hands and good luck today, boys.
All right, well, you just heard the coin flip from our officials down the midfield stripe, getting ready for our first of 4 games of the TCUFL National Conference Championships. This one between the Camden Eastside Predators and the Glassboro Bulldogs. As you heard, Glassboro won the toss, but they'll choose in the second half. Camden will receive the ball first. I don't think they've clearly mentioned which way the teams are going to go, but we'll figure it out in a moment. Anyway, I'm Tom Wilkins with John Saplensky and Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. And I mean, this is as beautiful of a day as you can have for football. I mean, for these kids, it's got to be a very exciting day for them.
Yeah, hey, glad to see you again, Tom. Glad you're here today.
Glad I'm feeling better,
Yeah,
too.
good. Yeah, let me tell you what, yesterday we had the American Conference Championships. What a great day of championship fun. 4 great games, 4 championships crowned. We're here today. It is absolutely gorgeous. I'm happy to be here. It's a blessing. This game right here, Camden and Glassboro, they're only a couple miles away in South Jersey. This is going to be a great game. I'm really excited because we didn't see these teams. I didn't get a chance to do any of their games this year, so this is going to be awesome experience seeing something new.
And I think we did see Glassboro once. I mean, I honestly don't remember exactly what happened during the week we were there. I think it was Delsey. Yeah,
It might
so
have been when we couldn't get the live stream, possibly.
yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah, so we
I
didn't get
guess
a
we're gonna
chance.
take a quick pause and just give us a minute. We'll come back in a second. All right, sorry for the quick disappearance here. The reason being is because the national anthem is copyrighted and we cannot air it because YouTube will kick us out, and we don't want to do that during
No.
Championship Sunday. So that's the whole reason for it. Normally we would if there's a live performance, but not in this case. But anyway, as we return for the first of our four games here, the TCUFL National Conference Championships. As I said, it's the Camden Eastside Panther, I'm sorry, Predators rather, and the Glassboro Bulldogs, whom we saw a few weeks ago when we were in Delsey, John.
Yeah, this is going to be a great game. I mean, when you get to a championship, it's a whole nother level of football. Your season is erased. The playoffs are erased. Doesn't matter what you did for 9, 10, 11 weeks. It is all erased. It only matters what you do today. All four levels. We've seen four champions yesterday crowned. Now we're going to see four more. So you got to bring your best game, your best coaching, and your best abilities today. You want to go home a winner.
And let's also not forget about the emotional level of these kids. I mean, you have to consider this is probably one of the biggest moments of their young lives so far.
Yeah.
And we know one side's going to come away extremely disappointed, and the other side is going to come away with euphoria, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
So, but needless to say, I could see this being a very good matchup between two teams. It's just a matter who wants it more.
Yeah, they've been warmed up a while. I actually got to the stadium around 9:30, and teams were already here getting prepared. And I was watching the teams getting warmed up, and they look good. These young kids look good today. They're ready. Coaches have got them prepared, and you seen the film going when we're watching them at the coin toss to how hyped the coaches were, the excitement, and it's a good feeling out here. There's tons of fans. It's going to be a great day.
Well, as you can see, Glassboro, they're in a lighter gray shaded uniform with burgundy helmets. They do have the Georgia slash Green Bay logo on, I guess, on each side. As far as Camden goes, they're in a little bit of a darker blue with some red trim in their uniforms and with their helmets. Glassboro move right to left. Camden left to right. Will switch sides in the second quarter. A referee hasn't blown his whistle yet, but needless to say, a very anxious Edie Carter was about to kick things off here. So this is going to be an exciting game, and what a beauty it is. 53 degrees here as we kick it off, and it's just a short kickoff and down at about the 43-yard line. So that's where Camden will begin. And I mean, I don't know if you know too much about them, John, but what have you seen of them? Because they obviously are here for a reason.
You know, uh, I have not seen Camden this year, but they're in the championship. Whoops. There we go. All right,
Mike
my mic
placement.
mic mic placement was having a little problem there. Yeah, it's a little. I think I got
At
it
least
now.
I can hear you, though.
Yeah, you can hear me. That means the folks back home can hear me too. But yeah, I'm going to be new to seeing a team I haven't seen yet. So it's going to be exciting to see what they come out in at. And you see they're coming right out in the full house, quarterback going under center. You know,
Uh, old Dallas Cowboys offensive line there from Tom Landry. Here on first and 10, here is a handoff up the middle. And,
nice
oh,
run.
wow. And, oh, he dropped the ball
Oh
at the
no.
48-yard line, but I think he got it back.
Yeah, that was 21 Caden Brown on the carry. Nice run. Unfortunately, he almost lost a fumble at the end, but they did recover it for 9 yards.
It was punched out, but luckily it bounced right back into his breadbasket, and he was aware enough to fall on it.
Yeah, that would have been a heartbreaker on the first drive. That's the biggest thing with some drives yesterday. The first two plays of the game yesterday, for instance, the Salem game. They fumbled the first two plays and recovered it. Smooth sailing after that. They got it out. It's chilly out there. The ball is cold. It's early morning. You hope it don't happen, but it does happen.
Now a handoff up the
Wow,
middle
great
and
hole.
crossing to the 40 down to the 37-yard line. So a couple very good gainers, and Camden has a first down right
That
away.
was Ashton Franco on a huge carry for the first down.
I think that offensive line really pushed the defense
Let me
back a
tell
little bit.
you, to have the line staying there, there must be some kind of game plan going on for them not to here to play. Or, yeah, here we go. Here goes the replay.
Yeah.
Follows his lead block through the left side of the line, right off tackle, goes for over 10 yards. I mean, great blocking right now.
Well, now they're going to continue with it, and not going to be too much this time as the handoff goes to about the 34. Now, needless to say, a couple layers of jitters here. The jitters being this a championship game, and also a little bit breezy when you're playing 11 o'clock in the morning in 53-degree weather, and it feels like
Oh,
it's in the 40s.
oh yeah. You got your hands are out there exposed. There was quite a bit of fumbles yesterday too as it got cold. And it's expected to happen.
Just keep in mind, folks, for those of you watching, official time is kept on the field. So we'll try and give you updates as to how much time is left at any critical points. But it is 2nd and 7. The ball is spotted at the Glassboro 34. They're a little misdirection, but a nice play by Glassboro's
Oh, he's
defense. There's
still
so
trying
many
to
things.
go.
Oh, and I think forward progress has been stopped as the officials blow the whistle. Ends up being a 3-yard loss.
Yeah, the first time they went backwards. You got number 13 in there, Dominic Video. I think it's Video. Dominic Video is the shot caller right now for the Predators. He is their starting quarterback. You see him over there going to the coach to get the play right now. But I'm very impressed that the line stays on the line. They got their splits already. They're ready to go. They got a good sized line at this age. And, the quarterback is coming in, Dominic, and he's going to give the plays to his utility players. And it's just, I'm wondering how he's going down there to get the linemen to play.
It's
You know what I
basically a
mean?
four-man huddle. We've seen that from a
Yeah,
few
so he
teams
might
here
he
this year.
might have a cadence down there that that just shows the teaching part of the game that they know the play and these guys are going out there and they're going to listen to possibly his cadence and know where to block.
Well, they're going with an I formation, and now they're a little bit of a
Wow, great
late.
defense.
That was a lately executed end around which Glassboro sniffed, and
Yeah.
because of the delay, the defense jumped and ended up getting a yard loss on the
Yeah,
play.
the initial guy in that backfield was number 4, Ashton Bester. I mean, he was back there real quick to cause a little havoc, and the rest of the team just capitalized off it. Right here, we're going to get a replay right here.
Yeah, top left, you'll see exactly what happened. Look what the delay did.
Yep, there's the little delay. Running
That's
back
all it
hits it.
takes.
There's Ashton right there, and then the rest of the team is following up. I mean, way to get in the backfield. There's a lot of speed. That's a great job.
So a nice job by Glassboro's defense after being shelled on the first couple of plays by Camden's running game. They were able to stiffen up, and now you got 4th and 10 from the 37-yard line.
Looks like they're changing up their offense a little bit, and they're coming in that double wing. You see a lot of it at this level.
Yeah, definitely at this level, you'll see a lot of that formation. Let's see what they do. They're going to go around on the right side.
He's got his hand out for
Oh,
that
they were
stiff
not
arm, and
going
he
to let
drug
him
it.
in.
Oh, we got a flag.
But there is a flag down back at the line of scrimmage. Now, if this is on Camden, Glassboro's going to get the ball.
5-yard face mask on the defense.
Oh, look out.
Got a 5-yard face mask on the defense.
That is huge because this allows Camden to keep their drive.
Yeah. It's going to be close to it. I think it will because where the spot of the ball is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a little short.
Okay, so we want 5, right?
About a yard short. So the face mask happened like right at the point, like a yard, like maybe 4 yards
Yeah.
in. And then it's a 5-yard face mask according to the official.
So they got
now
4th and 1.
you went from 4th and 10 to 4th and 1. That is a huge call against Glassboro.
And they've been getting a lot of great yards on every play. They had the loss with the number 4 at getting back there and causing some havoc. But you look for a nice run. They've been successful at moving the ball, so they're at that.
Here.
And for a championship game, every call is magnified. Official timeout for, shall we say, fixing the equipment, otherwise known as a shoelace. And you see that a lot because you think you have everything all tied up, and once in a while it just gets loose. You don't want to be tripping, especially if you're running on the ball and you trip on your own shoelace. That would be dangerous.
The main thing is, they got a nice drive going, and they're still going on this drive. They got an opportunity to get a first down here, and possibly capitalize this drive with a touchdown. It's very important on these opening drives to get in that end zone.
Wouldn't be surprised they try going something up the middle. See what Viteo calls. A full house that's a little bit condensed.
Looks like linebackers and safety are coming up a little bit.
Quarterback
draw. It looked like he dropped the ball and he picked it up to get the first down.
And I think you're allowed to advance it if you are, as long as you recover it on 4th down, and it does move the chain. So
all right, Dominic Viteo with the first down.
That might have been I guess a modification of the Oakland Raiders of mid-1970s play.
Honestly, it looked like he picked it right off the ground, like it was on the ground for him. Yeah, it looked like the Statue of Liberty. I was like, I didn't see the exchange, but only thing I caught was him picking the ball up, and I'm like, where did the fumble happen? But hey, hats off, first down, and they're continuing this drive.
Exactly. Give me your tired, your poor, but give me the football to get a first down.
They're going to stay in that double wing.
They set a man in motion here on 1st and 10 from the 27. Now they go with a handoff, bouncing off one
Wow, way
tackle,
to stop.
another
Way to
cutting
stop and still
across.
going.
That was almost like an Odell Beckham run. He cut over 3 or 4 times, but he's able to get to about the 23. So it's a gain of 4 on the
Yeah,
play.
that was 18 Aiden Win on the carry. He was almost stopped for about the line of scrimmage, and he had this. He stopped on a dime with the defender going at his feet, and he made nothing into something. So good job.
And not only that, I've noticed about Wynn, he is one of the larger running backs and kind of put on some power moves to get positive yardage because it
Yeah,
looked like he could have gone down a couple of times,
I
but he
mean,
said, "Nope, I'm not."
you're seeing a lot of great athletes yesterday and coming in today at all the age groups. You're in the championship, so there has to. When you make it to a championship, there's some special athletes on the team, some great leaders to get you there.
All right, now we have a hold on official timeout. Yeah, an official timeout. I think they're making a last minute substitution. And they're a lot more liberal here, especially at the younger levels. Make sure the substitutions are on there so we don't have 12 people in the huddle like you would see in the older leagues. All right, they stack here on 2nd and 6. There is Wynn who bounces off one
Oh,
tackle,
what a
stiff
stiff
on,
arm!
but
And it
only
is
gets
taken
about
down.
2. Nice tackle on the play.
I cannot read them yellow numbers out there. Unfortunately, I don't know if you can.
Well, it looked like that was number 15 for Glassboro, who we do not
Right
have
here, this
listed.
young man right here. That's safety. If he turns at number one,
That
there we
and
go.
again, we do not have a number one, but whoever it is, he made a number one style play, bring him down for 2 yards.
We
So
talked about
actually,
that before the game about numbers being outlined with like a white outlining or being a white with a dark color behind them. You get the sun on these jerseys with the way the colors are anymore. It's hard to read them.
anyway, it's only for a yard gain, so 3rd and 5. Actually, 3rd and 4. They did give him the 2 yards. They go double wing, and
All
now an
right.
end around left, crossing the 20 and close to a first down, depending on the official spot. But based upon where the guys are, he's a yard short.
Yeah, that was Franco again with the call. You got a couple yards, and again we're in a 4th and 1 situation. You got Dominic Mateo going over to the sideline to get the play. Now you see how at this level, the first quarter. Unfortunately, we do not have a clock. Something happened last night at the scoreboard, but you see how quick these drives could drain the clock. You got time. You got time to go over and you know go over to the coach, get the play, bring it in, and it takes a lot of time off the.
Very time consuming,
Yeah,
especially when you got 10-minute quarters and a running clock. They go full house on 4th and a yard. Handoff slipping out of a tackle, and
he might have got it.
that is going to be close. That is going to be close. Oh, they say stop them.
Oh,
They
all
say
that!
stop them
Wow,
by
Glassboro
about half
stops
a
him.
yard, and Glassboro's defense forces the turnover on downs. How about that for a start?
That is very good. Here we go. We got a replay at the top left of the screen. You see Dominic handing off. It's going to be a quick dive up the middle. He's trying to bounce it out, but the defenders, he got actually tripped up. We got a number. I can't get the numbers, but he was tripped up by a defender.
Well, anyway, in turn, I guess his knee was down a yard short because the ball is spotted at the 18-yard line. So now Glassboro.
It's going to be great to see what they're going to come out with and answer back. Uh, you know,
I was just, we kind of both lost our train of thought here, but Glassboro is about to get their first possession starting at the 18, 1st and 10. They look like they're going I formation here. And now they're going to sweep around the right side and cutting inside to about the
good
22-yard
defense.
line. So a 4-yard pickup. So not a bad first down gain there.
No, not at all. It was a great defense, gang tackling out there. A lot of blue jerseys.
But I think too the running back was a little indecisive as to what he wanted to do because it looked like he was gonna go outside and cut in, but then he kind of hesitated a little bit. And all you need is that split second hesitation for the other team to catch up.
Staying in that I formation.
Now they hand off up the middle, and not gonna happen this time.
Wow.
Camden was ready.
Big Hassan Green got a hand on the running back, number 78, and then the rest of the team just jumped on that pile.
And by the way, a good turnout by the Camden crowd on the opposite side of the field. Obviously rooting their kids on and hoping to get themselves a championship. By the
Yeah,
way, if you can't make it out to Bridgeton, remember HSG Network on YouTube. Tell your friends about it. This is Championship Sunday for the National Conference. And here we go on 3rd and 6, trying to cut up the middle, not happening. down to the 25, 3 yards shy of a first down. And this is where, in this, and I think the sophomore, you're allowed to use the punt option. If they do that, that would mean Camden will get the ball at the midfield stripe.
Yeah, that was a nice tackle by 21 Caden Brown. That is your running back playing a little defense right there on the outside, and great tackle. Big fourth down now.
And they're going to do the punt option. So Camden will have the ball at the midfield stripe. So those of you new to this type of youth football, there's usually some, like, I guess, a little derivatives that go on depending on the league. Here in the freshman and sophomore leagues, you can do a punt option. The junior and senior leagues, you have to learn how to kick.
Yeah, learn how to snap too.
And also, instead of 3 timeouts, you'll notice at the bottom of the screen there are 4 timeouts per team. This is something that we kind of learned like a couple weeks ago. So it does seem a little unusual, but that's what the rules are here for the TCUFL. So in any case, it'll be Camden ball at the midfield stripe. Their second possession. They got barely into the red zone, but Glassboro made a great stop on defense. Now let's see what they do with a little bit of a shorter field. Well, not much shorter.
Yeah.
1st and 10 from midfield.
Yeah, they had a nice drive. It ended prematurely, but they were moving the ball very well, so they get another chance.
Well, I would suspect we'll see what Glassboro's defense does, and we'll see if Camden's offensive line makes an adjustment. They do a handoff up the middle. Look at this.
Wow,
I think
great
the adjustment
run.
worked. He's going to
look
the
at the
30,
Jets.
and
He's
he
going
is
all the
running
way.
Millville,
He could go all the way. There he goes.
Wow.
Hayden Brown.
Caden Brown with a 50-yard touchdown strike, and there are no flags. Camden on the board first. I tell you, make one adjustment, and away he went.
Wow, great. He's showing what he can do on offense. He just showed some great tackles on defense. Comes in first play, touchdown, 50-yard touchdown.
And a good job by Camden's line. Obviously, they saw the mismatch. Brown was able to find a hole, and he could not be stopped. All right, so now they're going to go with the conversion, as they'll decide what to do. And like I said, I mean, when Camden's defense, they kind of set their offense there, and the offense delivered.
Yeah, they were warm. They were warm and ready in that last drive. He got right in there and put the wheels on.
I mean, maybe you were just trying a couple plays to see where the best mismatch is. And here is an end around. Oh,
wow,
man.
Great defense.
That was close to being an illegal tackle, but he stopped at about the 1. So the conversion fails, and Camden will end up with the 6-0 lead. So why don't we take a look at the replay? And John, like I said, pay very close attention to the left side of the offensive line and what their blockers did. I don't think that was it.
Yeah,
and that wasn't it either.
Yep.
We'll get it figured out eventually.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. The midfield stripe, and you'll notice the left side.
Yeah, we're double
line.
tight.
Yeah,
double tight I formation. Quarterback is going to get the handoff to the second back. He's going to follow his lead block right through. It looks like the two-hole.
Look at that.
Great hole. But right here is where he just puts the Jets on, and he's got defenders, and he just takes it from there. I mean, great run. 6 points. Can't ask for more than that. They're jumped on the board.
And I think also Glassboro's defense kind of pinched in a little bit, and once they did, and Brown saw that, that's what he took. I was like, no, you're not catching me.
Yeah, when you get them inside runs and go for big distances, that is huge. I usually think the big runs are coming from the Jets and the sweeps on the outside. I mean, they're not scared to run right up the middle, and what a great successful run.
Absolutely. Well, I'm taking your line now.
Hey, don't be. I got rid of that word.
You rubbed it in on me a little bit.
Absolutely.
No. All right, we're even. All right, so Camden will kick off, and we'll see if Glassboro has a response here. Now, obviously, you can't expect the kickoffs to go too far, but keep in mind, Camden has the win at their back. As the flagpole is blowing, the flag is blowing left to right. Even the blue flag, you'll notice on the right side of the screen, the blue Camden flag, that's blowing pretty swiftly left to right. So that's kind of something you may want to consider, especially if there is a passing game. All right, referee blows his whistle, and we're getting ready for the kickoff.
There we go.
Pretty good one. And it hits the Glassboro player in the helmet. He just decides, I'm going to fall on it at the 32-yard line. So Better safe than sorry in that case, so that's where Glassboro will start.
Yeah, that was number 12 on the recovery there. We don't. Hopefully we have the right roster because we don't have a 12 on there either.
We don't have several numbers on here.
Yeah,
I'm better than that.
I'm not sure. It says freshman
I'm
on
better
there.
than that.
Yeah, we're missing two numbers so far that we were gonna call. Cool. So we'll do the best we can. We
Well,
got a roster, but we were missing a couple numbers on there.
we'll name both teams' participants later on, and I'll give you an idea, regardless of what number they are. But in the meantime, Glassboro will begin 1st and 10 from their own 32-yard line.
Coming on that double wing again, it looks like, and got to answer back. They didn't have a lot of yards in that first drive.
Well, let's see what happened. They went 3 and out the first time. Here they have a nice
Great way to
opening and
answer on the first play.
and keeping the push and getting a first down. And
he's
stayed
still
in
going.
bounds. Are
He's
you
at the
kidding
40.
me?
He's
And
at
he
the
is
30,
going to have a goal
20.
unless he's going to get
He's
caught.
at the 10.
He
He's
will
going all
not
the way.
be caught.
Wow.
No flags. A 68-yard
Wow.
touchdown run. Holy mackerel.
Number
There's
9.
your response.
Cameron Ross. What was that? 68 yards.
68 yards. And how about that? A one-play drive for
and
Camden from midfield. And now Glassboro, a one-play drive from their own 32.
Yeah, the coach, right at the turning point of that play, the coach was a little upset. You could see there possibly was a face mask that was missed. You know what I mean? When he turned the corner and the coach caught it, but he kept going.
I thought it was more. I thought I saw that. It looked more like a shield, if anything else.
Well, the hand on the face mask. Either way, is the defender's hand was on his face mask. I'm sure we could watch the replay on that play.
Yeah, we will momentarily.
Might have got away with a penalty.
All right, so Glassboro will try the conversion. So, needless to say,
yeah, this is
very
big.
exciting.
We got a tie
first
game. Tie game. We haven't seen one in the first quarter in the last 4 games yesterday, and now coming here is our first tie game in the first quarter.
And now we're going to have a timeout called by Glassboro. So why don't we check out the replay real quick while we have a minute, and then we can see exactly what happened here.
It's the longest play of the weekend so far offensively.
I tell you what, Ross has to be tired.
All right, we got a double wing. Quarterback is going under center. He says something to the center, and all of a sudden, here comes the back right through the left side of the line. What a great cut right there. He's got one man to beat right there, possibly a face mask.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
kind of missed.
Close.
And it looks like he's got 4 guys on him, and he stays in bounds with a John Madden type spin move to go 68 yards.
I would combine Woody Dantzler with Barry Sanders with that.
Yeah, that was amazing run and athleticism to get away from 3 guys wrapping you up. I mean, they had his legs wrapped up, and he did a spin move and a great run.
And you keep your legs moving. You never know what can happen. It's like, whoop, whoop, whoop.
Pure athleticism. Cameron Ross,
Listen,
number 9.
That's a play that will make Lamar Jackson happy. I'll tell you that much. All right, so Glassboro will try the conversion. They've already tied the game. A conversion will give them the lead.
Yeah, big play here. I mean, these extra points are so crucial for the end of the game. You got a lot of guys. You got trips left, and the quarterback
is going to keep it himself. And will he make it?
Oh, great defense! He's fighting to get in. I think they stopped him.
Yeah, they stopped him at about the half. So
What
they tried
stand.
to do the stand-up tush push, and it ended up being a stone wall.
Yeah, that was great defense. I mean, he was trying to get in there, and they stopped him.
And the officials have called quarter time. So let's take a break. After one, a pretty exciting one. Camden and Glassboro tied at 6. Quarter number 2 comes your way after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleacher's 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
Okay, we are back here, quarter number two here at Bridgeton High School in Bridgeton. The TCUFL National Conference Championship Sunday with the freshman matchup, the Camden Eastside Predators and the Glassboro Bulldogs trading off long touchdown runs and missed conversions. So we're starting quarter number two, tied at 6. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplenski, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls, and already a lot of excitement. And folks, listen, we got a comment board on the YouTube page, so feel please feel free to comment positively always and support your team, your players, your family members who might be on this field. And of course, somebody's saying he's
Hey,
playing.
Johnny Wick, we'll see you at 5 o'clock.
I mean, he's got
Smiley Carter, Dom, Camden, Cam, Glassboro. Let's have a good game, fellas. We love it when we get the posts and the comments that come into us.
And I even chimed in yesterday when I had a couple of minutes, and I noticed there were just so many people commenting. Now the kickoff didn't happen; there was a flag down right to kick, so we'll do it again.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a great game at the very beginning. 6-6, very evened out right now. Two big two big broken plays for 50 yards for Caden Brown for a touchdown for the Predators and 68-yard touchdown for Cameron Ross for the Bulldogs. So
Speaking of the Bulldogs, they were offside on the kickoff, so they're backing it up 5 yards. So like I said, tell your friends about us, HSG Network on YouTube, and subscribe to it. We've got a lot more things coming, especially when we get into 2024. By the way, found out over 3,600 views for yesterday's TCUFL American
yeah,
action.
that's a
So
lot. That's a lot of views.
can we top it?
Yeah.
Hey, spread the word. All right, so Glassboro following the offside kickoff. They will now kick off from the 40-yard line, and we'll see how they approach this one. Everyone's got to be on cadence, and that's why it's so important. Now, something else to consider too, John. Oh, the ball fell. So now if it does one more time, then somebody's going to have to hold it on the tee. Now, something else to consider for these games, since it's championship weekend, there's an extra official that is out on the field to help with the calls and stuff. So Camden
Oh,
will
good
get the
bounce.
ball at
Great
the 30
bounce.
yard line. Let's see what they do with it. They'll slide through a
Oh, he's
couple of
still
tackles,
going.
and
Oh,
he's
what
still
a
going.
way to
Look at this.
move.
He's going to midfield. He may
Oh,
beat everybody. He's
Julius
slowed down and
Hall.
knocked out of bounds.
That's
I
5.
believe at about the 33-yard line.
Yeah, that was number 5, Julius Hall. Way to make a play.
Man, I tell you, it's just, these kids are providing a lot of excitement here.
Yeah, these both these teams came prepared this morning. They're ready to win a championship, and they're putting their best efforts out there right now.
That was a 36-yard return. They're going to spot the ball at the 34 of Glassboro.
Great field position to start this drive.
You're not kidding there. So let's see what Camden does for an encore after what they did on that last drive. I mean, and James Thomas saying that's a heck of a run.
Yeah, it's great. HSG Network in bringing right to the homes of families that can't attend, friends, families, grandparents, parents that might have to work, phones at work. Unfortunately, you can't
Global.
make every global. It's we're bringing it right to your doorstep if you cannot make the game.
All right, so 1st and 10 for the 34-yard line for Camden. Short field. Let's see what they do with it in an I formation. They go handoff up the middle.
Wow, great
Not going to be
defense.
much, maybe a yard.
Yeah, that looked like number 4 again. Possibly number 4 on that tackle.
That would be Bester if that's the case. And I think when we saw him against Delsey, he had a pretty good game with there too.
Yeah, and then unfortunately I can't read. It was 31 in there also. Josiah Phillips was in on that tackle. Yeah, so great defensive standoff. Held them to a 1-yard run. I mean, they just filled the gaps. That's when you're filling the gaps and doing your assignment on defense, and everyone does their job. That's when you get a great play like that on defense.
So now it's 2nd and 9. It was only a yard gain, so it'll be from the 33-yard line. Looks like they'll go full house this time. kind of trade off between full house and a wing. Some
Showing a little blitz, and there goes the blitz trying to get up in there.
Look at that open hole he ended up
What a
going.
way to
He's going
cut
to
for
turn the
Brown.
corner. Let's see what he does to the
He's got
20.
one man to beat.
Oh, what he's tackled from behind at the 16-yard line. There is a flag down about the 20. Let's see what this is about.
Ashton Bester with another tackle.
We got horse collar, right?
Let's find out what it is.
Got personal foul, horse collar.
Horse collar.
On the
I kind of
defense.
figured. I wasn't exactly sure, but they're going to call a horse collar tackle, and that's going to be half
Half
the
the
distance.
distance. We're inside the 30, so we're going half the distance.
All right, so they will penalize half the distance, I believe, from the end of the play. If that's the case, it's first and goal for Camden at the 8-yard line.
Wow, what a break, you know.
And this is something that we've been trying the last couple months, having the microphones for the referees, and they've been very helpful for no matter what game we've been doing, John.
Yeah, you know, it brings you onto the field. It helps teach the game at home, better understanding. When you see the refs out there and you don't know what's going on and the hand calls and the gestures, now you're learning.
First and goal from the 8. Here's a handoff up the middle, bouncing to about the 5. There's a flag down, powering his way down to about the 3. But that penalty ended up more like on the offensive line, and that could look to be a hold.
You know, holding.
Yep, holding against Camden.
Holding.
Yeah, that's a tough break. Like I was watching the line on that play, and you know I noticed like right away, big 78 on the line, Hassan Green blocking his man all the way into the end zone. And as a line coach and a lineman, you know, just something like that warms my heart to see a lineman doing the extra effort and blocking to the whistle. So that's a big thing, you know, when you got linemen at this age group doing their job and blocking like that.
But it's also disheartening if you're caught for holding on
That's
something
the
like
unfortunate. You know, he's out in the end zone, put his guy back 10 yards, and there was a holding call. But, you know, the offensive line is doing a good job on both teams right now.
And that's why I said the extra official makes a big difference here because you're probably going to get some more penalties that you may not expect. It got another set of eyes say, oh, he can't do that. And the thing is, you got a line judge in the backfield, too. So, all right, so first and goal from the 18. It's going to be, I think, a keeper.
Julius Hall got the handoff.
Julius Hall ended up getting a quick handoff, but only got about 2 to the 16-yard line. So that makes it second and goal.
Yeah, I mean, they were in great position. They got that penalty to bring them back. So they're working a little harder now to try to get back to where they were. You know, they got a lot of green over here. I'd like to see them take one to the outside again, possibly, you know, white side of the field.
All right, so second and goal from the 16. They're at the far hash here.
I love all that green. It's like that big space to stretch it out, you know. Oh, they're going to change it up a little bit here. They got trips left.
Well, yeah, it almost looks like somebody's lined up. It looks like a condensed triple, but
keeper.
It's going to be a keeper instead.
Wow, he's trying to get to that side. He's caught.
And he's caught down to 15-yard line. So speed versus speed, and Glassboro's defense won that one.
Ashton Bester, number 4, with yet another tackle on that defense. So right now you're learning about these teams. You're seeing Bester as being a strong leader for this Glassboro freshman team. I mean, he's got a lot of tackles.
Well, here's a question for you, John. Why don't we? You can see the top.
We got the replay here. Quarterback is getting a direct snap to himself. He's trying to break, and just that closing gap by Bester. Bester is making tackles inside, outside.
Well, let's find out what they do here on this third and goal play. Ball is at the 15-yard line. Let's find out. Again, they go with the 4-man huddle, and looks like they're going to go a little heavy on the left, maybe get a receiver on the left. I think we got a timeout called by Camden. So why don't we grab a quick break here in the second quarter? Tied at 6 between Camden and Glassboro. We'll be back in a moment.
There are a lot of different reasons why you should buckle your seatbelt when you're in your truck, like making it home safely to your loved ones, taking pride in your job as a professional driver, or following the law to stay safe. Always remember to buckle up when you're in your truck, and ask any passengers you might have riding with you to do the same. It doesn't matter how many years you've been trucking or how far you need to drive. Buckling up keeps everyone safe on the road. Learn more at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Okay, following a Camden timeout, they wanted to discuss this third and goal play from the. They're going to spot the 16-yard line. So that play by Glassboro's defense ended up netting no yards here. I guess they're going to change the formation and get a receiver on each side now.
Yeah, this looks good. This is where the playbook comes in and coaches start changing their strategic ways.
Well, they're going to go jet sweep, cut in the middle. There's a flag down. Unfortunately, they're down to 12. Now, if this is on Camden, I wouldn't be surprised if Glassboro refuses the penalty. That's another hold.
Take him back.
So will they bring him back or
What
will
you
they
wanna do?
decline it?
Take him back. Take him back, Vince.
That was a nice run by
Send from the
Aiden
previous
Randy,
spot.
too. Number 18 had a nice little carry on that play.
Well, surprisingly, Glassboro decides to accept the penalty. So now it's third and goal from the 26 instead of fourth and goal from the 12. But then again, considering what the conditions are, Camden could try passing on a fourth down, even with the wind kind of like in their face.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. Looks like they're going to load that right side up and trips right.
All right, well, they will triple the right here.
Quarterback is going in shotgun.
A long shotgun.
And he's going to try to get to the other side again. He's met by defenders.
That didn't work.
Wow, 31-0
that
on
was
that tackle.
Hosea Phillips and Preston Jenkins Green combined on that one.
Yeah.
Now you can't do. Now here's another thing to remember, John. You cannot do a punt option with it being fourth down. We understand now it's 4 minutes till halftime. The official, I missed the signal for that because you see that during the half.
Yeah, this is the first game so far since yesterday. No shutout. We ain't going to be a shutout today.
Well, hey,
we had 4 shutouts in a row, but not today. We're starting off with a 6-6 first half so far.
All right, they triple the right on this fourth down play. Back to pass. Why not take a shot down the field? It's a little bit wide and incomplete. So Camden had a good idea. It probably would have been short of the goal line anyway, but they turned the ball over on downs, and thanks to Glassboro's defense and aided by a couple of Camden penalties, Glassboro will have first and 10.
That was number
26.
That was number 20, Dion Barr on the coverage. Great way to stay with the receiver and stop a possible reception. Let's go east side. We got Boss Chick chiming in. Big stop. Let's go from Thier Lennon Jr.
Like I said, a lot of these names we don't necessarily. I mean, many of them are kids chiming in. Others are parents. So we're very happy to have you guys here. So thanks, as always, for your support. And, of course, from the TCUFL as well.
So we got under 4 minutes for Glassboro here to try to get something before the half. And it's going to be interesting to see what they come out. They're going to stay in that double wing again.
Well, that's what they're going to do, first and 10. Ball's at the 29-yard line, by the way. And they're going to a slow developing play, and Camden's ready for it. Now, flag comes down late. So let's see. There's like flags thrown by every official, so they must have seen the same thing, I guess.
Personal foul, face mask on the defense.
Oh, against Camden, a major face mask, and that's going to be 15 yards and an automatic first down for Glassboro.
Yeah, unfortunately, you got to tuck them hands, away from the helmet. Don't even go near it. Because sometimes it could be a swap by accident, and unfortunately, the ref's got to make a call. If the hand is up there, they're going to throw that flag.
If it's accidental, it's fine, but if it's deliberate, it's the major face mask.
Yeah.
So they're going to spot the ball at the 43-yard line. Now they're saying 4 minutes till halftime.
Oh, so we got a four. That's a lot. It's a lot of time to get another score for either team.
I guess we got confused with 4 minutes and then fourth down. So anyway, first and 10 for the 43-yard line. Let's see what Glassboro does. Take advantage.
Got an
of
offset
the
eye coming out here. Double tight offset eye. Oh, they're going to shift.
Now they're going to triple the right side. It looks like.
Yeah, trips right. Double tight.
Under center, the quarterback was going to roll right.
Oh,
Let's
he's
see what
going
he
to answer.
tries doing. He's going to get some yardage and
Wow, and
more.
he's
Look at
still
this.
going.
And now reverses
Oh, he
field to
found a
the
lane.
40. Let's
He's
see if he
going.
can outrun the
He's still
defender.
going.
Going to the 20. He's
Great
his little
cutback.
stutter step to
And
the
he's still
10.
going.
And he,
At
is
the
just
1.
short.
At the 1.
Just short at the 1-yard line.
Now,
There are no flags down, but it's a 56-yard pickup.
wow.
I mean, all you do is run, and Glassboro just ran. They're going to say the 2, so a gain of 55 yards.
You know, and that play right there is the play that Camden has been trying to run.
Well, Camden just called a timeout, so we're going to take a look at this replay. He almost got it. I mean, he would have had to jump from the 3 in order to dive into the end
All
zone.
right, we got the replay right here for you at the top left of the screen. Oh, full screen. I'm sorry. We're going back to full screen.
That's okay. Well, keep your eye on the quarterback and what he decides to do
This shift
here.
right here.
They go triple, and now watch him. You get an extra block, and then look at this map here.
And here he goes. He's going to follow his blocks. It's all second effort. Missed tackle. Guy could have tackled him. Still going. The speed is going to just take off. He's got one man to beat. It's number 5. And then another guy comes out, 31 to save the day, and that would be who saved the touchdown, Jeremiah Amagatcher.
And I got you.
Amagatcher, he got him. I think I'm saying it right. Amagatcher.
Lives up to his last name,
Yeah,
what can I tell you?
So great 56-yard run by the quarterback.
And it's first and goal from the 2-yard line. Oh, this is interesting. All right, Eagles fans, you may want to watch this.
Oh, wow.
The kids'
Look at
version
this.
of the Glassboro shove. It's actually a bounce out, and Camden was ready for it.
Wow, great defense again.
They tried they tried a variation of the shove. They bounced it out, and Camden read it beautifully.
Yeah, Caden Brown, another great tackle. He's our running back with 50-yard touchdown. Just made a great tackle on defense.
Well, obviously, the big players rise to the top in games like this, and
Yeah,
we're seeing that here in the first half.
Leaders lead, and they show up for the dance in the big game. So, you got some great little athletes showing up today.
All right, now they're going to spread a little bit more. Second and goal from the 2-yard line after no gain on the play. It's a handoff up the middle. He dives into the end zone. So Glassboro takes the lead on a 2-yard touchdown run. And
that's number
I
1.
Busting up the middle did the trick. And again, number 1 was able to drive through, and Glassboro pulls it off.
Hey, if anyone back home has a name for number 1 for us, we don't have him on the roster. Put it in the comments for us so we can give him a nice little shout out. Number 1 for Glassboro freshman team.
All right, so Glassboro takes the lead. Now they'll go for the conversion. Caden Moore.
Ah, there we go. Caden Moore.
So Caden Moore.
See if they have him on somewhere else.
I don't.
Yeah, actually they have him under number 6. So right here.
So make him number 1.
Number 1. Caden, we do have him. Touchdown.
Well, sometimes it's a matter of uniform updating, and we just didn't get the memo. But that's okay.
Oh, there's that shift again.
They're going to shift a triple on the right here for the conversion. Let's see what variation they try to do here. He's going to, misdirection. It worked.
That's Mr. Defense gets the call.
So the conversion is good, and Glassboro now with a 13-6 lead late here in the first half.
Ashton Bester gets the call for the extra point. Mr. Tackle a lot. I mean, he's been having a great game on defense all over the field, and he answers with the extra point.
Most definitely. So why don't we take a look at the conversion? Obviously, the 2-yard touchdown was just straight up the middle. But watch what happens here. They end up pulling off a more heavy balance on the right-hand side, and Bester pulls off the misdirection.
Yeah, I love their shift. And actually, the quarterback goes out there with the shift, and then Bester comes down. He goes right under center. You got that trips right. It's going to make the defense think, hey, he's coming this way again like they just scored. Get that big run. Instead, he goes right off tackle, left side, bounces it with one little cut in the middle, and there you go. You got that go-ahead extra point.
It's almost like Camden can't figure out who's going to be a quarterback for that play.
Anything that causes a little bit of mayhem. You're like, where'd the quarterback go? He's going out there, and then the running back is coming up. So very good strategic. You got a 13-6 lead. Very close game. A couple minutes left in the first half. We got ourselves a football game here.
Well, now Camden's got to try and figure out a way to respond to this. Camden scored first. Glassboro responded in one play. Glassboro had another huge play that's up the touchdown run, and now it's Camden's turn to respond late here in the first half.
Yeah, this is a very good game right now. Teams are playing very well defensively, offensively. The lines are blocking, running backs are running hard, and
Well,
defense are tackling well.
Camden must be aware that Glassboro gets the ball to start the second half, so this tells you how important a possession this is.
If they could stop them, I mean, that's great. But they really want to try to get that score in there.
All right, so the Camden line guy ends up recovering at the 43-yard line. So that's where Camden will begin their next possession. So considering the firepower they have on offense, especially on the run, they're going to try and use their legs to try and cut the Glassboro
I see
lead.
them looking for a couple big plays. They learned a lot these last couple drives, what they can and what is working and what's not. So I see them, Brown looking for a big play, couple big plays from Brown. He's been their go-to guy right now in the
And they've
backfield.
had, and listen, John, they've had a couple very nice drives. Their last drive,
Yeah.
unfortunately, got hit with two holding
But
fouls.
yeah, they were down. I think about on the 12-yard line, or it
They
was
got to the eight. The first
8-yard line.
holding
Yeah,
foul sent them back,
yeah.
and then they didn't get much. And another holding penalty put them even further back. I'm guessing that Camden may have underestimated Glassboro's speed,
Yeah, it's
especially in the first
good
half of this game.
possibility. Yeah, got eye formation, double tight.
Oh, and I
Ooh,
guess a missed
oh,
exchange. So
he's getting
now a
away.
broken play. Now there's a flag down as going
Big
down is
loss
about
with
the
the flag.
34. But let's check out what the flag is all about. Could there have been a face mask on that run?
We got a 5-yard face mask.
Yep.
That
Got a
answers my
5-yard face
question.
mask.
So it is going to be a face mask, and Camden will be able to repeat the down. Now the question is, and there's a shaken up play. I think one of the Camden players is down. So, why don't we go ahead and take a break here late in the first half? Glassboro leads Camden 13-6 in the freshman matchup. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, the Camden player was able to walk off on his own power. And even though it was a 10-yard loss, it's a face mask from the end of the play. So it was only 5 yards. So, in essence, this is the equivalent of a false start. So, first and 15 for Camden at the 38-yard line. They go empty gun heavy and a triple on the left. And he's calling his own
Trying
number.
to
Oh, he's got a
call.
lot of room to
There he
run if he
goes.
wants
Yeah.
it. Crossing midfield, and he might be saying, I'm
Wow.
going to Salem with this one.
Wow.
Will he be caught? No. 62-yard touchdown
62
run,
yards.
and Camden gets to within a point. My goodness, we're going to have some tired runners when this one is over.
What a run. Finally worked. They answered back with the same play that was the big play for Glassboro.
I mean, that is insane. We've had 50, 68, 62, 55, even though it wasn't a touchdown. I mean, those are some serious runs here by these young kids. And now Camden's going to use a timeout. So while we take a look at the
Yeah,
replay, John, isn't this something we saw before,
we
which
seen this.
worked out?
Yeah, this was just the same play that Glassboro went 56 yards to set up the touchdown. You know, the Predators have been trying to get this play off for a while. It looks like they might have changed quarterbacks. They put the trips left. We got a change in quarterback. He follows his lead blocks. You look downfield, you still got some blocking going down. He's got good peripheral vision, two guys to beat, but speed wins right here, right by him, and he's going all the way for 62 yards. Actually, that is 15. 18. 16.
Jaleel Smith, if that's the
Yeah, they
case. Well, whoever it
possibly a
is.
switch at quarterback, Jareer Smith. Jaleer Smith.
Well, in any
Yeah.
case, if you know, let us know. But I mean that was a tremendous run. I mean, we got some serious athletes here. Now for the conversion, he's gonna take it himself, and they didn't. Is he short or is he in? They didn't signal.
Way to answer back if they got that.
No, he didn't get
Oh,
it.
and they stop him.
That was close, but Camden was stopped half a yard short, and Glassboro gets to keep a 1-point lead.
Wow, how crucial are extra points, huh?
You're not kidding.
Wow, what a play and to set them up to get that touchdown. And you see very similar qualities on both teams. They're both using that, getting that trips left, trips right, quarterback keeper from under center or shotgun, and just taking off around the outside.
Hey, think about this, John. Not only are the kids running up and down the field, how about the officials having to run up and down the field in the first half? And there's Joey checking in.
Hey, Joey, good morning.
Yeah, hopefully you're enjoying things back home, and thanks for your work yesterday with John. Hopefully all's well, and also Joey, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. I figure I'd throw that in there as well.
Yeah, you were saying the officials getting their work cut out for them today. Yeah, they're chasing all these 50 and 68 yarders.
Can you imagine if it's like 29-28 and you're like, oh my, how much more do we have to run? We got 3 games left to go.
Yeah, this is a very good game. Championship on both teams came really prepared. And
I mean, I was obviously joking because the officials do change out every game.
yeah, they bring in new officials every game. It's a good thing. Yep. But yeah, we got a great game. 13-12. I mean, what more could you ask for? I mean, this is back and forth. You had 2 minutes left in the second, and then they answer with a 68-yard touchdown run.
Listen, those of you in Camden and Glassboro that couldn't make it to Bridgeton today, make sure you tell your friends, your family, those related to the TCUFL, HSG Network on YouTube. Make sure you make sure you subscribe. And then Joey takes my words, welcome to the end zone. I try not to use it for the kids too much because you considering there ends up being a lot of points, I mean, you got to kind of find some alternates. But usually in other situations, I'm all right with that. And thanks again, Joey, for that. Here's the kickoff, and it's off the fingertips of a Glassboro player, but it's down at about the 41. Now, Glassboro is in a case where they can have a 2-for-1 situation depending on how much time is left till halftime. Because remember, if they score, they get the ball to start the second half.
You got a lot of big broken plays. I mean, you look at these scores and these big runs: 68 yards, 50 yards, 62 yards. So you're getting lucky and getting through a crack and going the distance. They got running backs that know how to get the job done on both teams. So anything can happen. If there's a minute right here, they have an opportunity to score one more time.
This is a pretty even Steven game, but consider this: we haven't had a turnover yet, and that could prove to be incredibly crucial as we continue onward.
Yeah, we had one fumble in the very beginning of the game, but Brown recovered his own fumble on the first drive, first play, actually the first play of the game. But he did recover his own fumble.
This has been a very well played game. 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line now for Glassboro. Look, they will go double wing, it looks like. Let's see how they come out of this. Down again, man in motion. And they go with the other guy on the left-hand side, and Camden's like, we want none of that.
There's big 72 for the Predators. That was Aiden Johnson back there. I mean, he came in there and wrapped up the running back, and he had nowhere to go.
And Glassboro will use a timeout here.
Timeout.
So I believe under a minute left here in the first half.
Yeah, we got a timeout.
41 seconds.
And they just said 41 seconds to play in the first half. So we're going to keep it here. And John, I mean, like I said, this has been an even Steven first half. But outside of the running, what has been a glaring difference with both teams today?
I wouldn't say there's a lot of difference. I think that Camden came in a little bit more warm. Glassboro took a little while to get warmed up in this game. And once they got warmed up, I mean, they're showing their abilities in this game. Very evenly matched games. Coaches are doing a great job with the play calling, and the players are doing a great job accelerating the plays. This game is going to come down to the wire. I mean, this is 13-12. It was 6-6 in the first quarter. That extra point could hurt Camden by not getting it later on because this game possibly will end as a 1 point game. I mean, this is a great game.
Very possible. Mayor Roberts checking in, so thank you for that. It's a 2 yard loss, 2nd and 12 for Glassboro. They're at the 39-yard line. This time to go I format. Now a delayed handoff, trying to
Trying to
bounce off a
bounce it out.
tackle, and
Good
Camden's like,
wrap
no,
up.
thank you.
Way
Ashton
to wrap
Bester
up.
gets busted on that play. Ends up losing 3.
I think that was 15. If he turns over here, we tell. Great wrap. I want to get his number.
And he was a little shaken up for a moment here.
18.
Uh,
That was number 18, it looks like.
Aiden Wynn, it looks like.
Aiden Wynn with a great defensive play. Way to wrap up. Can't ask for better than that.
Another timeout called by Glassboro. So we're going to stay here. And obviously, I mean, we got 3 more games coming, and they're probably going to be as exciting as this.
Yeah, this game right here, it's so evenly matched. What you really want to see is who's going to make less mistakes from this point on. Because mistakes is what's going to hurt either one of these teams as good as both are playing. So mistake free is all you need right now because each of these teams is going to capitalize any mistake you make. And that's going to be a big factor for the rest of the second half.
And we've seen that. I mean, like I said, we haven't seen any turnovers yet.
Yeah.
But one could end up being the difference of being a championship team.
Yeah. 13-12 at half right now. This is amazing.
Well, almost halftime.
Yeah. 40 seconds.
All right, so 3rd and 14 after a pair of 2 yard losses. Now Glassboro's going to triple to the left. Now let's see if they
there he
duplicate
goes.
what
That
Camden
quarterback
did.
keeper around the outside.
And now he's going to cut inside,
And he's
slip through a couple
trying to get
tackles,
through.
and he's going to have a first down if you
Still
were to believe
going.
that, all the way down to the Camden 46.
Yeah, that's the best
man.
play for both teams today.
17-yard pickup. Now, that didn't result in it. Oh, wait a minute. There's a flag down to 45.
Oh, the famous flag.
You got a block in the back.
Oh,
It's coming back. That is going to hurt. And the problem is we couldn't see the flag. It was like kind of obscured from you at the 45.
when you see a game where a team has their bread and butter play, they come back to it. But now you got a game where both teams are going this trips left and trips right, and the quarterback keeper from under center is shotgun, and it's working for both. So it's kind of great. It's both their money play today.
Unfortunately, they didn't spread out too well for Glassboro as the block in the back came at the 45, so it's 10 yards back from there.
Yeah.
And a net 2 yard loss, but they do repeat the down. 3rd and 16. And the clock is running. This could be the last play of the half.
Coming out on trips right now, and he's going to try to do the same play.
Not going to have. Oh, what a hard hit. And ends up losing another yard.
Yeah, you got to get them blocks. For that play to work, you got to get them receivers out there.
Well,
blocking.
Glassboro will get another chance a little bit later, but we have reached halftime. And, John, exciting first half, wasn't it?
I'm having a great time watching this game. What a way to start this morning.
Well, can't wait to see what the second half brings. So we'll break here at the half. Glassboro leads Camden 13-12. We'll take a few minutes. We'll come back with the second half in a bit, so please stay with us. All right, we are back here at Bridgeton High School here in Bridgeton, New Jersey, getting ready to start the second half of the freshman battle for the TCUFL National Conference Championship. It's the Camden Eastside Predators and the Glassboro Bulldogs, with Glassboro up 13 to 12 and about to get the ball to begin the second half. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. And I'll tell you what, if the second half delivers what the first half did, we're in for a doozy here.
Yeah, this is a great game. It's going to be a battle of wits now. Great coaching has got to come in and keep going. Mistake-free ball. It's who wants it more at this point because we got an even ball game.
Well, Glassboro's up and falls on the 42-yard line with the second half kickoff, and that is where Glassboro will begin. Now, John, for both teams, what adjustments do you believe both need to make for the second half?
Well, it's not about adjustments because both have showed that they both have, they're looking for that. They're both doing very well defensively. They're both blocking very well. Running backs are doing their jobs. So right now, only thing you could ask for is up it, give me mistake-free ball, give me a little more intensity. Let's go out there. You want to win a championship, play at that great intensity. You gave me good football. Now give me great football. So it's going to be a battle of who's going to step up the second half and be greater than the first half.
All right, so Glassboro will begin first and 10. Ball spot at the 42-yard line. I think the people that were most happy for halftime were the officials, or all the running that they did with those like four long runs of 50 or more yards.
Yeah, I would need a puffer.
All right, well, they go split backs. Oh, the handoff is dropped. Glassboro falls on it at the 41-yard line, so
Yeah.
only a 1 yard loss. So, like the first half, a fumbled exchange
To start the game. Start the
to
game was a
start the half.
fumble, and here we go again. And again, it is cold out there. That ball sat for a while. Their hands are cold. They're out there with their coaches, so it's expected. You got to get them hands warm. You got to get the hand off.
So we have second and 11 from the 41-yard line. Every little play is literally under the microscope at this point. I'm not sure if the kids realize it, but I mean, there's already enough pressures on them as it is.
Yeah, we got a 13-12 ball game. Glassboro's got the lead. They got the ball. This third quarter is crucial. Every game you watch at the youth level, that third quarter is so important.
All right, they go double wing on that second and 11 play. And now they
Coming
hand
around the
off
left side of the line,
and
trying to bounce it out.
No way they're going to bounce it out there. They're going to get maybe 3 if they're lucky to the 44-yard line. So it's going to set up a 3rd and 8. Camden did a nice job containing that wing play and
that was
run up the middle.
Big 78 Hassan Green again on a nice tackle, and he was with Aiden Wynn. And both of them guys have been doing a great job defensively for this Camden team.
Well, right now the ball is spotted right outside the 44-yard line. So we'll see what Glassboro's staff does here on this 3rd and 8 play, what play they'll call. And it'll be interesting to see if they go empty and a triple on one side and then see what the quarterback does. And, of course, you get the element of surprise on who's going to be the quarterback here.
Yeah, both teams have been using that trips left, trips right, and quarterback keepers. But, as you notice, when it works, and when it doesn't, it doesn't. If the receivers are out there and you got them extra mans, they got to make them blocks, or the running backs are getting pushed inside and they're not going anywhere. So you got to utilize.
Well, they're going to go double wing, and now they're going to change
There
up,
it
and
is.
they're going to have to hurry on the play. And evidently there was a
Fumble.
drop snap,
Camden ball.
and it's Camden football.
Oh, look at that. 31.
The first turnover of the game, and Camden gets it.
Another big play by 31, Jeremiah Amagetcher.
And he got it.
Amagetcher. I know I'm saying it wrong, but he saved a touchdown early in the game. That big, long Amagetcher. We're going to say it's Amagetcher, and he got him again.
Well,
So
he only delayed it a couple of plays, but let's take a look at this replay. And I have a feeling Glassboro's offense was a little hesitant, and that's probably why they dropped the ball here. What did you see, John?
Well, they're going to go into that motion, which is going to possibly, they're hoping that they're going to think they're going to take that outside. He's going to go on the inside. He hits his own player, it looked like, and the ball comes out. So it was kind of like a diversion. They've been all running to that trips this whole game. They send the guys out there for that trips right, and instead of following it, he goes up the middle, but unfortunately a fumble.
Now first down for Camden.
Way
It's
to
a
cut it in.
handoff cutting inside to about the 40, about 5-yard pickup there on that first play. So nicely designed play. And going back to the last play, John, I just didn't see like any fluidity on that last play with Glassboro, and the quarterback was like, okay, what do I do? And that hesitancy caused them to not focus on the ball and got knocked out.
Yeah, it's tough to run up in the middle at any level, and there was a wall there. They got some big defensive linemen on this Camden team, so you hit a wall, and unfortunately the ball came out. They had 2 fumbles on that drive, and they lost the second one.
And it ended up being the first big turnover in this game, and Camden's gonna have a shot to take the lead here. They're down one, 13-12. Second and 5. They're going to go inside handle. Let's see if he can turn the corner.
Great
No, and a
defense.
nice defensive stop.
Number one.
And again, Caden Moore, he was the one who scored a touchdown. That one, he forces a 1-yard loss.
Great job.
That forces a 3rd and 6. So right now, this could be about the defense is the way this is going, especially after all the runs we saw in the first
Yeah,
half.
these players are warmed up, and they're playing very well. Evenly matched game, and this is what you look for in a championship. A game that's going back and forth, a game where defenses are doing their job. Everyone's doing a great job. Not a lot of mistakes today. There has been. I mean, this is the youngest of the young of the teams, and
Two very well-run teams. There's no question about that. All right, so from the 41-yard line on 3rd and 6, now they're going to miss. How about
out of
that
nowhere!
play?
What great defense!
How
A
about some-
delayed blitz, possibly.
And how about that? Reading the play so beautifully, they were able to force a 5-yard loss.
Was that our number 4, who's been having a great game today?
Bester again?
Is that Bester again? Let's see where he comes from here on this replay.
I mean, nobody covered him.
Oh my goodness!
Nobody covered him.
Like a rocket. Came in there like a rocket. You can't ask for any better.
He was
than that.
shot out of a cannon. He just never stopped. He gained momentum.
Wow, great play.
And now Camden's going to have a 4th and 11 from the 46. They're trying to figure out, okay, what do we need to do here?
Yep.
Now remember, they already passed the 45-yard line. So once you break that, the punt option is off the table, even if they're behind the 45-yard line.
There's
in
that
this
trips
case.
left coming in right here.
Well, they're going shotgun here.
Here he goes.
They're going to try it. It
Oh,
didn't work.
wow.
It did not work.
Again, a big play.
I think both teams got to figure as to how to stop that play.
31 for Glassboro with a huge play.
And that's a
Josiah Phillips, yes.
Forces another 5-yard loss, and Camden can't.
Here we got the replay up here on the top left of the screen. They go trips left. The quarterback is trying to follow it, and Josiah Phillips just comes in there, wraps up beautifully. Well taught for this age defensively. Great job.
I mean, Glassboro's really stepping up, and Camden can't get anything off of the turnover. So now Glassboro catches a big break. 1st and 10 now at Camden's 49-yard line.
Way to get the ball back. This is where you see who your playmakers are. They're stepping up in the big game.
And now Camden's going to be calling a timeout. They're going to try and figure this out. So let's take a break here as we're in the 3rd quarter. Glassboro leads Camden 13-12. We'll come back in just a moment.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleacher's 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
Timeout's over. Here we go.
All right, I guess the official told us the timeout's over. So following Camden's timeout, it's 1st and 10 now for Glassboro at the Camden 49-yard line after a big defensive stand.
Yeah, that was awesome.
They have a 1-point lead at 13-12. Just a reminder, official time is kept on the field. We don't have a clock today. So they're saying about midway point of 3rd quarter.
Now you see Glassboro coming out in that trips left now. Quarterback is going under 7.
Oh, look at this chess game going on. Now Glassboro is going to call a timeout. So we're going to keep it here. I'll go ahead and read Glassboro's freshman group and the people involved. They are Preston Jenkins Green, Makai Mims, Ashton Bester, Jason Kalak, Caden Moore, Tawan Bale Jr., Cameron Ross, Carter Eddy, Jordan Hoxie, Elsion Wright, Dion Barr, Austin Kahn, Jordan Soto, Frank Casabone Jr., Hosea Phillips, Javion Brooks, Jahari Rolland, Jason Sanders, Kashmir Miller, and Andre Chisholm. And the coaching roster will mention Tuan Bale, Frank Casabone, Tariq Gaines, Kyle Grays, Jamir Green, Sherman Harris, Kashif McBride, Mike Mims, Kirk Moore, and Marquise Swan. And I mean, for the coaching staffs, I mean, for both teams, they've done an incredible job on
Game plan
preparing
well.
these kids.
Very good game plan.
And
At this freshman level, when these teams are playing like this, very well prepared.
yeah, for both teams in the whole season. All right, here's a handoff on first down, going way wide, trying to get it around.
Oh, boy, he's trying to stretch it.
He will a little.
He got it around the corner.
Now he stepped out of bounds, about 2-yard loss. It could have been 10, but it ends up being 2.
He had the big man hawking him down.
And it looks like one of the Camden players shaking up on the play. Look at number 18, kind of limped a little bit.
Yeah,
and now he's gone down.
I'm going to go through this Camden Eastside Predators freshman roster.
All right, go ahead while we have the injury timeout.
All right, we got number 1, Ashton Franco, 3, Jelani Scott, 4, Casey Williams, 5, Julius Hall, 7, Griffith Robert, 9, Royal Grant, 10, Amber Sanders, 11, Omari Rosa, 12, Malachi Gilbert, 13, Dominic Viteo, 14, Brennan Neal, 15, Kasey Rivera, 16, Jalir Smith, 17, King Roland, 18, Aiden Wynn, 19, Mosiah Gascott, 20, Dante White, 21, Caden Brown, 24, Tyshawn Sykes, 25, Jace Reevy, 27, Xavion Young, 31, Jeremiah Amagetcha, 33, Mayer Blackson, 39, Jelon Robertson, 45, Wilson Rodriguez, 46, Anthony Rodriguez, 65, Lee Davis, 72, Aiden Johnson, 78, Hassan Green, and 95, Jeremias Alejandro. And that is your Camden Eastside Predators freshman roster.
And that was, by the way, Aiden Wynn, the shaking up Camden player. He being taken off the field now. Hopefully it's nothing serious, because he's been a big player for them today in this game. And that could prove costly if he's not able to return, but we'll see. In the meantime, Glassboro back at their own 49, 2nd and 12. They go I formation. And now they'll go with a handoff.
Oh,
look who
big
steps
defense.
up.
There he is again, 31.
Tackle.
31.
And he got him again.
Jeremiah, we get you. It's that name. He's getting them. You know, we're probably pronouncing it way off, but I like I'ma get you.
I'm sure anyone who's on Camden's sideline, whoever's watching on YouTube, you can certainly give us a pronunciation example phonetically as to
he's playing a great defensive game today.
He definitely has.
He's a big player. He's got size on him, and he's got speed. You know, when you got a stocky young man out there moving like he's moving, it's a problem for an offensive line.
3rd and 14 now from the 47-yard line. They'll go I formation again, Glassboro. Whoops. Somebody jumped. The question is who? They're going to say a false start possibly.
Dead ball. False start.
Yeah, it's a false start against Glassboro.
Wow.
I think it was just a little flinch that got
Camden's
defense jumping. So that's the first false start we see. And this tells you how well disciplined these two teams are. This is the first false start from either side today.
Deep in the third quarter, yeah. I mean, it's a big 3rd down now for Glassboro. They're going to have to pull, that playbook out. They need that first down.
And now another flag goes down on the far side.
Hold on, we got a coach. We got a false start. Your guys right here, if they're putting their hand down and putting it back up, your side right over here.
Yep.
Got a dead ball.
You're not allowed to, once that hand is down, you're not allowed to take it off the ground.
Oh, so back-to-back false starts.
Linemen can't reset. Once you're down, you're down. You can go on your knees. You can put your hands on your knees and stand up. But once them fingers are on the ground, that hand is printed.
They just got to stay set. That's all it is.
And that's just that little thing that has cost them back-to-back plays. And now all of a sudden, Glassboro is all the way back to their 37-yard line.
Yeah, huge loss.
So now you got a 3rd and 24.
2-10.
So just over 2 minutes left in the third quarter, we're being told.
We got that trips right coming in right here, double tight.
I think it's more like maybe a little extra lineman on the right, possibly. But we'll see. 3rd and 24. And he drops the snap, so he's going to take it the other way, and he'll run into a couple of guys and get to about the 40, but that's about it.
A lot of jerseys there for him. 28, 21, 13. He
Now,
didn't get too far. Got a big 4th down now.
now this becomes a field position game. Now remember, Glassboro got the ball at the Camden 49. The punt option line against the 45, they didn't get there. So they can use the punt option and put Camden at their own 35 if they wanted to.
Their defense has been playing very well. It's a long shot for these yards right now. I mean, they've just been a little flat on this drive.
And that's precisely what they're going to do.
I would revamp and give that punt option and rely on my defense right now.
So basically, Glassboro is telling Camden, you're going to earn every yard if you're going to try and win this game.
Yeah. Great game.
Oh, this has been fantastic. I mean, TCUFL has really provided us with some great action. I think if I recall, when we were here back in that monsoon back in September, the senior game was really a classic. Yeah. Almost ended like St. Louis and Tennessee back in Super Bowl 34, the way that is.
Yeah, Sierra's I'ma get you. There it is. Well, I'ma get you.
Dwayne Craig decided to check in with
I'ma
appreciate
that.
that.
That's his name. Jeremiah I'ma get you. He's doing a great job today. And, we were talking earlier about coming in the second half mistake-free because one of these teams will capitalize off them mistakes. And that drive right there was a lot of mishaps in that drive with fumbles and holding and offsides. And, unfortunately now they had to take the punt option. And, Camden's going to get a great opportunity to try to get in that end zone to take the lead down.
All right, so right now Camden in the dark blue uniforms with gray numerals and red trim. They have 1st and 10 from their own 35-yard line. They're only down a point, but they need to get 65 yards to retake the lead here.
Coming in that double wing.
They go a little wide there. Now they switch. And the handoff, and somebody missed the block, and ends up being no gain. Yeah, maybe lost the yard.
This is two teams really showing up right now on defense, and it's going to take a lot right now. This 13 and 12 might not move. Like I said, this could come down to that 1 point at the end, and this is the way this game is going to go. This is going to be a well-fought game to the end.
So it'll be 2nd and 10. They did say no gain, maybe lost about 2 inches, if that. Anyway, 2nd and 10, clock winding down here in the 3rd quarter. And Glassboro by a point. Now what they're going to do, it looks like they're going to go triple on the near side here. But this time the quarterback's going to be under center. We've seen a lot of different variations of this play, but the blocking's what's going to be the difference.
He's trying to follow them blocks. He found a lane.
And he gets a 1st down to the 48-yard line. So good job by the quarterback that time to just slide in as we have hit the 3-quarter time mark.
That was 13 right there. That was Dominic Viteo with the big run.
All right, so we'll break here at 3-quarter time. Glassboro over Camden 13-12. You better tell your friends to get here for the final quarter. That comes your way right after this.
Sorry, I'm out sick again. I just can't shake this fever.
Spread by mosquito bites, West Nile virus is found in nearly every state across the country.
Elena had another asthma attack. She's really sad to miss school again.
Asthma, a leading chronic illness among children and youth in the U.S., can often be triggered by allergens from household pests. Don't let pests force you to take a sick day. Learn how to protect yourself and your family at pestworld.org.
Oh, yeah. All right, back here at Bridgeton High School here in Bridgeton, New Jersey. What a first game we have had here with the freshman group. The TCUFL National Conference Championship here on a sun-splashed day. It is a Camden ball with 1st and 10 from the 49-yard line. I'm Tom Wilkins, Owen Johnson Plensky. Howard Gaber, as always, with the controls here. Only a 13-12 Glassboro lead, and Camden looking with a 1st and 10. And they're dealing with a full house here. Let's see what they do. A handoff sprint up the middle, slowing him down a little bit. He'll get into Glassboro territory.
Yeah, they gave Brown, it was Caden Brown with a nice little run, 2-3 yards. Well, they gave him 2 yards on that. He tried following his lead blocks through there, but there was a wall of gray jerseys.
They kind of knew to plug up the middle. I think because the play developed relatively slowly, that's why it was minimal gain. But now Camden's going up tempo slightly, or they're just going to do the 4-man huddle and kind of fooled us out a little bit.
It's a game plan. It's discipline on that line to either not know the play or they already have a game plan of what the play is.
All right, on second down, here's a handoff, slipping through one tackle and pushing his way to about the 47-yard line. So a pair of 2-yard gains. So Camden's got a 3rd and 6 coming up. But again, the key in this fourth quarter for Camden, make sure you do your blocks. There have been a couple of missed blocks that have caused some catastrophic losses, especially on key plays in the third quarter.
Both teams been, defensively sound in the middle. Everything has been off tackle and outside the big gains for both teams. Very solid. Both teams are playing very well right now. And, 12-13 in the fourth quarter, amazing game.
So from the 47 of Glassboro, it is 3rd and 6. They send a man in motion. That was a little bit of a hesitant play, but it's going to be a keeper. He tried to do a stiff arm and still got thrown down the 45-yard line.
Yeah, quarterback keeper on the outside, and he had a defender right there. It's going to be a huge 4th down now.
How about this for a decision? We got shaking up a Glassboro player down the far side, it looks like. But this brings up a very interesting decision. They're at the 45. Now, they can punt option if they want, but do you do that? Or do you go with a 4th and 4?
Well, considering they have they have the ball, they're down by 1. I would go for it.
I mean, obviously, if you punt option, the only danger is if Glassboro comes up with like a 9-minute drive, you're done for.
Yeah, they got an opportunity. They know what is work this game. The coaches have called some great plays. If you look at the big plays they did have, you had a 50-yarder, you had that 62-yarder, a little bit on the outside. That whole drive was a little inside. So you got to look for that outside. That's been the bread and butter.
That's better.
Yeah, so you want to look for that outside run possibly right here. We haven't seen any passing, so to come up with a pass right now.
Hey, listen, we understand we got some views for this game. So far this weekend, with 3 games left, combined, we've had over 4,000 views for this championship weekend for the TCUFL. So do us a favor. Subscribe, HSG Network on YouTube. Tell your friends about it. Tell your friends about this fourth quarter we got going on. And we're going to be back here next year for the same thing. And another 10-week season. I may not be able to do all of them, but you know what?
This is a huge play.
We're gonna have some fun. All right, on 4th down, here's the handoff. Gonna keep it.
He just got across for the first down.
I think he got it. We'll see where they spot it.
Quarterback keeper.
Yeah, they move the chains. The keeper works, and Camden gets the first down to 41. That is a huge play.
That is a big turning point for this drive to keep them alive. We got the replay right here. You got that trips right going on. The quarterback is in shotgun. It's a delay. He makes a step to the left, cuts it back to the right off tackle, gets momentum, and with that momentum, it got him the first down. He wasn't running that hard. He was not going to get that first down. He collided with the defender and fell over the first down line.
That was exactly what I was going to get at here. Oops, somebody jumped here.
Help him again with a little bit of yardage.
And it looks like it's going to be a false start according to the outside official. We'll see what the officials discuss.
What we got? Dead ball. False start.
Is that 15? 15 is that quarterback now. So we got Kasan Rivera in there, quarterback right now.
That tough penalty on Camden for a false start. So it'll be 1st and 15 as the ball is going to be at the 46-yard line. So needless to say, in a close game like this, we are seeing the jitters and the nerves starting to creep up a little bit.
That's 18. Okay, so 18 is that quarterback right now.
All right, and they go empty gun triple right here. 1st and 15. Let's see what variation they use here.
He's
Oh,
going to
he's
keep
going to
it.
rush to the
Wow.
right, and he'll get most of the yardage back, maybe 3 to the 43-yard line.
So we got Aiden Winner there at quarterback now.
Yeah, Aiden, he was the one shaking up earlier, so he's back in. That's good news for Camden.
Yeah, so I'm sure possibly that was him with the 62-yarder earlier. We couldn't get the jersey number.
635. Hey, 635.
Well,
635.
so basically 6.5 minutes and counting
Hey, you gotta
left
slow
in
down.
regulation. So Glassboro by a point. Camden knows it's pretty much do or die for them.
Yeah, this could be the game-winning drive if they can capitalize on it. You know, they gotta keep this drive going.
Keep in mind, both teams have 3 timeouts left. Second and about 11. They'll spot the 42-yard line.
Oh,
And look at this.
gets it off the Brown around the outside to the right.
Running, and he's going to be out of here.
With 6 minutes to go. He goes all the way.
Wow.
Caden Brown. Second touchdown.
Strikes again. A 42-yard touchdown run, and Camden retakes the lead. And what looked to be a mess of a play, Brown took off and nobody could catch him.
That was almost a broken play that Caden Brown took around the outside. Amazing run.
Unbelievable play by Caden Brown, who comes through with another long touchdown run. Obviously, Glassboro's coaching staff is upset, but hey.
They got enough time to answer back. There's going to be about 5 minutes when they get the ball.
All right, so we'll see what the conversion does here. Just under 6 minutes left.
5-5-0.
And now, a timeout call by Camden.
This is a nail biter.
I don't have any nails.
Yeah, this is where, when you're a coach out there and you got a game like this, it's intense, man. We're up here in the box, but being a coach down there in the play, such intensity.
Why don't we take a look at replay, John? It looked like to be a mess
got
at
the
the very
double
beginning.
wing, quarterback under center. He goes to hand it off, the fake handoff up there. Number 4, our main man on defense right there, gets the quarterback. He just gets the ball off to Brown. So he just gets the ball off, and it's all his effort to get around that outside and put the Jets on.
And here's the funny part, too. Not only did the quarterback hand the ball off to Brown, but at the same time, he blocked the guy who tried to tackle him.
That was 4 came in there. We've seen him all day. Number 4, Ashton Bester. What a great play on defense. And he finished the tackle. When Brown took off, Bester still took the quarterback down as if he had a sack, and he just got that ball off just in time. And all second and third effort by Brown to score that touchdown.
And not only that, Glassboro came extremely close to jumping offside on the play, too.
Yeah, that was a great defense, but he got that ball off, and Brown took it right there and took the lead.
And
the second touchdown of the game. He scores a 50. That's 92 yards on 2 plays alone. I mean, he's well over 100 yards today, possibly over 150. A great game.
Would not be surprised if he's in triple digits. All right, they'll do the conversion here, and he's going to try and run it in. And he's knocked down. But did he get in?
Goodness.
Let's see.
What a hit.
He didn't get it.
What a hit.
That hit caused the conversion to fail, and now Glassboro knows they only need a touchdown to potentially win this game.
Wow, what a hit at the goal line. This is for the highlight reel. Championship type plays.
Raise the level of intensity, if you will. I mean, it looked like he was going to be able to walk in, and all of a sudden,
bam.
Ouch.
And was that Bester again? Is that Ashton Bester again? That was number 4. Again.
He'll be having visions of him in his head tonight.
He's got a highlight reel defensively in this game, and he's made some great plays on offense. I mean, that's just incredible.
Well, needless to say, Camden 0 for 3 on conversions, Glassboro 1 for 2. And right now, that one conversion looks to be the difference if Glassboro can drive down the field. Now, they have 3 timeouts to use and just under 6 minutes. I believe the official said 5:50 left.
They had breakdowns in their last drive. They needed a little time to revamp. Coaches can, coach them back up. This is the drive. This is do or die. This is our game-winning drive. We have to get downfield to win this game. This is the final drive, possibly. So let's get those mistakes on that last drive away.
Well, the Camden fans, as you can see, in the bleachers, they are really hype and they're trying to root their team on right
Yeah,
now.
this is what you look for in a championship game. And first game, and this is a freshman game, and you're seeing great young athletes that are well coached. And that's the thing. You can coach, but then you also teach. There's a lot of teaching going on with these teams. You see a
Listen,
lot of great things today, this opening game.
if these players stay in this league and their clubs, they'll be seeing each other again down the line.
Oh, yeah, yes, they will.
You're,
If
no
I was going
kidding
to
for
say
you,
absolutely,
John.
huh? I was going to say it.
He just did. But anyway, kickoff is rolled to about the 32-yard line.
Great. Pick it up and run. There you go.
And can't run very far. Gets down to the 35. So Glassboro, for a championship, has 65 yards to get themselves in, but they have plenty of time. Now, another thing. If in case they need to resort to the pass, the wind has picked up again and it has blown left to right, so wind is at their back.
I don't think we've seen one pass at all this game yet. I don't think we've seen
Not
one.
from
Not one.
Glassboro. From Camden, we did on a 4th down after a couple of holding fouls, but
That's right.
that's been the only one.
Yeah, I think they're gonna. You gotta game plan for this drive. This has got to be your best drive of the year, your best drive of this game. It comes down to 5 minutes and a possible championship.
Well, let's call this a final exam on
Yeah.
a broader scale. And it's
You can
getting loud.
hear the fans out there going a little crazy. They're stomping. We're shaking up here in the box. The monitor's shaking. They're really going crazy down there.
Well, that's what you get with metal bleachers. 1st and 10, they go double wing here at the 35-yard line. Another misdirection. And sliding down to 32-yard line. Just lost his footing.
And there's I'ma get you. 31, there he is.
Well, he made the tackle, but let's be fair, the running back slipped.
He did slip, but
And that was
there was
Bester.
about 3 jerseys hawking them down.
Hey, he probably would have gone maybe a couple of yards, but unfortunately he lost his footing at the worst possible time.
Yeah, it's going to be a big 2nd and 13 right now.
Well, there's still a little bit of time. And both sides rooting their others on for a championship. So those of you watching on YouTube, you may want to tell your friends to watch this.
Coming out that I formation. He's got his second back. He's going to cut it to the left.
He'll get the yardage he lost back, but he only gets about the 35, and that is where forward progress is stopped. Glassboro is thinking, wait a minute, and he didn't go down, but the official said forward progress was stopped.
Yeah, at the bottom of that pile, you had big 78 Hassan Green, the big tackle out there for Camden. He's been at the bottom of a lot of piles. A great defensive tackle today for his age. Ashton Franco was in on that.
4 minutes.
And there's your 4-minute break. 4 minutes left in regulation.
Hey, hold up.
And I think the clock is stopped. They had to call official timeout because the last 2 plays, the tee was never returned from the field. Can you imagine if a runner was going up the middle and ends up stepping on the tee?
Yeah, good call by the ref.
3rd and 10. Trying to get through on a handoff. And he's going to run right in.
Defense again.
I don't know if the running back was intending to run right into the defensive back. He tried to cut. He couldn't do it.
He had, again, 31, Jeremiah Amagetcha in the backfield that caused havoc. And, the running back bounced it out, and then 18 was there to clean up. You had it was Aiden Wynn again. So you got a lot of players making big plays at the right moments. They know this is a championship. Your leaders are leading. You got guys like Amagetcha. I mean, from start to finish, this kid, his wheels are not stopping.
Here's that play again. They triple to the left, 4th down.
Quarterback keeper.
And he's tripped.
Wow. Who made that tackle? Who made that tackle? They're blocking his number from us. Hey, is that
like number one?
And there's Ashton Franco.
He makes the play of the game right there.
Wow.
Snuck through one of the members of the line and was able to trip up the back and makes basically the defensive play.
We got the replay right here.
Yeah, let's take a look. I mean, that
top
was
left
a
of the screen.
Sensational defensive play there.
They go that trips left. The quarterback did delay. Right here, stops, looks, and it's too late. Franco was there. A shoelace tackle, went low, got his foot, tripped him up, and big play.
Now, Glassboro still has all 3 timeouts left. 3 of the 4 timeouts left.
Yo, you got a timeout. What are you doing?
I think Camden may have just gotten hit.
We got a timeout. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear the timeout. We got a timeout.
Okay, Camden called a timeout. I don't think they're gonna say a flag is down. It might have been they'll pick it up, and Camden will end up having first and 10. The ball spot at the Glassboro 36-yard line.
Until 2 minutes. The last 2 minutes that's when we're on a snap. So everything's on the ready. So we have a timeout. All right?
Okay, last 2 minutes I think is where everything stops. So Camden will call timeout. There is no penalty flag. So let's take a look at some of the
Way
comments.
to keep the outside contained, Camden. That's from Lindsay. Last 4 minutes, bring it home, Camden. We love the comments. Bring them in there.
And
Audrey is chiming in. Go, Andre Chisholm.
And how about, and here's something else from Camden. I've been reading a lot about their high school football team who's done a great job this year.
Oh, yeah. Coach, I remember from the Solas out there, Coach, in Philadelphia Soul when I was out there. I'm having a brain. I'm losing my mind right
That's
now.
my job.
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing very well. They were playing Delsey. That's what it was, the Delsey game.
303.
Okay, so the official says 3:03 left, and Camden by 5. So we're guessing 3:03 left in the game because I don't see any overtime happening with a 5-point difference here.
Right here.
All right, so first and 10, ball at the Glassboro 36. Looks like a night train here. And the furthest back, and it looks like Wynn turns around to the 30.
Oh, my goodness, he's still going.
And he's pulled down out of bounds inside the 50. They're going to say he stepped out of the 20. He stepped out of the 20, so we'll gain a 16 and another first down. That's the only bad thing about it. He stopped the clock going out of bounds. But right on the edge of the red zone is Camden. They get one more score, they're going to put this thing away.
Yeah, that was Leroy Thompson I was talking about in Camden. Coach Leroy Thompson.
I got you.
They were supposed to play Delsey this week. I don't know what happened. I don't know the outcome of that game.
But anyway, back to the kids. It's first and 10 from the 20-yard line, and now they're going the other way. Let's see if he gets some open room. He will, from the 15 down to about the 12, and
great
the
run.
Outside speed right now. Camden
Ashton Franco with a big run.
Is suffocating Glassboro's defense. And I'll tell you, that big fourth down stop, Camden's got a little bit of turbo boost in now.
You got the lead, you got the confidence. Now you're moving at a higher level. When you got, that confidence booster just does so much, the energy, the excitement, and they're moving the ball very well.
All right, we're coming up to 2 minutes left in this one. Glassboro both teams making last-second substitutions, so it'll be under 2 minutes before they snap the ball again. Remember, Glassboro has 3 timeouts to use. So I'm not exactly sure why they're letting this clock go down the way that it is. They're going to go full house. It's a 2nd and 2 from the 12-yard line.
Brown gets the call.
And Brown tries to pull further, and he will not get there. And now Glassboro is going to call their timeout. I don't know why they were wasting a lot of time to do that. So we're going to keep it here. Now, think about this. Glassboro could call another timeout, and if they stop Camden, they will have the entire field to travel with only one timeout to use.
Yeah, it's they got to stop them here first. They got to have this big stop. 3rd down and
minute and a half
3
left.
yards. If they get this first down, you could call it over. I think they have one more or 2 more timeouts to help them out. But yeah, it's going to take a lot from this defense to get this stop.
Well, it ended up being a 1-yard loss, so that's the key. Prevent Camden from getting 3 yards in the next 2 plays, and you're in good shape.
Yeah, anything can happen. It's a 1-score game. If they could get the ball, this is where you teach the helmet to the ball when you're tackling, the swatting of the ball. Anything you can do right now to get the ball that you were taught, and just preach it. Get the ball, go for the ball.
I got kids.
We're trying to figure out.
You got 2.
think the officials are trying to make sure they're all on the same page for this final couple minutes. Oh, goodness. The officials are confused as to how many timeouts each team has left. Based upon what we have, Glassboro has 2, Camden has 1.
All right, we're on a stop.
So about a minute and a half left. A big 3rd and 3 coming up. And it looks like the double wing is taking over here.
Hold up. All right, here we go. Go ahead, bud.
All right, under center. Let's see what the quarterback does. Again, a man in motion. Trying to keep it to the left. It's not good. Oh, he's
wow, what a spin.
And he's going to get out of bounds. That's the only thing he did wrong, but he got a first down out of it.
That was Dominic Mateo.
And Mateo comes through to the 7-yard line. The only thing here is to the 8-yard line, it'll be 1st and goal.
119 on a stop.
So we're down to 119 left. And it's going to be 1st and goal. Right now, Glassboro has to look at trying to get a turnover.
Got to go for the ball. You know, it's so important when you practice during the week at all levels. The swatting of the ball from the back, the helmet to the ball tackles. You know, we talked about that yesterday about we'd go through practice where we would just keep practicing helmet to the side of the ball to try to get the ball jarred.
Okay, well, they discussed that it'll be 1st and goal from the 8-yard line. They go full house again.
Going to keep
He's
it up the middle.
He's going to keep it up the middle and shoves his way to about the 5.
I got it.
And that's where they stop it there. Now, will Glassboro stop the clock here? Yes, they will.
Timeout, Glassboro.
So Glassboro will use another timeout. They're down to 1.
2nd down.
No, I'm sorry, Glassboro. But relax. What's wrong with
What do you? Well, listen, John. What do you think the turning point of this game was?
That second half playing mistake-free ball coming in, and that first drive for Glassboro with all the penalties, the fumble, and everything. And like I said, at the way this game was going,
114.
the one who makes more mistakes, the other team would capitalize on it. And you saw Camden capitalize on that drive, and they got it done. They got that go-ahead touchdown. They were down. They got it. And now they're playing at a higher intensity with that lead, and they're not slowing down. You know, you got the ball. The time is ticking. They just want to protect that lead right now and try to win this championship.
Here's something else to consider. I think the turning point of the game was the 4th and 4 call.
Yeah.
I mean, getting that first down and then the touchdown to follow, that I think had a major impact here. Anyway,
great coached game. I mean, these teams, they came in so prepared. I mean, this is a very close game.
All right, now in 2nd and goal. Handoff up the middle and an easy goal. As Camden may have sealed it right there.
They just sealed it.
And he spikes the ball in excitement. You would think that he'd probably throw a flag on there, but Camden looks like they may have clinched that one with a 7-yard touchdown run.
Quarterback.
And
I'm almost positive that was Dominic Mateo on the carry.
We'll show the replay after the conversion.
Oh, it was 18. I'm sorry, 18. Aiden Wynn. Yeah, it's hard to see the 3 and the 8 with them jerseys with blue on blue.
And here's something else. Aiden Wynn, who was banged up in the second half, missed a few plays. He comes back, and he makes an enormous difference, especially here at the end of this game. So now they'll go with a conversion. He's going to keep it, and, may have been pulled down with a face mask there. So we'll see what the penalty flag is on this particular play.
You had an offensive face mask too, right?
Oh, we could have
face mask.
Well, that's rare.
We had a face mask on the offense.
I would think Glassboro declined that.
5.
So I don't know if you try and repeat the conversion or just decline it and keep Camden 0 for 4 on the conversion front.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you would probably refuse the penalty, you would think. So that's what Glassboro did. So the conversion fails, and Camden will keep a 24-13 lead. And we've got to see the clincher right there. Aiden Wynn's 7-yard touchdown run. We'll take a look at that.
Yeah, that was a huge play just to put the game away, and you know it's far-fetched now.
Well,
you know it's
little minute left.
Little under a minute. It's a little hard to come back on that.
I mean, that was a sprint, and look how happy he is.
Yep, that 24-13 game now. What a game. This is we had all shutouts yesterday. The 18, 35, 37 and 8 in all four levels, and to see a game being this close the entire game, what a treat today. Two hard fought teams fighting very hard this entire game, and Camden just took it at the second half.
Well, something else too, John. You look at how both teams have played for 40 minutes. 38 of them have been either tied or a one-score game.
Yeah, great
That's
game.
how close this game has been. And even if Glassboro does fall short, they have nothing to hold their heads down low for. They played a wonderful game. It's just that Camden just picked it up in the second half and did the job.
Yeah.
And sometimes it just happens that way.
Yeah, well coached game. Coaches, did a great job.
And the fact that they made it to the final, I mean, that's an accomplishment in itself.
Yeah, I mean, they got enough time to get one more little drive on there, possibly. I mean, they've had a lot of big plays. Good moral thing if they can get one more good drive on positive.
Well, what if somehow they pick it up and run it back in the end zone?
And then we would be excited to see an onside kick.
Oh, these are very interesting things, but let's see if it comes to that. All right, referee blows the whistle and just waiting on them to finally get going.
Well, let's go. Let's go.
Clock is not running, Camden. Trust me. Referee's like, let's go. We're making sure everybody said, now we're going ahead. A little directional one.
Oh, between his legs.
Picked up at the 33 and knocked down pretty much right there.
That was Brown with the tackle, Caden Brown.
And Caden Brown's had a very nice game, too. I mean, you got to consider
2 touchdowns for him today.
Well, yeah, he was the one that gave Camden the lead for him to stay at this point in time.
Yeah, that 42-yarder. The first one was 50. He had a great defense too. So you got some players doing some great things out there. Camden. I see. She said, to Delsey. Okay, we just found out. Yeah, Camden lost to Delsey. Thank you.
Well, put it this way. I mean, you look at the youth of Camden football, especially with this team, and nice comment by Charles there. I mean, you have to give both teams credit.
I mean, you look at a game like this, you're in a championship, and then you look at how prepared these teams came out. And these are little kids.
And even and this lady just popped up saying, I'm sorry to say this, Mecca just put out both teams look like pros, and that is a tremendous compliment.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the whole thing. Just look at the age of these guys, and they've played a great game.
All right, well, we're not quite done yet. 1st and 10, and they're going to go with a pass.
Oh, my goodness.
An interception.
What was that? Did you see that one-hand grab?
All right, who was watching Odell Beckham on Thursday night?
Oh, my goodness, number 15, Kasai Rivera.
I mean, that is insane what we just saw. And that's the first pass of the entire game by Glassboro.
A one-handed grab. The NCAA coaches are watching right now.
They're going to sign somebody up for Purdue at like 9 years of age.
Get this guy now. One-handed grab, stretched up for it, brought it down with one arm.
All right, but now it was an injured Glassboro player, and Camden applauding. I mean, obviously going to be some great sportsmanship at the end of this game because both teams played their hearts out, and Camden came through in the fourth quarter. I mean, even Sean Booker said this was a good game. You're not kidding.
Yeah, this was a great game. Like you said, you got two teams came in very evenly matched. Coaching, both sides had these teams prepared. Fundamentally, physically, a lot of athletes out there, very young age, but they played big man football today.
Correct. Even Darian just put out a comment. Both teams are champions in his eyes. And you know what? He's absolutely right.
We're setting the tone for the rest of the day.
There we go. There's your champion. Yeah, and there you go.
Camden Eastside Predators, your freshman national champions today. And look at that excitement.
And along the Admiral Wilson Boulevard, there's a mural that says Invincible. Well, Camden has proven it today. They win by a score of 24-13. Your final thoughts, John, on this one?
I got my money's worth with this game. Total excitement from the first snap of the game to the final. They're going to set the tone. We got 3 more games. 2 well-coached teams. Both coaching staffs, be very proud of your performance today. You didn't let anyone down. 2 champions today.
You're absolutely right, John. No question about that. So your final here, Camden 24, Glassboro 13. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back with the sophomore championship game in a little bit, so please stay with us. All right, we are back here at Bridgeton High School here in Bridgeton, New Jersey, getting ready for the sophomore TCUFL National Conference Championship. The game, of course, between the Gloucester Township or GT Lions and the Rancocas Valley Chiefs. So we're going to be having that in a couple of minutes. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. We're going to go down to the officials for the coin toss in just a moment here. Um, for those of you who haven't noticed, we have microphoned referees here, and they're going to get the kids over in just a second. You'll notice that Gloucester Township's in the white uniforms and Rancocas Valley in the black with neon yellowish green numerals. All right, so I think we're ready now for the coin toss. We'll go down to the official.
Put your backs to your sideline. Put your backs to your sideline. Put your backs to your sideline. Put your backs to your sideline.
The championship game, obviously,
Good.
there's
Let's
a
go. Let's
lot
go.
of people with some nerves
On
here.
the other side. On the other side. On the other side. Go that way. Shake hands, someone. Shake them up. Shake them up. Oh, come on back. Come on back. All right, here we go. Set. Here we go, gentlemen. From this point out, guys in white jerseys, listen here, bro. Guys in white jerseys, talk to guys in white jerseys. I want you five to handle it first. Do you hear me? From this point out, guys in black jerseys, talk to guys in black jerseys. I want you to handle it first. Do you understand me? Okay. If you do not do that, two things will happen. Flags will come, and coaches will be yelling and screaming. Well, listen, they're already gonna be yelling and screaming at us anyway. Flags are coming. Fair enough. Here we go. Heads, tails, tails, heads. What would you like? He wants tails. He wants tails. Ah, that's a bad one. How about this here? Let him go. Come on, for you. Heads it is. Kick, receive, defer. They're going to defer. You want the football, correct? Which way? Which way you want to kick? Turn and face me here. Come this way, you guys face right there. They want to toss. We'll defer. Look, it's going to go that way. Let's shake and play, gentlemen.
All right, well, there you go. It was the coin toss won by Gloucester Township. They've decided to choose for the second half. Rancocas Valley will receive the ball first. They'll be moving left to right. Gloucester Township right to left, and will switch sides during the second quarter. So, needless to say, one of the most entertaining coin tosses that we have had. We've had people give a little bit of a history lesson before a coin toss, but this one was a rather unique one, to say the least. So, and you'll notice the flag for GT, of course, it looks like Georgia Tech's logo minus the yellow jacket. But then again, that's because they're the Lions. And they have Rancocas Valley. They are the Chiefs. They're in the black uniforms with basically neon yellowish green numerals to go along with that. So we're looking for another very good game. So why don't we take a quick pause? We'll come back with a kickoff in a sec. So stay tuned. All right, thanks for your patience, folks. We've got a pretty big crowd here at Bridgeton High School. By the way, the pause was because of the national anthem. Because of it being copyrighted, we cannot air it. Otherwise, YouTube shut us down, and we do not want this to shut down when we got a game to broadcast. So,
The
as
Lion.
we're about ready to get set for the sophomore championship contest, the Gloucester Township Lions and the Rancocas Valley Chiefs. I mean, we got a big crowd on here, especially on the Gloucester side, and consider we got a bunch of young cheerleaders that are also working
Their
the track
mascot,
as
too.
well. So
we got a lion mascot out there.
we got a little bit of everything here. So anyway, the sophomore TCUFL National Conference Championship gonna get started in just a couple minutes. Like I say, Rancocas Valley will receive the ball first. Gloucester Township won the toss, but they will choose in the second half. So that's why Rancocas will get it first. So John, what do you expect for the game like this?
That first game set the tone for these guys. So if they were watching it and they felt the vibe and the excitement, these guys could be coming in really excited for this game. It's going to be just as exciting. We had 2 days of football. This is game 2 today. Great weather, great atmosphere. If you can't get excited for this atmosphere,
Peekaboo.
Yeah, we're online. Hey, how are you doing back home? Everyone at home. But yeah, I mean, just the electricity here right now, that should get you fired up.
Well, I'll tell you what, the officials are fired up. If you listen to the coin toss, I'll tell you they're hyped too, as just as much as the players are.
Yeah, it's electrifying right now.
You're
A
not
lot of
kidding.
fans here. Everyone's excited. A great community comes together for these great championship weekends, and it's been a great year, and it comes down to this. This is it, all this hard work.
Well, basically, like I said in the previous game, this is basically the equivalent of the championship game is the final exam.
Yeah.
And you want to save the best for last. And even Jimmy Johnson, longtime college and pro coach, he basically said one time with a championship team, you want to save your best game for the last game.
Yeah.
And that's what usually happens. We got I was about to say we have Raheem McClendon here in the booth with us. He just snuck in. I'm like, what's going on here? So we'll get him shortly. But anyway,
There he is. Hey, you're live, Lorraine. Hey.
yeah, just say hi, Mom. Yeah, a little peekaboo there. All right, so Gloucester about ready to kick off. Of course, they're in the white uniforms. Rancocas in the black with multiple helmet colors. Here we go with the opener of the sophomore game,
Nice bounce.
which will be bounced at about the 34-yard line. He's going to try and go up the middle and
Great
not have
defense.
much luck at all. So the special teams of Gloucester with a good start. As
38. Dominic Accardo with the tackle.
And it was Nuri Bilal who was the one trying to return that one, but only got a couple of yards. So for Rancocas, they're going to start 1st and 10 from the 37.
Ah,
And
look,
you
we
see,
got a
there's the
lion loose.
mascot. Yeah, there's the mascot for Gloucester Township in the black and gold. All right, so 1st and 10 it is from the 37-yard line. I would actually, I'd be interested to see what these two teams are up to. Now, I don't think I've seen either one of those two teams during this season, so trying to get a little feel as to how they go about. They're trying to make sure everybody is set for play here.
Loving the
And
green numbers for the Rancocas Valley.
they should be. Oh, here's a pitch out that is dropped. And Rancocas thinks no, it's going to be Gloucester who got it. I was about to
already.
say Gloucester thought they had it, and Gloucester does have it. So how
we've
about
seen-
that wild
we seen
start?
a fumble the first game, the first play. Yesterday we seen fumbles the first play to start the games, like almost every game.
That's
And here again,
Three
first play
straight
fumble.
halves.
Yeah, just another fumble.
Well, this one results in a turnover.
Yeah, pays to defer, and you get the first play.
And right away, Rancocas is going to call timeout to try and calm everybody down.
Wow.
Why don't we take a look at the replay
Yeah, let's
real
see where
quick?
the
The
mishap
pitch out must have had just the timing was off, and
Yeah.
sometimes in championship games the nerves get in the way, and this is what you see.
There's the pit in his hands and out, right to hit his fingertips, and unfortunately, He didn't get a gasp on the ball.
Just a little bit of a concentration lapse is all
Yeah.
that's needed.
Yep, he hit his fingertips and bounced right on the ground and gave the Gloucester Township Lions the ball back, or gave him the ball to start the game.
Tough break there. But, hey, it's only the first play, and who knows? Crazier things happen
And
afterwards.
it's great field position right now. I mean, they're coming out there, getting the ball right there at the 34-yard line. I mean,
okay, so for Gloucester, they have the ball at the 34 of Rancocas. They go full house, 1st and 10 from the 34. And now they thought about going option, and good job by the defense there to stop it from maybe a half a yard.
yeah, you got number 7 in there at quarterback. Amari Lomax is the shot caller for this GT team right now. So he's going to be going back to the coach, getting the plays and coming in there.
No
Got a
gain
nice
on the
size
play.
team. Yeah, nice size offensive line.
Well, also give credit to Rancocas' defense, especially on the first play, trying to. They end up stopping a power run that could have gotten some yards and resulted in nothing. Back to full house on 2nd down, and they hand it off, and this is gonna have some positive yardage to about the 30, so a gain of 4.
Yeah, right off tackle, 4 yards. Defense got there pretty quick. I mean, but still giving up, 4 yards is 4 yards. So, just opening up of the game. These guys are getting their motors running. They've been warmed up out there. It's a little windy, a little chilly.
Yeah, the wind still picked up, and for the most part, the wind has been left to right, so it's at Rancocas' back. I mean, we've had. I mean, this has been a pretty consistent wind. In fact, Howard was just telling me yesterday's games was pretty much the same wind direction.
Yeah.
3rd and 6 from the 30-yard line. And now they're going to go handing off up the middle, but I think he got tripped up.
He's short.
For about a yard only, so that forces a 4th and 5. So right now the Chiefs' defense, they're stepping up, and they need to early in order to kind of quell the momentum here.
Yeah. So big 4th down.
And I wonder if maybe the timeout just had to calm them down because they didn't expect to go out as soon as they were.
Yeah, got a big 4th and 5 right now. They were given good field position. They're just finding a little bit, hard time running that ball in the middle right now. This Rancocas team is showing that they got some strength in the middle on that defense. So you might want to try to bounce one out, see what we got on the outside. But it looks like they're changing their formation right now.
Looks like they're going to go double wing here maybe. All right, they hand it off on 4th down, trying to turn the corner, but there's a flag down. He does have the first down as he steps out to 16, but I got a feeling that's not going to stand.
What number? Listen, you got to get a number for me. You got to get a number.
Even the referee's admonishing the linesman,
Hey,
give me a
we're gonna
number.
start from here.
We do know it's on Gloucester.
Hold on. Here.
Well, and in his softest voice, he says holding. And that forces now 4th and 12 from the 36-yard line. So the penalty happened as he turned the corner. It's 10 yards in the spot, the infraction. Yeah. So you went from 4th and 5 to a 4th and 12, and that kind of changes things up a little bit.
You need a big play here.
They're going to go I formation and
at that wing left eye.
And they pitch out left. Let's see if they get through the hole. They
do.
My
goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Not so fast. Not so fast.
Is there a flag back
Yes,
there?
there is. I saw it right as soon as the pitch came. So that could come back, too. And even the official saying it's coming back.
Yeah, explosive run. Found a seam.
Holding. 4. Repeat 4th down.
And unfortunately for Gloucester, back-to-back holding penalties.
Yep.
They're all the way back now.
Got to get them out early. You know what I mean? Get them out early. You don't want them, but if you're going to do it, you might as well get them out early.
And as I mentioned in the other game, when you have an extra set of eyes, you're more than likely to get some flags down. And if this officiating crew is going to call it tight, there are going to be a lot of penalties in this game if they're not careful.
More eyes in the skies at the championship games.
In this case, on the ground.
On the ground, yeah, eyes on the ground.
Yeah, the problem with that play was as soon as the handoff, there was a big hole on the left, and then the flag came right in that offensive line area, and I knew right there it was not going to happen.
Staying in that I formation, we got a 4th and 18 coming up. This is a big play.
from the 42, wondering where he's going to
Little
pitch out
delay.
to. And see if he turns the corner. He'll try it.
Oh, stiff arm.
Oh, and a stiff
Oh.
tackle to 37. Way short of a first down, but good job by the Chief defense.
Finally brought
Closing in
down
on the ball on the far side.
Caden
There's also a
Dalloway.
player down on the sideline.
Yeah, that was a huge hit by 32, Caden Dalloway. I mean, he just came in there and
Well,
put a big hit.
We're hoping he's all right, because that was a pretty hard hit.
Yeah, we got the replay coming up here on the top left of the screen. There was a little confusion on this play. You know, they're in I formation. Quarterback goes to pitch. He stutters. He pitches it finally. Running back is trying to get around to the outside. He stiff arms, and then here comes Dalloway.
Oh,
big.
yeah, he landed
big
on his shoulder,
hit.
I think. May have gotten the wind knocked out of him, too. So while they attend to his injury, I mean, at least for the Chiefs defense, they were able to make the stop when they needed to, but let's just hope it's nothing serious here. And looks like he's up and okay, thankfully.
Yeah, they're showing a little bit of speed on that defense. They're reading and reacting pretty well so far, you know.
Yeah, like I said, it looks like he is walking gingerly a little bit. But anyway, it'll be Rancoca's ball. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 36-yard line. So Rancocas, who opened the game by fumbling a pitch out, which allowed Gloucester to recover, now they get another chance as they were able to make that
the
stop.
next opportunity. Now we're going to see maybe if they can get a drive going and what they're bringing to the table.
Well, you know the hitting's going to be harder on a championship game level. And sometimes these things do happen, unfortunately. So let's see what Rancocas does on 1st and 10 from the 36-yard line. Those of you joining us, new audience, thanks for being here with HSG Network on YouTube. Tell your friends, subscribe. We got a comment board. Cheer your team on, your players, your family involved. As here's a handoff sneaking through a couple of tackles.
Wow, here he goes,
Look at
32.
this. He's breaking loose to the 40.
That's
he
the
will
big
go
hitter.
to the 30. He's down.
goodness.
He is down. He is down at the 29-yard line. The referee immediately signaled down by contact.
That was, again, Caden Dalloway with a huge play. Goes right from defense, saves the...
And there's another Gloucester player that's hurt back at the 35-yard line.
Wow. Caden Dalloway.
But he's pulled up and okay, thankfully.
We got that replay coming up here right now. They're in I formation with a wing, and they got a receiver sitting out there. He just follows his lead blocks. Dalloway gets the ball, breaks a tackle, gets through 2 tackles right there, beats this guy. He's got 3 guys around him, and then the wheels come, and it's a foot chase. And he's still dragging a guy with him.
Yeah, and the ground caused the fumble, which made the play dead right there.
So, you know, you've seen him making a big play on, like I said, big play on defense to end the drive for Rancocas Valley. For Gloucester, and now he has a big run like that to set up a great drive.
A 36-yard pickup, actually. So Rancocas with 1st and 10 now at the Gloucester 28, handoff up the middle, and just keeping the feet moving down to about the 25. So a nice 3-yard pickup there. So we are seeing some good things from the Chiefs running game all right. Outside of the first play, I mean, the Lions have been doing a good job blocking.
We got the wrong roster here.
Do we?
That's Nathan Gilbert. I apologize. I got the rosters mixed up. I think that is Nathan Gilbert on them big plays. We got you. I got Gloucester in front of me. You got there, so I apologize. Rancocas Valley is in a black jersey. So
I said
Nathan
that.
Gilbert with a big hit and then a big run to start off this drive.
Hey, we got to have some Comedy Central.
There we go.
2nd and 7 for the 25-yard line. They'll go I format here. Somebody
moved.
I think it was the fullback. I think it was the fullback for the Chiefs. We'll see what the officials discuss.
Flag on the play.
We're good.
Start on the O.
Yeah, it's a false start.
Season. Yeah.
So it is a false start against Rancocas, so we'll back it up 5 yards. We'll have 2nd and 12. The nose of the ball be touching the 30-yard line. And just as a reminder to our new audience, the clock is being kept on the field. We don't have a scoreboard clock today because of a malfunction, but we are going to do our best to tell you how much time is left when appropriate. 2nd and 12. Here is a handoff left side. He just ran to a wall, and unfortunately the wall won and ends up being a 2-yard loss.
Look at the jerseys.
And look how quickly the Lions are surrounding the running back here.
Yeah, that was a great defense. I mean, you're seeing another pretty evenly matched team like we saw in the first game. So, you get to the championship level, and it's all about who wants it more, who's going to play mistake-free ball, because any mistakes here today, this is the championship. The other team is going to capitalize. I'll try to capitalize off every mistake.
So it'll be 3rd and 14. They're going to spot the ball at the 32-yard line. We'll see what the Chiefs come up with. They're going to condense, and now they're going to get a receiver along the near side. But it's still going to be a running play.
There's Gilbert.
Trying to turn around is Gilbert. He'll get about the 20-yard line.
Still going.
And he's going to have a first.
Oh, my goodness.
At a 10.
Nathaniel Gilbert. Nathan Gilbert.
What a run by Gilbert. He's able to get into the red zone and goal-to-go territory to 10, 22 yards.
Great run. We got the replay coming up. They're in that I formation again. Just a basic follow your lead block around the outside. Gilbert's going to hit that corner. He's got one man to beat. Gets by him, another man to beat. He cuts back in all the way down to the 10-yard line.
That's some nifty footwork by Gilbert.
He's got some footwork.
Okay, so the ball is spotted at the 10, so it is goal to go here. Be 1st and goal from the 10. So, again, the I formation.
Yep, staying in that I. Got that wing on the left. Gilbert gets the call.
Up the middle, and he'll keep going to about the 5, just outside the 5. I'll say the 6. So,
great run. Great run. They're finding their groove right now. They're moving the ball very well. We're learned very quickly that you got Gilbert back there, and he's a horse. He's got some big runs. He's leading on that offense right now, and the offensive line is getting a good push, and this drive right now is down to almost the 5-yard line, so they're smelling that end zone.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's probably going to be a very useful piece if Rancocas is ahead in the 4th quarter trying to wear out the defensive line. You use Gilbert there, and you could really strike gold there. So right now it's 2nd and goal, the 6-yard line.
Going that single back. Gilbert gets the ball
right behind
the 2 blockers that were lined up over there at the wing.
And he's pushing, but he's about a couple of yards short. They're going to give him just outside the 2.
Yeah, another nice power running. He's running, staying inside them tackles on the last 2 plays. He's a strong running back.
All right, and official stop and play for a second.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a timeout.
I don't know if they said if it's going to be – it could also be quarter time. I don't know. But they're not moving the ball at all. So it looks like Gloucester called the timeout. But real quick, I mean, you look at what Gilbert's done. I mean, I don't think you want to use him too much. You want to try and get other people involved. And it brings up an interesting question I forgot to ask last game. Do all the players still need to appear for a few plays?
In my years of youth, when you're at a championship, you're going to put your top players on the field. It's a coach's discretion. You know what I mean? You coach how you want it at this moment. You got here. It's a reward that you're here. You want to win this game. It's the final. So, at the end of the day, you want your top 11 players on the field at all times.
Well, turns out the answer is it's not.
Yeah, there's no risk taking in a championship.
That's true.
If you could fit somebody in on a special teams, in all honesty, or fit someone in here and there, but when the game is on the line, you want your top dogs on the shelf. You want them there defending it or trying to gain.
Yeah, kind of. I guess it kind of is. I mean, it's in regular season, like everyone appears, but in the playoffs, you best people.
You prepare your backups for situations for a championship if somebody went down. So the preparation comes to today, but at every given play, you want the coach's discretion, your top play.
Here we go on 3rd and goal from the 2. Again, it's
Gilbert.
And he's
defense.
Wow,
a big tackle. That's his payday right there. Oh, my goodness.
I
I
think
think that's number 70 for GT right there.
and if that's and if it, maybe 79, if that's so, that's
Possibly
Jaden
79.
Hernandez.
Yeah, I
Forces a
mean,
1-yard loss and
when
4th and goal coming up.
when you're a D tackle, and that is a payday right there. That's your pay. I mean, he just collected. That was a big tackle. I mean, he
Well,
defended the goal
they're gonna have to
line.
make one more.
Oh,
4th
you
and
can't get
goal
excited about plays like that.
from the 3-yard line. John is salivating in regards to that type of defensive play based on that analysis. 4th and goal from the 3. They go I format. It looks like they unbalance the left side. Now they shift. I have no idea what's going to happen here. They'll give it. And he didn't get it. I don't think he got it. He's a yard
Right?
short.
Ref is going up there to look in the
Yep,
pile.
he is short by a yard.
What a standoff.
And Gloucester's defense does the job. They hold the Chiefs out
To
and
the
force
half
the
a
turnover
yard
on
mark.
downs.
Yeah, that is intensity. That is get all the way down there, and then this defense stands up to the challenge, and they get the ball back at the half-yard mark.
Well, the good news is Gloucester made the big stop. The bad news is now they have 99.5 yards to travel the other way.
Yeah. So you want to be a little bit mistake-free down here. You're in the end zone. I mean, you got to get out of this. You got to get out of this situation. You need a big play. It looks like they're going double tight, really tight on that offense right now. Even the backs are pretty tight up in there.
Well, they're going to draw up the middle, and they'll get to about the 3-yard line. And you said Amari Lomax is the quarterback, so I'm guessing he kept it and gained 2 yards on the play. So a little bit over a minute left here in the first, based upon what I'm hearing. But you got a 2nd and 8 coming up, and right now I think the key for Gloucester is get out of danger.
Yeah, they got out. I mean, you're now at the 3-yard line. I mean, it's a lot better than the half mark.
Well, there's no question because anything can go wrong here.
Yeah, you got a little cushion now and a little more confidence.
A slight bit more, but you want to get to about the 10 before you can say, okay, we got it.
James Thomas Jr. just said all players do not have to play in this league, so got you.
All right, on 2nd down, here's a handoff up the middle.
Still going.
And look at this. He's
got the edge.
To the 20. He spins
What
out
a
the tackle,
spin.
goes down to about the 30. This time, there are no flags that will bring that play back.
I think we got number 5 on that. That's Caleb Wyman. Big run.
Yo, in around.
And they're going to spot the 29. That's a 26-yard gain there.
Wow, great run.
And that'll
to get him out of
definitely
that situation.
that'll get you out of danger.
Yeah, great play, second effort, great spin move to stay in bounds. I mean, 26 yards is 26 yards in that
You're
situation.
not kidding. All right, they go full house here, might option. 1st and 10 for the 29. And they're going to run left side, slowed up at the 30, and down about the 32. I guess a fullback there, that would be Caden Dollaway, number 32.
Yeah.
Who gets a couple on the play.
Yeah, that was King Johnson on the tackle. 22 was in on that.
Okay.
Got a nice 3. It looks about 2 yards. Going to give him 2-yard gain. So teams, you're seeing very equal teams. This is making it, it makes it so exciting. Like that first game, very evenly matched. Teams came prepared.
Well, we're going to switch sides here as we have hit quarter time, and it's been a pretty exciting one. No
Yeah,
score.
scoreless.
Rancocas Valley and Gloucester Township will switch sides and have quarter number 2 right after this. Back here at Bridgeton High School for the second quarter of this sophomore matchup, the TCUFL National Conference Championship game. No score yet, but Gloucester with the ball second and 8 from their own 31-yard line. They go double wing, and I think we have somebody jumping.
Dead ball. Encroachment. Defense.
An encroachment foul
Yep, on
against
the defense.
Rancocas Valley, and that time the official spoke up.
Yeah, it got him. It's going to help GT a little bit.
Yeah, make it 2nd and 3 following the 5-yard penalty.
Looks like they're going in that double wing.
And up tempo too.
Got
Get
their
a
man in motion,
and a
it looks like
handoff
going
up
for
the
a dive.
middle, and an easy first down and more. Well, not much more, but it's good enough to move the chains just shy of the 40-yard line.
That was Kevin Jackson on the carry. Yep, got the first down.
Yeah, they'll move the chains, so they'll be Gloucester with the ball at the 39-yard line. Tell you what, that's impressive. As they started about just shy of the 1, and they still got a long way to go. But
they got this drive going. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get them motors running. You know, it's cold out there. Everyone's got to get up to par, and, you know, they're doing a good job.
High format receiver right as
Toss.
here's the handoff cutting up the middle. Oh, what a hard hit for maybe a yard. 2 Chiefs came charging.
Yeah, 22-0 came in there. Peyton Nelson and King Johnson with big hits on that.
Yeah, definitely a good job on the Chiefs defense. They smelled it out, but also the pitch out was a little bit slow, which didn't allow the play much of an opportunity.
It was interesting to see
throw.
him cut it in so quickly, too. He had his momentum going out to the right side, and, I mean, as soon as he got that ball, he cut it straight up in the middle.
They're going very tight again on a double wing, and they hand off or cutting around the left.
He drops the ball.
He lost the
turnover.
football, and
We
the
got a
Chiefs
turnover.
recover.
Wow. 22 right over here.
And
that would be King Johnson again with a big play.
And they're switching rosters on me here yet again.
Yeah, I'm making sure I do it right.
That's okay.
I was had the wrong one earlier, but we're good now.
All right. Well, a big turnover there as Gloucester tried to do a pitch out, and the running back just lost.
Yeah, we got
football.
the replay at the top of the screen. Quarterback's going to take the handoff. There he goes around the corner. Once he tried to turn, he just dropped the ball on his own.
He didn't secure the ball as soon as he turned.
Yeah, he knows. You can see he knows he made a little boo-boo there.
Well, in a championship game, it might be a little bit more than a boo-boo. But we'll see how the Chiefs respond here. They're actually going to go on a spread. First time we've seen this today, but before the spread happens,
got a
something
flag.
wrong.
Yep, there it is.
Caesar. Here. Hey, what's this?
So he's quiet when he's making the calls, but then he's yelling at everybody as soon as he's done. But it's a false start anyway on Rancocas, so it'll be 1st and 15. They are still in plus territory at the Gloucester 47. They're going to spot it. All right, so now they're going to go, they're going to spread again. A single back next to a shotgun.
Yeah,
now they
quarterback
send
is
a man
shotgun.
in motion.
He gives
There's
it
your
to
jet
one. He gets the
sweep,
call.
trying to make the move. He's going to have some yardage, we
Great
think.
yards.
45.
Nuri Bilal.
Stiff arm and thrown out at about the 40. And literally right into the Lions bench. So a gain of 7 on the play.
Yeah, that was Nuri Bilal on the play. Good game.
And Bilal had the speed to get around. There was some room, so he's like, okay, I'll take whatever I can get here. And he was able to get out of bounds with a pretty nice gain and a 2nd and 7 coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be hard-fought yards on both of these teams. They're showing that their defenses can show up. They're here this game. Both teams seem very well coached and very well confident. So we got another dogfight going on right now, and this is what makes these games exciting.
That's what you want, especially in championship games. Same spread formation. I thought I had a receiver in motion, but
Gilbert's going in motion.
Well, unfortunately, something was a mess, so Rancocas is going to call a timeout.
Yeah, you might.
Let's take a break here early in the second quarter. No score between Rancocas and Gloucester. We'll come back in a moment.
What a disaster. You're a disaster.
This is a disaster.
You can't be ready for every little disaster, but you can prepare for a big one. Make an emergency plan today.
Okay, back in action here in Bridgeton. Rancocas just used the timeout. They didn't have the right player personnel in order here, but they'll go spread here. Very wide spread here on second down.
Gilbert
And
gets
the
the
pitch
call.
out is Gilbert.
Going on
Let's
the
see what he can
outside.
do. He'll
Still
get
going.
slowed up and not get too
Good
much.
grab.
He'll get to the
Good tackle.
37. So good containment by the Gloucester defense. I mean, I was a little bit concerned about that play because you want to go north-south and not east-west. And Gilbert's a power runner.
He was trying to bounce it out as much as
he
he could. You know, a lot of times you teach if you're going to take that outside, just keep stretching it to the last second. And he was trying to stretch it out, but that defender, you know, he read and reacted, and he closed down that gap really quick.
Yeah, usually you go wide on speed, but if it's power, you want to go straight forward.
Yeah. So you got a big third down now, so they got to, you know, get to that playbook and, you know, figure out, you know, what's the best play right now. You know, they're getting close. You know, you're only 35 yards away basically from that end zone.
Quick reminder.
And somebody needs to score.
Quick reminder to our fans watching HSG Network on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. We have a comment board. Cheer your players on, your team on. Make sure every comment is positive, like we always seem to have here. Now on third down, a handoff pushing up the middle. That's gonna be close.
Effort. I think that second effort and that power.
It depends on the spot, though. And it is a first down. Wow,
Yeah.
they gave it to him.
Yeah, he runs pretty powerful. He's strong. You know, that was a lot of second effort there. He had a group of guys on him, and that one little extra push he had in him got him that first down.
And they overcame that false start, so that's a big first down for Rancocas.
Yeah, that's keeps this drive alive. You got a big first down now. You know, 32 yards away. Someone's got to score eventually. You can't have a tie in the championship.
Definitely not. Well, unless you're wearing one for your broadcast.
Yeah.
1st and 10 from the 32-yard line. Let's see what the Chiefs do. They're going to condense and go I formation.
There he is.
Now Gilbert up the middle. He'll
and he
slip
gets
through a couple
away.
tackles.
Wow.
He'll get another first down as he dives to the 21.
Again, another big run. I mean, this guy could have been, tackled at the line of scrimmage, and he just jumped out of the arms of the defender and made nothing into something.
And he kept his feet going forward before
He's got a good motor.
down.
Yeah, his motor's pretty tough. Got the replay right here. And you'll see him, I mean, initially at the line of scrimmage, he's going to take this handoff, follow his lead block. As soon as he goes through, hand slips through, another guy, another two guys, and then he bull rushes the fourth guy.
And now as we go back into action, here's handoff going into the red zone to about maybe the 15-yard line. And that's the key with a guy like Gilbert. He has the ability to break so many tackles, and he did that on the previous play that you just saw.
Gilbert is showing signs of the type of power back that's going to wear down a defense. And then you got Bilal coming in there and getting a nice gain right after that.
And now they go tempo. Handoff, not going to be too much, probably about a yard or two shy of a first down. But it looks like Rancocas is changing the tempo up a little bit, trying to catch Gloucester off guard.
Yeah. Doing a good job on this drive right now, keeping it alive, positive gains. There hasn't been many mistakes. You know, they're getting closer and closer to the end zone. I mean, we're on the 12, looks like the 12-yard line now.
Well, they're at
3rd and 2. Actually, third and 2.
A yard and a half,
about a yard and
maybe two. Yeah, the ball is like in between the 13 to 12-yard line. So about a yard and a half here, 3rd down coming up. And again, condensing the formation. Let's see if Gilbert gets the ball again. But before that happens, we have the 4-minute timeout. So we have the 4-minute warning here at the TCUFL. So
4 minutes left in that half. So we got one of the best drives we've had all game right here. Gilbert gets the call, and he's still going up the middle for a huge gain.
He's inside the 5.
First down.
He'll get to about the 4, and that's where the Chiefs will have 1st and goal.
Yeah, you got a very good, powerful running back right now taking charge,
And
and
they go up tempo again.
we
Why
got to
not
just keep
another
giving 'em.
one for
There
good?
he
Flips
goes.
through a couple
2.
tackles, and he is about a yard short.
Yeah, he's a workhorse, and you know what? They're going to just keep utilizing him, and
It's called
he,
let's score a touchdown as fast as we possibly can. It's like, well, you better be secure with the ball if you're going to do that. Wait a minute. Timeout can be called by Gloucester. They caught the very last second.
yeah.
So Gloucester, who made a tremendous goal line stop the last time the Chiefs were in that territory, now they got to just talk this over. We're going to keep it right here. We have a second. Let me read the Gloucester Lions sophomores real quick. They are Matthew Hurley, Kevin Jackson, Anthony Valentin, Caleb Wynham, Amari Lomax, Logan Bellin, Jaden Jones, Angel Torres, Sammy Mahmoud, Jordan Deal, Anthony Pyle, Caden Dalloway, Dominic Accardo, Mason Blantz, Jaden Hernandez, Dean Hardwick, Wyatt Savage, and Austin Tucker. Also listed Cassidy Diodonitis. So that's your Gloucester Township people. We'll
Yeah,
have the.
I got time. I got time right now to do Rancocas real quick.
You know what? They're breaking the huddle. You may want to hold off. So
I got time real quick. 0, Peyton Nelson. 1, Nuri Bilal. 2, Jason Thomas. 3, Dominic Alexander. 4, Armando Colon. 5, Gregory Gaynor. 6, Caden Andrews. 7, Judah Gandy. 13, Central Sparks. 14, Noah Hodges. 21, Aiden Cornier. 22, King Johnson. 23, Jaden Lindsay. 27, Chase Bennett. 32, Nathan Gilbert. 33, Daniel White. 43, Jeremiah Diggs. 56, Kaimi Dennis. 69, Carson Lundy. And 87, Alexander Lopez. That is your Rancocas Valley Chiefs sophomore roster.
And you managed to get it all off.
Hey, you know what? I was put through the boots yesterday with a couple of these rosters, and there was like 50 names, and yeah, it's kind of scary when you're looking at that.
I mean, that's quite a turnout for a football program when you have that.
All
right.
I knew this was a piece of cake.
Second and goal from the 1.
Trying to get the first score today for the sophomore game.
I wonder if it's a keep or if they give it to Gilbert. They'll give it to
Gilbert gets the
Gilbert.
call.
And he was able to. Oh, my goodness. He's going to take off. Let's see what he does. He's going down 1 yard.
Oh, my gosh.
Can lightning strike twice? It just did.
Did you see this? Again, another stop on the 1-inch yard line.
And the jaws drop like Wile Coyote.
You're
oh
talking
my gosh.
a game of the ball. We got a replay coming up on this. I mean, it was 1 inch away from a touchdown, and the ball just falls out of his arms.
He's like, what just
Quarterback
happened?
hands off. Here he goes. He's going to take left. And
got punched out.
Did right behind. That was. We're going to give credit to number 3. It looks like number 3 from GT with a
Kevin Jackson.
Yeah, it happened so fast you didn't see that. It looked like he just dropped it. Kevin Jackson from behind.
I mean, take a look real quick. He gets a handoff and gets punched out right there.
And picked up, scooped, and getting them out of the end zone down to the 20-21 yard line.
Wow. I mean, sometimes you don't know what you're going to see in games like this.
There's fans here going crazy. There's fans at home. We went crazy. I think I started hooting and hollering over there. That was great.
I think I'm hearing fans screaming through my head. Said, "Why'd you do that?" Oh my goodness!
Big time plays and big time games.
Did somebody call a time after that last one?
Oh my goodness!
I think
talk about
Gloucester, I
coaches
think,
going,
called the timeout because I guess they want to set up for the what could be the final drive of the first half.
I mean, everything
Xavier
was set
checking
up
for the
to get the
Chiefs.
first score in the game. A wonderful drive. Wow.
Well, now the ball's at the 22-yard line, and Gloucester trying to figure out what play to run here. And they decide on a little bit of an option full house. 1st and 10. And they're going to hand off left.
He got
Not
man
gonna
to
be
beat. He got
much.
taken down.
About the 24,
Looks like number 13, Central Spark. Contrell Sparks on the tackle.
I mean, this is
Awesome a yard.
This has been a crazy game. Even Xavier said ball security when I mean, that's the only thing that he worked on when he
Yeah.
played for Rancocas Valley. And how important it is in a game like this. I mean, two
Yeah.
major turnovers by the Chiefs
You know, and
already.
it can happen I mean, this kid has been having a huge game. You know, it can happen at any time.
That's very true. I mean,
know.
people say, oh, they never fumble, and sometimes they fumble twice in one game. Here's a pitch out.
and he's
And
gonna
trying
follow
to
his
run around to
blockers.
the right. He's got some blocking, but he's not going to quite get a first down. He'll get out about the 20, maybe the 30-yard line. Close to it. About 2 yards shy, though.
Whew. Hey, we got a line down there. They got
Well,
the
the
mascot out there at the flag. It's
Well,
great.
the mascot's up at least.
Yeah, brought their mascot. That's great.
In these programs, they obviously love to do some crazy things, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the beauty of these. It's the beauty of sports. Well, the ball now at the 30-yard line. It's 3rd and 2.
Just had Big Fish Sports Network or TV, I think it's called. Actually became a fan of the page the other day. That's nice to give him a little shout out.
Well, very
watching
happy
the
for him
game.
to check us out here. On 3rd down, inside handoff. That's a first down to the 36. A hard tackle, but after getting past the sticks.
Again, you got 13 on that tackle. Contrell Sparks again with another big tackle. I mean, they got the first down, but again, you know, another big play. Got the replay coming up here on the top left of the screen, going full house. Quarterback takes the snap. You know, he's going to give that handoff. He's going to follow the one lead block and, you know, gets the first down.
Good blocking by the left side of the line there.
Yeah, there's not much time left. I mean, I'm sure we're under 2 minutes at this time.
And Gloucester has no timeout. So they go full house here. And they're going to hand off again to about the 40-yard line, trying to pick up the pace a little bit.
About a 4-yard gain.
Keep in mind, Gloucester gets the ball to start the second half. So after nearly a 4-yard gain, it'll be 2nd and a pretty long 6.
Yeah, this preparation for the second half is going to be amazing to you know, see what both coaches do. When you have a game this evenly matched again, like the first game we had today, and you know, it's going to be a lot of, you know, pumping these guys up for the second half. You know, somebody's got to score. Someone's got to get the job done.
Here's a handoff left side, and he'll cross. He may have the first down here at the 46.
A little short.
See where they spot it. Maybe his knee went. It's just about half a yard
short. Yeah. Oh, look how close that is.
Yeah, not much. Maybe a foot. We're down to a minute left and a half based upon what the official just yelled.
More than enough time. More than enough time. You know, if you only need a broken play. You know, we've seen it all day yesterday. A lot of broken plays that went for big gains. We've seen it this last game. 50, 52, 68-yard touchdown.
Why not a pass here? Well, they're going to run it. It's going to be a first down. They're only going to get to about the 49, 48-yard line. Now, remember, the clock stops to reset the change, and they'll restart again.
Cross the 50. You know, they got a nice little drive going. You know, it's time. Got to watch the time on this drive.
So I guess, I'm sorry. Gloucester did have a timeout left. I beg your pardon. That's okay. Sometimes it's a matter of figuring out. And obviously, the referee just giving a demonstrative explanation to one of the coaches. But at this point, you're at the 49-yard line. You have the wind at your back. Why not try a pass?
You know, it sounds good, but you know, in most levels, you know, you work with what you have, and you know, sometimes maybe you don't have a receiver that is, you know, maybe they don't have a receiver that can catch. Sometimes you don't know what the reason is. The coach knows his players. He knows what he's capable of doing, what they practice. You know, it's like coming into a season and say, you know, we're gonna run spread the entire year, but not have one kid that can catch. Well, you're not gonna win a lot of games if you don't change that up. You know, so, you know, at this level, freshman and sophomore, you get 90% running, maybe 98% running. But,
well, you may get a little bit more passing, especially in the sophomore group. I mean, in the freshman game, we only saw 2 passes, and one of them was in the final minute and a half of the game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're going to pull them out. Maybe they're saving it, getting a feel for the running. Because both defenses right now, the defensive run game is very solid on both. They're making some big plays, some great tackles. So, you know, maybe you're setting up some passing.
All right, so 1st and 10 from the Rancocas 49. They go I formation. They do have a receiver on the near side. Wait a minute. Play is blown dead.
Yes, sir.
Somebody
Yes,
jumped.
sir. Dead ball. Dead ball. Ball start. Here.
So a false start against Gloucester. That'll back it up 5
Yeah,
yards.
that's not going to help you right now.
That'll drive coaches crazy after a timeout if that happens.
Yeah.
25.
Because that play you just had set you up for the second and third play you had in your mind, because usually that's what it is. You already have your play in mind, but you're already coaching the second and third play, already prepared. Now you got to change your game plan.
And now it is first and 15. Gloucester back at their own 46-yard line. Let's see what they do here. It's a pitch out. Option pass.
Oh, there's your pass.
And
Oh, my goodness. Intercepted by number 3, Dominic Alexander.
They had the right idea, but it was a little bit short of a pass. Alexander picks it off.
Oh, my goodness. Talk about a game so far. You wanted your pass, you got it.
But it was a little bit short. Let's check the replay out because the halfback threw into like double coverage there.
I mean, I thought the receiver came down with it, to be honest with you. It was very close. Quarterback's going to take the pitch the ball. Running back is going to let it go. A great pass.
He cut in front of it.
It kind of looked like the receiver had his hands up to catch it, and 3 comes up.
Wow. All right, well, here's Gilbert on first down. He's going to bounce off a couple of tacklers and get to about the 38. I think Rancocas is just going to be I think they're going to be content.
Oh, no, it was Dominic Alexander on that interception.
10 seconds
and that is the
counting.
quarterback. That is the quarterback for a Rancocas.
Can they get one more playoff? They will. Handoff is Gilbert. He's going to try and break a couple. He still is.
Oh, my goodness.
He'll go down to about the 39-yard line, but time's going to run out in the first half.
Wow.
What a first half here at Bridgeton with these sophomores.
You got a battle going on right now. These teams are prepared. Hats off to the coaches. Hats off to the
so we go to halftime where Rancocas Valley and Gloucester scoreless, but somebody's got to get some points in the second half. Let's grab a break and something to eat. We'll come back with the second half in a few, so please stay with us.
All right, we are back. HSG Network. We are here in the sophomore division championship. Right now, 0-0 Gloucester Township and Rancocas Valley. It's been a battle so far. I'm John Saplensky here, and we are in Bridgeton, New Jersey on this wonderful, warm afternoon with a nice breeze coming through. It's been a great morning of football, a great yesterday. Yeah, we're waiting for Tom momentarily. He will be back with me in the booth. So we're about to start the second half. It has been a slugfest. If you're home, subscribe to our page. I know this game and the last game today has been so exciting that you're just going to subscribe to us because we aren't going anywhere and we will be here next year as well. And we want to bring you the very best of TCUFL football. Here we go, and there's the kick. Yeah, oh no, I think we got a squibber that might have turned over. Waiting for the referee. And it looks like number 8 with the recovery to start this second half off. And that is Judah Gandy with a huge fumble recovery to give Rancocas Valley the ball. Wow, what a way to start the half. 0-0. Somebody has got to score. Here we go. Yeah, I'm by myself in the booth. Thanks, Howard. I appreciate that. Yeah, you can't hear when we get made fun of up here. You know, it's a lot of games and joking going on. But here we go. Full house. Rancocas got the ball, and there is the big back Gilbert again getting the call for a few yards. He's had a great game. I mean, he's been the workhorse right now. Some very big runs, some very big broken tackles. And, you know, they had their best drive of the game, and they got all the way down to the 5, and the ball was stripped at the goal line. And that would have been the first touchdown of the game. And unfortunately, it was a fumble, scooped up and brought out to the 20. GT, a few plays later, you know, they're bouncing downfield and couldn't get it done. Going with the full house package again. And he hits a wall of white jerseys for no gain. And that was Nathaniel. I'm sorry, Bilal. That was Bilal on the carry. So, you know, you got a very even game. Both teams are playing lights out. Both teams are you know, covering the run very well. Just going to need a big play. You know, it's a very well-coached teams, and it's showing it. You got a lot of playmakers at the sophomore level and some really big plays. Looks like they're changing their formation a little bit. Going to go out there. That quad set quarterback is going to keep it around the outside. He cut the corner, and he's still going. Wow, huge gain before he's pushed out of bounds. That was Dominic Alexander with a huge, huge gain. Oh, no, we got a flag. Mental mistakes. Well, you got extra referees out here at the championship.
We're at the 38. We're at the 38. Number 1. Hey, in and out. In and out. In and out.
Wow, so we're going to have a loss on some yardage there and third down. Holding penalty. So, you know, you get a couple big plays and you're moving the ball, and we've seen it a lot today. And unfortunately, you get a holding call and it brings you back, and you just got to work a little bit harder. So it's going to be interesting to see what Rancocas comes up with on this play, because this is a big third down. All right. Here we go. It look like they're going to go in a shotgun formation with some spread, and we got another flag. Hey, Tom, welcome back. Hey, opening kick.
That's what happens. You get stuck in the concession stand.
Hey, we had an opening kick was a fumble, and Rancocas recovered it. They had a nice little drive going. Gilbert with a nice run, and
it actually sounded like the announcer said it was an onside kick.
Yeah, and they're just trying to find their rhythm right now.
Well, considering it's a scoreless game, I mean, somebody's got to put points on the board the way this is going.
Yeah, and it could come down right to the wire where, you know, the first one to get it in the end zone could hold off.
All right.
Looks like
Well,
they're staying
anyway.
at spread formation.
All right. Well, here we are at 3rd and 20. They got to get to the 32-yard lines. They got a long way to go. Then they're going to throw one, and it's almost intercepted. I don't know where the quarterback was throwing to, but there was a better chance of the defense catching it, and that was just out of the person's hands.
Almost by Caleb Wyman. Almost came down with it. Number 5 for GT, Caleb Wyman.
That was very
nice
close.
Interception. So, we've had a lot of great plays in this game right now. We've already had interceptions. We've had fumbles on the goal line. We had a goal line stop on the 1-inch yard line. I mean, this is a great game. Twice, yeah. So, I mean, we're getting another championship game where teams are prepared, coaches came prepared, and it's a slugfest right now.
It sure certainly looks that way, and this is going to be one of those tug of wars. And now timeout's going to be called by the Chiefs. So they're going to have to talk about what they want to do on 4th down, whether they want to go for it or this level they can take the punt option. It's just a junior level you have to punt.
Yeah.
So why don't we take a break? No score yet. 4th down coming your way right after this. By the way, crazy shouts go to Amir, the comment you just saw, thanking us for the coverage for this weekend. Joey Pagan's also in this as well. He did Saturday's games, and definitely appreciate your kind thoughts to all of us here at HSG Network. Hey, guys, make sure you subscribe. Got a couple more games here after this. They're going for it on 4th down now. Last-second substitution comes in to make sure they had 11 players on the field. It's a one-hopper. Let's see what happens. Not going to be much. Back to the line of scrimmage.
Wow,
and
4th
again,
down stop.
I know they probably were not going to get a 1st down anyway. I personally would have gone field position, go punt option, but they decided to go for it. It didn't work, and now the Lions have a golden opportunity in plus territory at the 46.
Yeah, they waited for their opportunity. They fumbled on the opening kickoff. They get a chance now to redeem themselves and try to get a nice drive. This game has been going back and forth, and certain point, someone's going to break one. Something big is going to happen, and that end zone is going to get found.
Here's a handoff, bouncing off one tackle, but then the Chiefs surround him. But it's not until about a 5-yard gain to 41. Now, late flag at the very end of that. Wonder what happened here.
Hey! Number 2 with dead ball. We're going back 15 from there. Number 2.
That's going to be on Gloucester.
Dead ball. Unsportsmanlike. Here.
Wow. You've got to keep your control. I mean, as a 5-yard gain, you just wiped it out. Dead ball foul. The down counts, and now you got 2nd and 20 instead of 2nd and 5.
Yeah, a big game like this, and you got to keep your composure. You want to be mistake-free, but an unsportsmanlike is, you really could do without.
Oh, my goodness. I know it's no score, but you just cannot do something like that. So now back at their own 44, it's 2nd and 20. They go full house. And a handoff, cutting across, spin move, but slowing down to about the 47-yard line. Again, this has been the battle of the defenses here.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are just pursuing the ball. They're breaking down. They're not missing many tackles. They're making their tackles. They're wrapping up, fundamentally sound. I mean, you got a championship game here. That, 0-0 going into the third. I mean, yesterday we had a lot of games, a lot of, goose eggs on there and, lopsided. And then this morning, games. I mean, that freshman game to start the tone, bringing us to this game. I mean, 2 games in a row. I mean, this is just amazing Sunday football.
All right, back in the full house here on 3rd and 17. They're going to go in an inside handoff, spinning a tackle and getting
Oh, my
some nice
goodness.
yards and making it a manageable 4th and 7. That was a gain of 10 there.
Yeah, that was number 5, Caleb Wyman again, getting the call with a big, big run.
And an important run, too. The only bad thing here, now they've crossed the 45 threshold, they cannot punt option. So they're going to have to go for it on 4th and 7.
You feel that crowd going crazy down there, stomping the metal bleachers. We
they've been
start
doing that.
rocking up here. We start.
They've been doing that
swaying,
most of
yeah.
the game.
It's nice seeing all the fans here supporting these young athletes. And
All right, well, here we go. 4th and 7. Let's see what happens here. Another handoff. Not going to make it. They'll get to the 41-yard line, and that's where the Chiefs will get the ball on downs. And that unsportsmanlike conduct, that hurt.
Yeah, it looked like number 5, Gregory Gaynor. Gregory Gaynor on that tackle on that big 4th down. So, here we go again, a turnover on downs. Rancocas Valley's going to get another shot. I mean, they had the best drive of the day, got down on the 4-yard line. Running back was about to enter the end zone, and, a big defensive tackle got the ball out, and the rest was history to keep us at 0-0. So, if they can get another smooth drive like that, I mean.
Indy eye formation, 1st down.
Another
there's
fumble.
A fumble already on the handoff.
Goodness.
Who's got it?
I think it's GT Ball.
Yes, indeed. Gloucester
Wow.
got it. 3rd time today they forced the turnover.
Wow. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. This game is going back and forth.
You are not kidding, and the Lions are putting out an impressive performance here.
It didn't look like the quarterback got the ball in proper position for the running back. I mean, he was moving pretty fast. It looked like it just hit him in the stomach and bounced down. And GT was there to capitalize on it. And now look at the field position they got. Their offense is already warm.
It's almost like they got a new lease on life here.
All right, he's got fouls, 2 lead blocks.
They'll get to about the 37, so about a 3-yard pickup there. So unfortunately for Rancocas' defense, they're right back on the field. And this is where the Lions can finally take advantage of a turnover. And people have been asking what has happened over the weekend, so we got the progress ticker up on the top of the screen to see what happened.
Yes, a lot of good games. Seen a lot of great athletes yesterday and today. I mean, you see a lot of future to these high schools in these cities and towns, and it's just some unbelievable athletes, and especially at that freshman levels too. Some of them kids are just gifted natural athletes, and what a pleasure to see all this.
Here's a pitch
Wow,
out and breaking through the hole for a 1st down to about the 24-yard line.
My
There's
goodness.
that Wyman guy again. 13-yard pickup.
Wow.
And the Lions are feeling it.
Now, that is a great way to keep this drive alive with a run like that. Wyman's having a great game right now. He had a 26-yard run. He just added probably 15 on that. I mean, this guy is he's starting to warm up.
I think the line's been warming up on defense more than the offense has, but right now the offense is trying to take the cue here. Now they're making sure everybody's in the right position. They'll go I formation.
Lomax under center.
Got a receiver on the left here on this play. So from the 24, another handoff. Wyman gets tripped up quickly down to the 21. And needless to say, one of the Rancocas coaches not happy at all. Very demonstrative with his players.
Yeah, it gets the heat of the moment. You're down there. You're excited. You're trying to coach a game. This is the championship. All emotions since July practice and camps. It comes down to today. All your hard work, it's right here. It's an emotional sport. You get hype. You get excited.
2nd and 6, right outside the 20-yard line. Looks like a full house. And they're going to hand it off. Wyman again. He'll dive to about the 16. So he's about 2 yards shy of a 1st down. You got 3rd down coming up. And I wonder if they keep the hot hand or if they try a little trickery.
They're getting close to that end zone. This might be the closest they've gotten all game for themselves. I mean, we did have Rancocas down there on the 4-yard line right at the end zone, but they got a good drive going right now. It's been all positive yards, hard fought yards. They're staying inside. You might see a little bit of the outside coming. It looks like they're coming really tight. All right, here we go. It looks like they're going double wing.
Yeah, it looks like a double wing, but more condensed. 3rd and 2 from the 16. And they do go with the high. Look how much room
Great
he's
block.
got.
He's got a great block.
Well, not so fast.
Oh,
Not
no,
so
his hands are
fast.
inside. Is that a hold?
I think
Could
it
that be
is
the hold?
because the hold happened as soon as he turned
That's a
the
tough
corner.
one. That's a tough one.
At the 10, Spence. From the 10. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Holding. Here.
That will nullify the touchdown and push the ball probably back to the 20. You could hear the referee say the hold was at the 10, so it's 10 yards from there.
Heartbreaker. Great run, great. I thought it was a great block. I mean, when you got your guy making a block and it didn't look like he extended his arms or anything. It looked like he was inside. But the referee is down there seeing a little better than we are.
Second time in this game, Gloucester has had a touchdown wiped out on a hold.
Yeah. Yeah, it did look good, but the referee is the referee for a reason. And, yesterday and today, they've been doing a great job.
Hey, listen, that's why they call the games as tight as they do.
Yeah. They see a little bit more down on the field at an eye level than we can see. It did look good, but he saw something we didn't.
It only takes a little thing, and that's all that matters. So they back it up to the 20. It's still, they repeat the down. It is 3rd now and 6.
Coming out of that
full
full house
situation. They hand it off right, and he gets slowed up. He's going to get to about the 15 and a half. They're going to say to 16. So back in the red zone they go. But now you got a 4th and 2 coming up.
Yeah, it looked like Caden Andrews with that tackle was the initial tackler on that for Rancocas Valley. It's going to put them in a 4th and 2, like you said, and a big play right here, either on defense or offense. I mean, they get this. I mean, they got this drive going very well.
Well, there's going to be an official timeout here. Nobody called timeout. It's an official timeout. Not exactly sure what that could be, but I'm guessing. The Chiefs might have called it, but the head referee said official timeout. So, it's an injury timeout. I beg your pardon. It looks like Peyton Nelson might be just shaking up cheap on the field here. So, needless to say, the defensive battle continues, but it's also a free timeout for both teams in an abbreviated sense because now they get to talk about what to do on 4th and 2. What would you do, John, if you are Gloucester?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I was taking a bite of something there.
That's all right.
French fries. They've been running the ball very well. It's been positive gains every time. 4th and 2, we only saw one pass, right now on this sophomore level. But you're going to go to your top guy. You got Lomax. The quarterback had a couple nice quarterback keepers. They're going to go full house. I would rely on my run. It's only 2 yards, and it's been.
Wait a minute. A hard count may have caused Rancocas to jump. And they did. A free first down for the Lions.
That's a big play. That is a big offsides.
So they had something completely different in mind, and it worked to perfection. So now in the red zone, the Lions now have the ball at the 11-yard line, 1st and 10.
Yeah, so they're creeping towards that end zone, and it's all about skills now. How bad do we want that end zone to take this lead?
Well, now they hand it off. Let's see if that guy can get around. He slips through a tackle, crosses the 10, goes down to about the 7. So a 4-yard pickup there makes it 2nd and 6.
Big tackle by Contrell Sparks.
And it looks like another player's down. And I think they've ruled it'll be 3-quarter time, but we do have an injured player. Yeah, there's a Lion that's hurt about the 8.
Where we at? 7?
So they'll be talking. I think we'll take a break here while we do that. I believe it's 3-quarter time, and it's scoreless. Come back for the exciting final quarter right after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, we're back into action here, the final quarter, and we have a
Dead
penalty
ball.
already.
Dead ball. Procedure.
Oh, false
Here.
start call. And I guess they didn't have everyone set for the Lions, and it proves to be very costly there. Still, a point yet to be had, and we're in the final quarter of the sophomore level national conference championship game here for the TCUFL. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky, and we've got Howard Gaber, of course, with the controls here. What an afternoon we've had so far. We got 2 more games left.
Yeah, we said it earlier when we saw these teams, just like the first game, and the games when you're this matched, great coaching on both sides. You got to score first. It could be the factor. Score first could be the factor.
And a high pitch out, but it's
Brings it down.
In the corner to the
Oh,
front.
my
It's going to get in.
Goodness.
How you
Caleb
talking
Wyman.
And Wyman with a tremendous concentration play. He bobbles the pitch up, and he takes off on all cylinders and blows through for a 12-yard touchdown run.
That could have been mayhem. It looked like the ball was going to go high. He brings it down, and he scores the touchdown.
That's an athletic play if I've ever seen one. And this time, the third time's the charm, no flags.
Wow. 6-0. Gloucester Township takes the lead. It's been a hard battle this entire game. It's been going back and forth. Somebody had to score no matter what, and we finally got a touchdown. Now, they got to get the extra point. Rancocas Valley has to answer back, and they've had some great drives.
And now timeout's going to be called by Gloucester. And that could be important, especially toward the end of the game. I mean, you're doing this on a conversion.
You're giving a team that is warm the ball, coming up, and, they have a great running back. The line is blocking. So you really want these guys to get this extra point because they know they could get a big play. They know they're going to fire this Rancocas Valley team up now to get this next drive opportunity. So it's very important to get this extra point for a little bit more security. It's going to be interesting this next drive, and to see what's going to happen on this extra point. And that's a smart call from the coach. Hey, calm down. Let's regroup. We need this. A little conversating to these kids. Get them pumped up a little bit. No mistakes. Let's get this conversion.
And in hindsight, I think that is a good timeout call by Gloucester for the reasons you just stated, John. I mean, the kids are obviously hyped. It's like, okay, how do we bring down our emotion? So now the coach decides, let's bring it down.
Yeah, take a breather.
Got more work to do.
You're excited. You went 3 quarters and a couple minutes into the fourth quarter, scoreless. So you got the jitters, you got the emotions, you got all this. So good call, calls a timeout. Let's see what he does here.
All right, on the conversion, they go full house with a handoff and an easy walk in.
Going right in behind his lead blockers, Wyman.
Wyman with an easy one, and that makes it 7-0.
There's a little security there because you saw last game, 3 in a row extra points were denied. So, they just capitalized on one, which is going to help them.
Well, let's take a look at that big play here. I mean, watch the athletic ability for Wyman in the back of the full house, and look how high the snap is when he gets it. Almost over his head.
One hand, he gets the one hand, brings it back, scoops it back in. He's following 3 into the end zone, and he gets in there. Wow, great play.
He's like, forget it, I'm going in.
Big playmakers make big plays when it matters most, and that is a playmaker making a big play.
You are not kidding.
So we got ourselves a game here. Rancocas Valley coaches, they're going to regroup these guys during this championship. Hey, we've had good drives. We left one on the 1-inch yard line. I need our best drive now and put it in the end zone. Let's tie this game. So I think you're going to see some good play calling. I think you're going to see a team that's ready to get downfield. A couple fumbles hurt them. We could have had a tied game, and it could have been a changer in momentum. But right now they're behind, and they need their best drive of the day.
Well, Gloucester is going to focus on Nathan Gilbert a lot here in this final quarter. I mean, he is like the primary suspect here. But
yeah, it's kind of like thunder and lightning. Gilbert is the thunder, and Bilal has been the lightning. He's setting it up. Like I said, Gilbert is a ground and pound runner, and he's been wearing this defense down. And Bilal comes in there and gets some nice gains behind it.
But how much?
Yeah, so this is a big drive here. I mean, this is the championship.
All right, taking it at the 35-yard line.
And there's Bilal.
And Bilal will get to about the 46. So that's a decent job getting into good field position there for Rancocas. And I got 54 yards to try and get yourself back into this.
Yeah, a lot of time on the clock. I mean, I'm sure there's more than half of the fourth quarter.
We've only had one play in this fourth quarter.
Is that what it was? Oh, okay. So yeah, there's almost the whole fourth quarter here. Called 9:45. Oh yeah, 9:45.
We're only 15 seconds into the fourth quarter.
Let's get a nice drive here and see what they can do.
And I wouldn't be surprised they try a pass here. I mean, not now, but some point in this drive, I think they will. Let's see what they do. Gilbert, obviously, the tailback here.
Yeah, coming on that I formation, double tight, and Gilbert gets the call. Nice run up the middle.
To the 48-yard line. That's a good start. Gain of 5.
Actually, I'd say 6 yards.
Well, it's 2nd and 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just counting. Yeah, it was actually 5.
But anyway, you got a 5-yard pickup here. And
it's a great run.
Right now, it's basically a matter of what the offensive line can do and how well they can block without causing any problems to get themselves down the field. Remember, Gloucester, before their score, they have had issues as far as the offensive line when it comes to holding. Rancocas cannot fall into that trap.
No, they got to clean up the mistakes. That's probably, what the coaches is telling them, hey, we got to get rid of these mental mistakes.
Well, this time a handoff, and that's going to be a first down. That is number 13 that time. That is Cantrell Sparks. And that's a gain of about 6. That'll move the chains. And for Rancocas, they're at the Gloucester 42 already.
Hey, get that motors running. Get warm. You're warm now. This is the fourth quarter. This is it. This could be the final drive for you guys, because if you don't get down there and get this touchdown, GT could wear that clock down on a nice drive trying to get down there. So, everyone should be warm by now, and you got to want it. You got to smell that end zone now.
Right outside the 41-yard line, 1st and 10. Looks like a single back here, and it is, I believe, Gilbert, but not too much this time. He got as far as the 39. And so
like 32. Caden Dalloway on the tackle. Big man made a nice tackle there.
And clogging up the middle and making the right decision on where the running back was going to go.
Yeah, a little 2nd and 8 action now, and it's going to be this is on a final drive like this. It's just you want to see this play calling and what these coaches, they work so hard, and you're challenged now because this is it. This could be your final drive of the season.
All right, here we go with a full house here. 2nd and 8 from the 39. Oh, a juggle, that time by Sparks, and he's not going anywhere. That juggle proved costly because I prevented him from trying to turn the corner. He had to do it late, and by that time, there was a lion just on the prowl. I made it stop.
Got him at the line of scrimmage with no gain, so now you're faced with a 3rd down. We got the replay coming up right here. They're in full house.
Watch the juggle that causes the change.
And 13 tries to break it around the outside, and here he comes. Yep. Back to the line of scrimmage.
That proved costly.
Actually, a loss of a yard.
Yeah, he lost the yards, and they got 3rd and 9. This is right now the play for Rancocas.
Coming out, they're staying up. There's the shift.
Oh, now they're going to go triple to the right.
Shotgun formation. Quarterback is going to keep it around the outside.
Let's see what happens. to the 35. He'll have a
Whoa!
first down and more. He's still going. 25 dancing to the 23, and there are no flags.
Dominic Alexander with a huge play.
With a few jiggity jigs in there.
Oh, save the drive. Here's the replay. All right. Here you go.
Yeah, look at the change there. Oh, like that.
Six and running.
Yeah, and they got away with an illegal shift, it looked like.
Wow. Great play to keep the drive alive.
So a lucky break for Rancocas. They got first and 10 to 24.
This is what championship games are like.
All right, well, they load the left side. Here's a pitch out to
There's
Gilbert.
Gilbert.
Let's see if he can turn the corner. He's got some room. He'll get to the 20.
Wow, he's
He'll
still
get
going.
to the
Wait a-
10, and he's out of bounds inside the 5. They're going to give him the 3.
Wow.
First and goal after a gain of 21.
Amazing, amazing running ability. I mean, the game is on the line. They know they have got to score, but not only score, they have to get the extra point. I mean, this is a championship of championships right now. We had an 8-0 a senior game yesterday, and now we got a 7-0 right now game in the fourth quarter.
Well, here's the key
Wow.
to remember, John. You got to score first, then worry about the conversion when that time comes.
Oh, this is exactly what they got to do. This is a big play right here. I mean, they got a first down. You get 4 opportunities.
And here's the first for Gilbert, who passes through the
And he
middle and
gets
gets in.
Gilbert finds the end zone.
Yes, he does, and Rancocas responds in a very big way.
7-6 ball game.
And the conversion to follow, this is going to be a play of the game coming up.
Whew. Do you go for the tie? Do you go for the win?
Well, it's still too early.
That is the question. That is the question. Are we going to get our first tie overtime game of the weekend? This is intense. If you're a coach, I mean, your stomach right now, everything is on the line. I mean, it's just so much intensity now. Look at the coaches all grouped together down there. I mean, this is great.
Well, they're obviously fired up at each other. Like, what we do, what do we do, what we do. They're going to be laying down their couches regardless of what the game ends up.
Yeah.
Here, there's no question. All right, here we go. The conversion to tie the game.
Tight formation.
And Gilbert is in front. It's a
13
handoff.
gets the
And
call.
we've got a tie game, I believe. Yes.
Wow. Contrell Sparks.
And speaking of Sparks, man, did he come through in a big way. He
We
came through
got-
a line of plays for a first down, and here he drives the conversion to level this game up.
Oh, yeah, we're up here, and I'm feeling it. This game is just exciting.
These are games I absolutely
if
enjoy.
you're home
playing.
and you're watching this game, I know you're yelling at the TV, you're screaming.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at the touchdown that Gilbert scored to get Rancocas on the board here.
Yeah, here we go.
That
Full
was a
screen.
simple play. Simple dive at
Great
the
dive.
middle, and good night.
Lowered the shoulder right at the line of impact, and he flowed right into the end zone.
And you can, in the distance, you can hear the Rancocas crowd on the far
And
side of the
here is
field.
the extra point to tie the game by Contrell Sparks.
Same time, same thing. Sparks up the pike, and he
Oh.
easily got in.
I mean, it'll give you your nerves. You're down there coaching, give you nerves. Yeah, we got a game here. Wow, 7-7.
We've
tied
had a
in the
game the
fourth
whole
quarter.
time.
Yeah, this game from start to finish has been more than exciting. Everyone that has came to see this game is definitely getting a show. Everyone at home is getting a show. I can only imagine if you got family out there and friends. And
Well, look at this. They are not using a tee for the kickoff. They are going to go flat, which is rather interesting. By the way, if there's any action you might have missed, remember, you just hit the webpage, HSG Network on YouTube, and just kind of DVR your way back if you missed any of the earlier action. Oh, that ball doesn't even go 10 yards. It stops at the 48-yard line. It was supposed to go 10. It went 7. So the idea did not work, and now Gloucester will have it at their own 48-yard line. So, I mean, this has been a rushing game, and we're probably like midway final quarter, so At this point, all the chips are down for a chip for the sophomore level.
Well, the last 2 drives were the most successful drives for both teams, and they're warmed up now. They find out what's working. There's more than enough time for someone else to get the ball in the end zone. It could be, a stop here, and they have an opportunity. So, it's offensively you need a big drive, defensively you need a big stop.
Well, Rancocas has just called a timeout. We're going to keep it right here. Now, what do you think both coaching staffs are saying to their respective players at this point in time, given a game that's level this late?
They've done everything great today. I mean, everything has worked, to get them where they're at because both teams are playing at such a high level. You're just going to expect them to everything I've taught you, I need it now. Everything you worked hard for, I need it now. So, they're kids. At the end of the day, they're kids. You can teach them, you can coach them. You gotta go out there and perform it. So it comes down to now. You've seen when you listen and you do things right, we scored. So you just want them to do what they did on that last drive. So right now, offensively, you're asking them, hey, that last drive, you see what happens when we perfect it and we go mistake-free, we score. On defense, I need the ball. So we've seen turnovers today. 7-7 fourth quarter. You need your best playmakers on both sides of the ball to show up and lead by example
And
right now.
Rancocas
Who wants to be a leader?
And Rancocas did force a turnover earlier, but they've committed 3 themselves. Now let's see what they do 1st and 10. They're moving everybody around, making an I formation.
There's a pitch.
And caught again. That's
nice.
Wyman. Slams into a guy and goes down to about the 43, maybe the 42. Might just be a little short of a first down.
Yeah, it was a nice run. Looked like there was a little confusion at the beginning of that play, so.
Well, the crazy thing here is, again, a high pitch out.
Yeah, they're you got to be careful on them. I mean, that ball could go the other way.
And now we have a timeout called by Gloucester. So I guess they're trying to figure something else out here. So we're going to keep it here again. And I mean, this is pretty much a chess match.
Yeah.
And for these kids, one group is going to go home on 295 exhilarated. The others not so much. But I mean, neither of these teams have anything to be ashamed of with the way they performed today.
Great game. I mean, this is everything you hope for at this type of game. These guys worked hard to get here. It's going to come down to either someone's going to score within 5 minutes or we're going to get our first overtime game.
235.
235. Yeah, with 235.
Listen, that's why you trying
right?
to face the
Yeah,
coach.
235 less than.
I didn't see a
left
4-minute warning signaled.
Yeah, it might be wrong, but he did say 235 down there. So
All right, we're going to find out. 2nd and less than a yard.
got that offside bunch.
And they go inside with a handle for a first down.
Oh, my goodness, he broke away.
Through to the 30. He
Oh, my
turned
God, he
to the
turned it up.
20, inside the 20. Actually, stepped out of bounds at the 22-yard line.
That was number 10. I think that was number 10.
And number 10, who we don't have necessarily listed, that was a huge run and a gain of 20.
Unfortunately, we don't have 10. I'm trying to yeah.
Well, whomever it is, that was a big run.
Way to keep the drive going.
And now,
wow.
Whoa.
Actually, that might have been 18. I'm sorry. That
and the referee just threw a flag about 20 yards behind him.
Ooh.
What's this all
That's
about?
your first. Hey, we got a sideline warning.
Oh, sideline warning. That's
here.
all.
We got a sideline warning right here. Here.
So no penalty, but just a sideline warning that could result in penalty if you do it again.
Yeah, I think that was Jaden Jones, 18 on that play. Yeah, it is Jaden Jones.
All right, 1st and 10 for the 22-yard line. The Gloucester crowd getting a little antsy here. Remember, it's a tie game. And here's Winan inside the 20 and still powering his way. And they're going to give him maybe the 17-yard line. If that, they're going to say the 18. So a gain of 4 as Gloucester re-enters the red zone.
That we were just talking, when we said that, what are the coaches saying at this point? We got not much time. And you said it. Hey, you guys understood when you did things right on that last drive to score. Because both teams scored on their last drives. Give me that same energy. Give me that same effort. Give me that same push. And they're getting a push. Line is blocking. Quarterback is getting the ball to the running backs. The running backs are running hard.
They go double wing on second down. They hand off, trying to turn.
He got around
the
a
right
defender.
Side. He did. He'll shoot. Oh my goodness, he just ran into a wall.
Yeah, 22
King
and
Johnson evidently was the immovable object in that play.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Oh, what a collision. Hopefully everybody's okay. All right, so we're now getting close to 2.5 minutes left in regulation. And it is now third.
Oh, this is what these games like this is what in football is what dreams are made of.
You got that right. Here we go with
love
3rd and 4 from the 16-yard line.
Quarterback under center.
And a full house behind him. The ball's still loose, but I think Gloucester fell on it.
Wow.
Oh, that was a hard handoff, and Winan just did not get the handle. Both.
Big 4th down now.
130 running.
And now we're down to about, I guess, a minute and a half or so.
Oh, my goodness.
So now 4th and 5, and this is going to be interesting. Rancocas only has 1 timeout left, and they're letting the clock run. They need to make a stop first.
Oh, my goodness. We got a game. 7-7 with 1.
And we got a lot of people watching on YouTube that are as anxious as anybody else.
I can only imagine if you're home watching in front of that TV or your phone.
I am surprised they're taking this long.
Oh,
here we go.
Man.
4th and 6 from the 18. Full house. Once again. It's a handoff left side. He's not going anywhere. An
number 8
tackle by Judah Gandy, who stops the drive, and Rancocas gets the ball on downs with 1 timeout left and probably just over a minute left to work with.
Wow. 50 seconds.
I was told 50 seconds now.
Let's go.
Can they pull a big play off in 50 seconds?
25.
Got about 81 yards of green to go. They got in the end zone their last drive, but 50 seconds is still 50 seconds.
I would have to, and you know what? You only have 1 timeout left. If you want to play it safe, just run up the middle. And we mentioned in a comment just a short time ago, ball security.
Gotta go.
This is where you need to do that now to force the extra frame.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what 50 seconds, what coach is going to be calling here. I mean, you know who their go-to guy is. I'm sure GT knows who their go-to guy is. They're a little bit different of a formation. He does get the call. He's trying to bounce it.
They'll get across the 20, and that's as far as they'll get. And somebody call timeout? No, they just blew the whistle dead. All right, so a gain of 2, and I think Rancocas will be content enough to force an extra frame, it looks like. But then again, there is a gentleman by the name of Joe Pisarcik that we kind of remember back from many years ago.
At the Eagles game.
Yeah.
I actually had the pleasure at the golf tournaments to be with Mr. Pisarcik. I don't mention that play in the Meadowlands.
All right, here we go. Might be the final play of regulation. They hand off to Gilbert. He will turn
the call.
Now watch it.
Oh, my goodness.
30 to the 40, and it'll be slowed up at the 49.
He did not get out of bounds, though.
And time runs out. We are at the end of regulation, tied at 7. So for the second time this year, we have an extra frame game. And get this, this one's in a championship.
Yeah, it was Kingsway. We were at Kingsway against Millville when we seen our first overtime. And it was their first win.
And I think it was the sophomore level,
level and their first victory of the year, I think, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, it was, and now we got our overtime.
You got a coin flip.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. For those of you waiting for the junior game, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer because we have overtime here tied at 7.
All right. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm going to talk with us first, and then I'll get you. All right, here we go. I got you.
Hang on, we're going to have the coin toss in just a couple moments here. So bear with us.
I got you. Well, the defense can decide, but I'd rather go that way. Okay. They get one timeout per
possession.
per inning, so they can use it either on offense or defense. They don't get two. Defense can score. Defense can score. Now, if something happens on a penalty or whatever, it's still their football. All right, but defense can score. So I mean, let's hold that. All right. The loser, if we go to the second inning, the loser of the toss now gets to pick what he wants to do. If we get to the third, gotta go for two. We gotta have a winner. All right.
Have a winner.
We good?
We keep playing till somebody wins.
Hey, let's get this here.
Play somebody wins.
Hey,
Coach that.
let me get a coach and a captain. I need a coach and one captain. Give me a coach and one captain.
The referee's gonna explain everything in regards to how overtime works. There are no draws here in a championship game. Nobody's gonna saw the trophy in half.
Yeah, everything's a crash from here on out. Everything is a crash. Everything is a crash.
Well, last round championship overtime. It must be me.
Shake him up. Shake him up. Shake him up. Great game. Great game. Great game.
Good tackle, man.
Good game.
You made that tackle.
All right, here we go.
That's what we're here for.
You're going to call my toss. The winner of the toss, you either take the football or play defense. Okay? If we go to the second overtime, the loser of the toss now has the option. We go to the third overtime. If the winner of the first toss gets an option. At that time, you must go for two when you score. Defense on the third time. Defense can score. So we get a scoop and go. He scores. Game over. Any questions?
You start on the 10th from every time?
10, regardless.
We both get a possession.
Yes.
Yeah. We get timeouts?
You get one. You get
It's
one.
like baseball. One per inning.
You get one per inning. One per inning. Either offense or defense. Offense or defense. You don't get one on both.
Okay.
Heads. Tails. Tails. Heads. What would you like? He wants tails. Wants tails. He wants tails. Heads.
Receive.
They want the football.
Okay, so
Which end?
which end? Which end?
Which end? You're gonna defend that end? We're going down there.
Down there the whole time.
Yep. We're going down there.
This sounds like Pittsburgh, Detroit.
Right one. Here. Come on.
Okay, so this is what's going on, folks. Gloucester will receive the ball first as they've won the toss. They have elected to get the first possession of the extra frame.
Nice.
Now, here's how it works. It is not from the 25. This is goal to go at the 10-yard line. So each team will have a chance to score. Now, a defensive score ends the game. So keep that in mind. And they will play as many overtimes as necessary, but beginning with the third overtime, they have to go for two. But that's if they score. But I think my question here is the extra, if you kick the extra point, it's 2 points? That's the one thing I'm a little concerned about. Well, anyway, we'll figure it all out. But so that's why you see Gloucester with the ball at the 10-yard line. I'll be on the left side of the field. And remember, a stop, and the Chiefs could win this game. But here it is, goal to go. And now this is where your big-time players come in. Let's see if Winan gets a couple of snaps here. He'll line up a little bit on the full house in the back of it. First and goal from the 10. Overtime here in the sophomore championship game, but the right guard jumps.
Oh, boy. Yeah, you don't want that.
Good ball. Ball start.
Oh, my goodness. Every penalty gets magnified here.
Yeah, this is big time here, and, the little mistakes right now is not what you want. This is the game right here.
This is the championship.
This is the final for this championship.
So that makes it first and goal from the 15-yard line. The line back up again. I know everyone's nervous, but they just got to calm down a little bit here. Let's see what happens. They go full house again. First and goal from the 15. Going around the corner, he has room to about the 10 to 9-yard line.
Jaden Jones.
Probably that was number 10 or 18, whoever it
I
was.
think it was 18.
So it ends up being a 6-yard pickup. So a net gain of 1 on first down. You got 2nd and goal at the 9.
Yeah, the way the sun hits them jerseys with the color inside.
Well, I can't wait to see what happens on this one. Now, here's something else to remember. Each team gets 1 timeout per overtime. So you don't get a possession and call timeout and then go on defense and get another timeout. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I mean, he's back, inside the 10, 3-yard runs, get him down there.
They're going to try winding this time. He
defense,
gets nicely stopped at about the 7-yard line.
Nelson.
Beautiful stop by the Rancocas defense. And we're being told that Gloucester won the first game 12-7. Well, hey, these two have done very well for an encore, I'll tell you that.
12-7 GT win.
So for Rancocas, a case of revenge here, and here's 7-7. Somebody's going to be scoring 13 probably.
Yeah, this is coming down to this. It's third down, big third down right now.
Well, he didn't gain any on that play.
Right. I mean, you want to at least get in the end zone right now or get, to the 2-yard line, 1-yard line, and then.
Here we go. Double wing, 3rd and goal. Play fake. Now they end around.
He's got room.
He's got room. Stopped.
Wow.
He's going to be stopped at about the 5. He was hanging onto his shirt for dear life.
That looked like Bilal. That looked like Bilal with Nuri Bilal with a game saver right there.
Pretty much. And Winan a little slow to get up there.
So we got a 4th down.
Yes, 4th and goal. And now basically Rancocas, all they need to do right now defensively, stay in their lanes. That's what it comes down to.
They stop them, they get their opportunity to try to get it in the end zone. So they just need to make this one more stop, and it's their turn.
Well, we will soon find out. There's going to be one side of this football field I'll be jumping in jubilation in the next couple of minutes or so, maybe sooner. Last minute substitution comes in. Here we go. They line up.
Could be their final play on offense today.
Well, could be for the season too, depending on how things work out. Here we go. I formation. 4th and goal from the 5. Another handoff from the middle. Did he get in?
Oh, my goodness.
Did he? Yes, he got in.
Wow.
He barely got in.
Oh, Caleb Wyman.
And Wyman again with another score. And my, has he been clutch.
2 touchdowns on the day for this young man, Caleb Wyman, 26-5.
I mean, that was a phenomenal run. I mean, he had a stretch, and he must have just broken the plane.
Down and goal, and finds his way to sneak in the end zone.
Well, the conversion's just as important here. But the good news is, instead of being at the 5, they're at the 3. So let's find out where the conversion goes.
Changing up the offense a little bit.
And look at this. They're going to go 3 wide slot right. We haven't seen that all day. Back to pass in, empty gun. Going to take a shot. And is there any interference?
Wow.
No, there is not.
Close, too.
The conversion fails. And that was a little bit of a jostling for position there. But
gutsy call.
That was a gutsy call indeed.
Call.
And Gloucester, they up 13-7, but Rancocas now, it's all in their hands.
Yep, they're going to get the ball to 10, and we're going to see what coaches got. Hey, this is it, man. They scored. We got to score. Let's get in this end zone. You got to get excited about this.
Well, here's
get
where
them fired up, you know.
You got Bilal. You got Sparks. You got Gilbert. Which combination are they going to use in this goal-to-go situation?
You know, I see them feeding Gilbert. You know, I see him getting the call. You know, he's the power runner. When you're inside 10, you want that power. And he's got the power. He's obviously the leader on that offense. You know, it's coach's call what he's going to call. It's just our prediction. So it's going to be interesting. You know, they got to get in the end zone now.
Well, Well, keep in mind, if they get the touchdown, it'll be on them to try and win a championship.
Yeah, the conversion next, yeah.
But they have to score to get in the end zone first, and they got 4 tries and 10 yards
one
to
at a
do it.
time. Can't look too far ahead. We got to
What-
get in the end zone. 4 tries.
And the amazing thing about Gloucester, they recovered from a false start.
That
to get
is
15
really
yards.
amazing. That is really amazing. You know, overtime on the 10, you go off sides, and then you capitalize on it. You push forward, and that's a great play action.
Well, here we go. This is in Rancocas' hands now. One mistake, and Gloucester's a champion. And you can tell by the rattling underneath our booth, the Gloucester fans going here. Here's a handoff. Cutting through is Gilbert. Gilbert's not going to get very far. He actually pushed the
little
pile
push. Yeah.
to the 7-yard line. That looked like he was going to lose yardage for a moment, but at the last second, he cut forward.
And we were just talking about that's his strength. He's got that power. He's a strong back. So, I mean, it could have been no gain, and, he's so strong, he got 3 yards on that.
Actually, they gave him the 8, so it's second
2
and
yards,
goal.
okay.
So they need 8 yards in 3 plays. And it looks like it is Alexander who came back in on the last play. Now, keep in mind, neither team has used a timeout yet in this overtime, so do not be surprised if one is called at some point.
Alexander under center.
And Gilbert, the tailback, guess who? Sneaks through. He'll get to about maybe the 5. He's like about short of the 5. So right now, Rancocas in a little bit of a pickle here. 3rd and goal, 2 plays left to get in.
It's actually on the 6.
Like I say, he's just fallen short of the 5. So, yeah, they are going to spot the 6. You're right, John. So this is going to be pretty much everything right here. They're going to line up. Looks like somebody is lined up as a receiver on each side now. Interesting.
Going in that full house, and they're shifting and going in the shotgun.
They need to be set. They are on 3rd down.
Alexander's keeping it.
He's keeping it. Will he get around?
Oh,
he's no. At the 8.
I thought there was going to be a holding call there, too. There was
Well, no flag there. Yeah. And now a championship play for Gloucester. And this is basically championship point. Somebody's going to call a timeout, I can tell you. Latrice is saying for Gloucester. And the question is, will they hold them?
We got a lot of fans chiming in. Let's go Gloucester Township. Show them who you are. Latrice Jackson.
We've had a lot of great comments here. All right. This is going to be something, folks.
Wow. Another
Rancocas, their final shot. Championship point for Gloucester. 4th down from the 9.
This crowd is going crazy out here.
They're loud here.
I mean, it is crazy.
Here we go. Trying to take the option. There's Gilbert. He's stopped. He is stopped at the 6.
Wow.
And Gloucester has won the sophomore championship for the TCUFL National Conference.
There they are.
And, Rancocas, and half their players just fell face first. Like, I can't believe this happened. But congratulations to both teams who put on an excellent finale. But Gloucester wins 13-7 over Rancocas. Your final thoughts real quick, John.
Great game. What an experience for all of us in attendance to watch this game. Both teams, great job. Coaching staff's great job. On to the next. Congratulations, GT.
And they did a heck of a job. So your final in the sophomore game, Gloucester Township 13, Rancocas Valley 7. We're going to break for a few minutes. We'll come back for the junior game in a bit, so please stay with us.
On the call. Kick, receive, defer, defend. You want to defer? You're getting the ball, son. Where you want to kick? You want to kick your way? Start that way. Good day. Won the toss. It's deferred to the second half. Here we go. Which town will receive the football? We're going to kick this way. All right, fellas, shake hands. Go back to your 45. All right, we got to defer.
Hey, here we are as you chiming in. This is HSG Network. This is John Saplensky. We are at the coin toss at this junior game. We just had a great freshman and sophomore championship, and now we're in our third game of this Sunday afternoon in Bridgeton, New Jersey. And we're about to take it down to the field with the referees for the. Oh, already did. Sorry about that. So we got the Woodstown Pirates and the Pittsgrove Cougars. And if you're just coming in now, we just had our first overtime of the weekend. What a great game. Coming down to the wire, 0-0, then it was tied, 7-7 in the fourth quarter. The teams had their best drives. And then we go into overtime, and GT comes out the winner. So, we got we're going to cut away real quick and be right back.
Okay, welcome back here to Bridgeton High School here in Bridgeton, New Jersey, getting ready for the junior contest. This time for the junior contest between the Pittsgrove Cougars and the Woodstown Pirates. Which, considering as we look ourselves in the booth here, I'm Tom Wilkins facing you, John Saplensky still looking at the monitor, and there you go. And Howard
Hey.
Gaber, not pictured, taking care of the controls. We've had a fun first two games, no question about it, but this junior matchup should be a doozy.
Yeah, this is we've had two great games, exciting. Everyone's getting championship football atmosphere today. Big plays, big playmakers, and now we're at the junior game, and I'm sure we're going to be just as exciting as the last two.
Oh, okay. We have a delay to start the game because they gotta get the fans off of the track area for safety reasons. So that's the whole reason for that. So while we wait, you look at this matchup. I don't know if you've seen these two teams, John, but obviously they got here for a reason. This is an important day for them.
Yeah, it's the championship. You did everything right in the weeks that have passed to get here. They earned their chance. They earned their opportunity. Just going to be a great game. Another probably evenly matched game, and it's going to be fun to watch.
Well, Woodstown, they will receive the ball first. They're in their almost Cleveland Brown-like uniforms, if you want to call it that. They're in mostly black, orange numerals. And Pittsgrove, they're in the white uniforms with a little bit of a lime green tint and mostly silver helmets. So, and I believe, I think Pittsgrove may have won the toss, and they will choose in the second half, which is why Woodstown will get it first. All right, referee blows his whistle. We're about ready to start game number 3 of this championship Sunday. And it's a little squibber taking at the 36-yard line, sneaking through one level, and a hard hit down the 49-yard line.
Yeah, it looked like number 15 got the carry on that. Jacob Thompson with the return. Nice little return there.
Yeah,
set the tone. You know?
Personally, I believe with these players, I mean, they know what they're playing for, and obviously, some of them have seen the first 2 games that have gone on, and now I'm like, okay, how can we top it?
Yeah, exactly. You want to top it. You want to bring your best game out there. You know, coach is going to do their best job right now and coaching a great game, and players just got to execute what they're asked of.
And as I mentioned, this is basically the final exam for both teams here on the junior level. We've had 2 very good games here to begin this Sunday. Now let's see what game number 3 is. We got the senior game coming up after this as well.
But great formation.
Let's take it first.
Out.
They're going to triple the left side here, 1st and 10. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Keystone Cops here. We went from an empty gun to everyone squandered, and now a handoff up the middle, and I think it's going to work. Down to the 41 for a first down.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a little bit creative.
It was 24 for
that's
down.
Jack Noon, I believe?
Yeah, Jack Noon. Jack Noon with a nice carry.
And he gets 11 yards, so they'll spot the ball at the 40. Now they don't have to scramble all over the place, or at least we don't think. Well, the handoff up the middle and some hard pushing and shoving to about the 36 maybe, and then the officials stop the play.
Yeah, it looks like we got quarterback out there, Mason Middlemiss. Or actually, they have 2 number 2s on the team from what it looks like. So maybe there's a misprint there. It's either King Jones or...
Well, on the roster, it has 2 number 2s.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's 2 number 2s on the roster, so we don't know which one is at the quarterback right now.
All right, well, 2nd and 7. And, the handoff, he was trying to flip it back to the quarterback, but unfortunately the Pittsburgh defense said, nope, you are going backward.
Yeah, great stop. Way to set the tone for that defense. Big play. Bring them back a little bit. Now they got a big third down.
Well, this Woodstown team is going tempo here. So, again, condensed formation, 3rd and 9 from the 39-yard line. Let's see what they do. Play fake, roll left. There's a hole, 35. Stutter step, can't get any further than the 34.
Yeah, it was a quarterback keeper. That was number 2 on there. Middle Mr. Spence. Yeah, if anyone out there knows which number 2 we have here in the game, chime in. Let us know.
Yeah, definitely. We have, of course, the comment board open so you can support your players and team, of course, in a positive fashion only. So if you can inform us which number 2 is which, it's certainly appreciated. Just check us out, HSG Network on YouTube, and let your friends and family know. 4th and 5 from the 35-yard line. Here's a play fake rolling way back and trying to be targeted or a little bit.
Wow.
Let's see if he can get there. He slammed on it. And his
what
push
a way to run.
And he might have gotten it. We'll see where they spot it.
Oh, my.
Oh, that's going to be close. That is going to be close.
What a way to put about 50 yards on a run, east and west, you know what I mean?
Well, but it looks like he went out a yard short. Short.
Turnover on downs.
That would have been a Tony Romo-esque play if he had gotten it.
Yeah, that was Middle Miss is the quarterback. Got you. We got it.
Thank you.
Or snap.
Yep, but Mason Middle Miss is the quarterback.
And Middle Miss was the one with the carry there.
It was a great run. Unfortunately, it was a yard short.
That was a nice try.
It was almost a loss.
Oh, man.
I mean, he hit a wall of defenders out there. I mean, he turned it around, put the Jets on, and
7:25.
Things got a little bit chaotic here. First 2.5 minutes of this junior championship game for the National Conference. Now with a receiver on the left side, it's Pittsgrove's first turn. On 1st and 10 with a handoff, bouncing off to about the 33. We do have a flag on the far side of the field. We'll see what this is all about. And look, might be an illegal formation foul based upon the far call.
5. All right, here we go. Illegal formation, 5 men in the backfield.
Ah, yes, 5 men in the backfield, which means you have to have 7 on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it happens. You got to look at your stances. That back foot could be back there. You could have been in your double tight, your tight ends. Could have been in your tackle.
In other words, a modified version of the Philly special. Anyway, 1st and 15 from the 30 from the 25-yard line. Sorry, I had to go there. But anyway, but for Pittsgrove, I mean, this is a good team. You'll notice they're in, of course, the white uniforms, gray pants, some lime neon green stripes, and in some cases, sleeves.
They're going full house. They're a little tight. They're keeping it, pretty tight.
On 1st and 15, here's a handoff right into the left side of the wall, maybe a yard to the 26-yard line.
Yeah, you're seeing signs again. Pretty evenly matched game. Offensive, defensive linemen they're going to battle. This defense is stepping up. They're not making it easy. Pittsgrove didn't make it easy on them. So again, we're getting in our 3rd game. We're learning very quickly. These guys are they're here for a reason, and they're evenly matched, and that makes a great, great game.
They'll be 2nd and 14 from the 26-yard line. Again, they have a receiver on the left side. They got to make sure you have the right amount of men on the line of scrimmage in order for that play to happen. Back to pass. Throw up the middle is a little bit high, incomplete, but they had the right idea. That was intended for, looked like 44.
Yep, number 44.
And he just could not quite get that across, even though I don't have him listed. It still was a nicely designed play.
Yeah.
That just didn't work out.
You were seeing a little passing, start the game. So, you got the run, you got the pass starting now. So it's showing that the coaches are going to try to utilize their players and try to move the ball around to see where they can find a weakness, where they can get their big play from.
And now we have 3rd and 14 as Pittsburgh gets some last-second players on the field. And we'll see how they do here. Again, they line up a receiver on the far side. They're going to shift the full house over. And it's a pitch out. Will there be room to run? No.
Great defense. Way to stay home.
Speed by Woodstown.
Reading well and completing that tackle. It was 23 out there on the tackle. It looks like Nehemiah Carter, and I think he had somebody else in on that tackle with him. I didn't catch the number, but great job on the defense. It's going to bring them up to a big 3rd down.
Well, it's actually 4th.
Fourth down.
So they're going to have to punt.
Where they actually punt. Yep.
Well, it's obviously not that deep of a punt formation because the punter's standing at the 20, so he's got to get it off very quickly. A short one be taken at the 48. Running back to the 40. Slips out of a tackle to the 30.
Is that our quarterback?
Smashed out.
I seen the way he was running, and I instantly knew that was our quarterback from Woodstown. That was Mason Middlemiss. And just the way he ran from the opening of that run, you could tell that was him. Great run.
Well, they're going to spot him out of bounds at the 28-yard line. So that's a 20-yard return for him.
Yeah, we got the replay right here.
Hey, we're inside the 30 now.
Yeah, top left of the screen. Nice snap. He gets the ball off. It's high. It doesn't go that far, but Middlemiss, gets it, and he takes off to the left, and it's a foot race. Breaks one defender, and a great hit at the end to take him out of bounds. I mean, that was a big hit.
Based on his body language, he was thinking about leaping over a defender, which you cannot
do.
do.
It's illegal.
For safety reasons, that would have been a 15-yard penalty immediately following the spot.
So Middlemiss back at quarterback.
Now here's a handoff right side and trying to run back the other way.
Oh, my goodness. Got away.
Reversing gears.
Oh, great.
Ran back and forth for 3 yards.
Yeah,
I tell you, Aaron Spence is going to be dizzy after that one.
Yeah, to make nothing into something and exciting play. We got the replay coming up here on the top and left of the screen again. Man goes in motion. Middlemiss hands it off. He's almost taken down in the backfield. Again, an arm tackle. Cuts it up. And he's finally brought down. But, that second effort.
That was almost Emmitt Smith-like.
Yeah. When you get away, it's a great thing.
All right, 2nd and 7. Now they go with a delayed handoff. And I think that is Spence, and they'll get to about the 21. He's about 3 yards shy of a first down. So they got 3rd and probably a long 2 coming up.
3rd and 2. Hey, good spot here, fellas.
So right now it looks like Woodstown, they're trying to lay the wood and get the first points of this one. I know my puns are pretty bad here. All right, 3rd and 3. Now
15,
a handoff running to his own guy, trying to go the other way. He'll slip out of a tackle. He didn't get the first down.
Yeah,
and he'll be lucky if he gets half a yard.
Yeah, 15, Jacob Thompson gets the call on that play, and just met by a wall of white and green jerseys. Yeah, big 3rd down now. 3rd and looks like 3.
Well, anyway, we got 4th and 3 coming up. So, Woodstown, of course, I meant earlier trying to score first. But let's see what 4th and 3 does from the 21. They got a receiver on the right-hand side.
There's the man in motion.
And they hand off up the middle. And, he may have got it on the second effort.
It's going to be close.
Yeah, I think he got the 17-yard line. Based upon the spot of the ball, they are moving the chains.
Yep.
I think he fell forward, which was the big difference in that ball.
Defender called him at the line right before, and he just lunged forward and got it. Good defense. He still got the first down, though.
Yeah, and that was a good job by the running back, of course, getting that second effort in there. All right, so 1st and 10, ball spot at the 18 as Woodstown in the red zone for the first time. They do have a single back, and now they wing left. Handoff up the middle.
Wow.
And a nice hole crossing the 10, inside the 10, all the way down to about the 6.
Great line blocking, open up a huge hole for the running back. Big gain. Number 24 on that carry. That was Jack Noon.
And he plowed through. That's another 12 yards. Actually, they're going to give him just 10. Just inside the 8, 1st and goal. And now another inside handoff. Oh, no, it's a turn up the middle, crossing to the 5, and he will get it.
There it is. Mason Middlemiss.
Goal for Middlemiss, who didn't miss, and gets the first points of the game for Woodstown.
Yeah, puts him up 6-0 right now.
I mean, that was some shifty run. I was faked. I thought it was another run up the middle.
Confident quarterback. Dual threat.
No block. And when you have that and you're able to mix up the plays like that, that makes going to be a long day for the defense if that continues on.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a lot of good things right on this drive. They found the end zone. That's exactly what you want to do, and they did it.
Okay, for the conversion, they got a lot of pop-up, and it is
that was up there.
Caught! The conversion
Oh, my goodness. I mean, that ball was up there.
That going up the ladder. Gabriel Parsons came down with it. Oh, that's a jump ball if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean, he put some air on that ball. I was like, is it ever going to come down?
And the conversion is a 2-pointer, so it's 8-0 in favor of Woodstown.
They practice this. This is what they practice.
Well, let's show you the touchdown first. Actually, no, this is a conversion, I think. No, it's a quarterback keeper, and Middlemiss had no problem getting it there.
Right in there.
Obviously, he was excited there. Now, here's the pop-up.
Just a quick. It didn't even drop back. It just quick and lob it up there and came down with it.
And the 2 defenders were taller than him. I guess maybe it was designed to fall a little bit short to allow the receiver to have a better chance of catching it, and he did.
Way to get the extra point, the 2 extra points on that drive. Put them up 8-0. I mean, now we're going to see if Pittsgrove can answer back.
Well, I think they got a good shot considering. They didn't get here for nothing. They were able to win their games to get to the championship point. I mean, obviously, it's important for all the kids, and they're playing their hearts out. And like I said, we have not even done the first quarter yet, and it's going to be a war of attrition. We're not going to. I don't see this game getting too far out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, these guys work hard to get here. We said it a few times yesterday. We say it a few times today.
All right, here we go.
You're practicing all the way from July, from the start of camp, and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears go into getting this far. From players, coaches, to parents. Bringing these kids to practice every day, and being a big part of their life.
Well, unfortunately, the kickoff goes out of bounds, so Pittsgrove will get the ball
We gotta
probably
kick
about
it,
the
man.
40.
Come on, look at him.
Ah,
Take it from the spot, +5.
oh, I'm sorry. So they're gonna get the 45 rather. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Pittsgrove at the 45. They'll be in much better field position than the last time. But now let's see if they can get a drive together.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to see what the coach comes up with on this drive. You know, it's exciting every game. We've seen a little bit of
Snap, guys.
change of the concept and change in their gameplay and, you know, try to make things work. And, you know, a game like this, you just got to keep coming back and forth with something different and finding out what works.
1st and 10 for the 45 for Pittsgrove. This time in a shotgun between split backs. And now the split backs making an empty gun. Like, what are you doing? Lots of motion. This is a handoff. And trying to play the
Great
ball, they play the
defense.
guy too. And he goes down for a 2-yard loss.
Yeah, that looked like number 13 for Woodstown on the tackle. Michael Green
right in.
looked like he was at the bottom of that pile.
I think it was Julian Shepard with the carry. Just couldn't get around the corner. I'll tell you, Woodstown's coming off fast off the ball.
Yeah, they are. They're playing lights out speed right now on both sides of the ball. They got that lead, and when you get that lead, you get that first touchdown. It gives you a little bit more pump. You know, you got that lead, you want to protect it. You know, so
After a 2-yard loss, they get a last-second substitution, and now they're going to try and line up a 3-receiver set. They might triple them. Now they don't know where they're going to put this guy.
Here we go.
All right, they'll go spread, but they're going to stack both sides on the vertical spread. 2nd and 12 from the 43 back. The pass, a low snap. There's no way he's getting by that Woodstown defense for how fast they closed in.
Third down.
Holy mackerel,
about
they were
4
quick.
jerseys back there. You had 13 again, 21, 7. I mean, you had a group of black jerseys out there. Just a big loss for Pittsgrove.
All right, so a timeout is called. We're going to keep it right here. And, yeah, why don't I go ahead? I'll give you the Pittsgrove roster real quick. They're the following players: Connor Fortin, Jordan Bailey, Donovan Hart, Julian Shepard, Peter DeGeorge, Alexander Simone, James Wender, Preston Riley, Braden Weber, Michael Pritchett III, Jaden Rodriguez, Armani Rosario, Connor Helmsley, Joseph Baldwin, Brian Huff, Cole Smith, Gavin Gravenese, Choi Greco, Gage Brown Smith, and Landon Haller. Of course, and the coaches for the Cougars: Ramon Alfonso, Frederick Allen, Patrick Gravenese, Vincent Greco, Brian Huff, Benjamin Maddox, Michael Pritchett, Desmond Reynolds, and John Riley. So that's your Pittsburgh group, and obviously
Pittsgrove.
I said Pittsgrove.
He said Pittsburgh.
I didn't say Pittsburgh. I said Pittsgrove. Come on. You guys can argue that, but
Pittsburgh.
All right.
All right, we're in spread formation, split back.
Here we
shotgun
go.
with a shift. There's our shift.
Here's the empty gun, and now man in motion on 3rd and long, play fake, throw, and it's almost intercepted.
Man.
That was not a tight spiral in the least, but Pittsgrove ends up throwing one a little bit short, and they're going to end up having to punt here on 4th down.
Yeah, it was number 7 for Woodstown, almost with the interception. And if you're chime in if you're home, give me number 7's name. We don't have him on the roster, and I'd like to give him a shout out eventually. He's making some good plays, but I don't have a 7 on the roster. Woodstown.
For Woodstown. Yes.
Woodstown Pirates, number 7, coming up with some big plays today. But unfortunately, I don't have him on the roster now. So give us a shout out if you know.
And, of course, tell your friends and family. Check things out on HSG Network on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. And make sure you comment and cheer your team on. Show your support.
Nice snap.
And a good punt this time.
Yeah, nice.
And takes a neutral bounce like, I didn't expect to end up with the ball. He downs at the 42, and that is where Woodstown will get the ball 1st and 10.
Yeah, I mean, they figured out a good game plan to march downfield that last drive, and they put it in the end zone. Coach is probably going to pep talk them again. Hey, man, we just put 8 points up there. You build your confidence up for this drive, and, let's march downfield and do it again. That's all I ask of you. Let's do it again.
On the snap.
Oh, did you just hear that 5,000 views?
Wow, how about that? Thank you, everybody, for your support. Combined this weekend, over 5,000 views.
And counting.
And counting. Let's see if we can break 7. Well, 1st and 10, and we have a neutral zone infraction on Pittsgrove, so
Encroachment on the defense.
that'll be a 5-yard penalty.
Yeah,
And
it's gonna help
Woodstown
him out
already
a
with
little bit on that drive.
I was about to
Repeat
say
first.
Woodstown already with an 8-0 lead, so now they got a 1st and 5 following that encroachment foul. They keep a single back and looks like a double wing with a receiver on the right. Now they send the right wing in motion. He gets the handoff, sneaks through, and look out.
What a way to hit the hole.
And he hits at a 40-yard line. The only thing he did wrong was slam on the brakes. He probably should just run straight through for maybe a few more yards, even if you can't necessarily score.
I mean, that's Aaron Spence. We got the replay going up on top of the screen. Double wing, man in motion, gets the call. Here he comes. Here comes Spence, takes the hand up. Look at this hole. Bam, right by the linebackers. It's a foot chase. Not after he gets the first down. I mean, great run, explosiveness. So now you're seeing, Spence come in there and getting the job done.
All right, same formation. Now they give it to the left wing, and there's a handoff, and there's going to be more yards and a big tackle close to the first down marker.
Looks like Jacob Thompson on that carry.
Yes, indeed. And he may have gone the first down depending on the spot.
Yeah, so Spence and Thompson answer, Thompson answers Spence's big run with another big run, 9 yards. I mean, line is blocking for these guys, and they're hitting the hole with explosive.
All right, well, we're going to contain it now as we are at quarter time, and Woodstown leads Pittsgrove by a score of 8-0. Let's take a short break. We'll come back with quarter number 2 right after this.
There are a lot of different reasons why you should buckle your seatbelt when you're in your truck, like making it home safely to your loved ones, taking pride in your job as a professional driver, or following the law to stay safe. Always remember to buckle up when you're in your truck, and ask any passengers you might have riding with you to do the same. It doesn't matter how many years you've been trucking or how far you need to drive. Buckling up keeps everyone safe on the road. Learn more at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
I guess we're back again. 2nd and a yard as a back to pass looking. Guy's a man open.
What an arm.
He gets him. He does.
Wow.
Pushing and scoring.
Gabriel Parsons comes down with it.
Tremendous touchdown catch.
Middle miss to Parsons.
For 31 yards and an extended lead for Woodstown. How about that for a play call?
What an arm. He put it right on the money. I mean, it showed his confidence passing the ball now.
So Woodstown does the job and extends their lead. And they will look to add some more points to the conversion.
Yeah, you're seeing the confidence Middlemiss has. He's taking control of this offense from the start of the game. He's a good shot caller. He's making great plays. He'll take off running. He showed his arm strength.
Well, here's a handoff up the middle. Did he get in? I think he did. On second effort, he did get the conversion.
What a play.
So a good run for another point, and Woodstown has a 15-0 lead on Pittsgrove. And you have the, shall we say, honor of reading the Woodstown.
Yeah, you know what? Let's get going. Here we go. Woodstown Pirates Junior roster.
9:45.
0, Chase Gaunt. 1, Gabriel Parsons. 2, King Jones. 2, Mason Middlemiss. 4, Aaron Spence. 5, Nakia Robinson. 5, Kavion Parsons. 9, Owen McDonald. 11, Blake Munyon. 11, Jaden Middlemiss. 12, Matthew Mason. 13, Michael Green. 15, Jacob Thompson. 16, Braden McAllister. 17, Dakari Harris. 19, Brody Footy. 21, Levant Robinson. 23, Nehemiah Carter. 24, Jack Noon. 24, Carson Walker. 31, Brett Hines. 42, Frank Hines. 52, Matthew Brethrick. 55, Evan Smith. 56, Francis Williams. 60, Jason McGrail. 77, Jacob Barrow. 88, Dominic McBride. 98, Isaac Shetter. 99, Jackson Carr. And that is your Woodstown Pirates junior roster.
You mentioned a guy's named Jacob Barrow?
Let me find it again.
I'm thinking all of a sudden a Pet Shop Boys song went through my head. All right, here we go on the kickoff. It
I don't
goes
think
out of bounds.
anyone listening knows anything from the 70s.
That's okay. I just anyway, kickoff does go out of bounds.
Yeah, you're outdated.
Yeah. Hey, you gotta bring some history into this. But anyway,
I don't know if they made history.
well, anyway, it'll be Pittsgrove ball after the ball goes out of bounds. It was touched. So now the officials are discussing should be down to 40 or is it going to go out at the 45 instead? They say it wasn't touched. So therefore, it is first and 10 from the 45-yard line. Pittsgrove's going to give it another try.
All right, here we go.
Yep, you got a 15-0 Woodstown over Pittsgrove, second quarter. Pittsgrove with the ball.
And a full house, and they're going to hand off at the middle. And a nice run, but oh, man. The Woodstown defender just became the wall and sent him backwards, but it was still a 3-yard pickup.
Yeah, that was Gabriel Parsons on that hit, coming up there, filling up that hole and delivering a big hit. Yeah, Gabriel Parsons just scored that touchdown as well. So, you got a big 31-yard touchdown on offense, and then you come here again on defense and start the tone with a big hit like that. I mean, great job.
2nd and 7 from the 48. Again, a full house. This time a receiver to the near side. But they'll still stick with the handoff. A good run to the 50 and getting to about the 49. So some positive yardage for Pittsgrove. Hey, you got to take it one step at a time to get yourself back in the game.
Yeah. They got to find their rhythm right now. This Woodstown team is fired up. They got a 2-touchdown lead. Their confidence is sky high right now. So, they got to find their way to get a good rhythm, get downfield. You got to try to get that one score in before the half is over. The clock management at these levels is very important. So you always want to be within range at halftime because that third quarter is your worst enemy.
All right, 3rd and 4. Ball's going to be at the Woodstown 49. They're sticking with the full house and the receiver on the left. See if they try a hard count here. They do not. They hand it up the middle.
Great run.
Good run. That's going to be a first down.
What a way to follow your blocks.
Line. So, hey, at least for Pittsgrove, they've been able to push their way through, and they move the sticks.
And it's not always about explosiveness through the line. Sometimes you got to wait for that hole to open and your lead blocks to lead. And he did just that. He let his blocks get out there, and then he followed. And, you got a big first down on that. Great job.
All right, so 1st and 10 from the 45-yard line. Let's see what Pittsgrove can continue here. They're going to, again, do the same formation. I think Woodstown's ready to show a little blitz play. They slept through the first tackle and diving to about the 40. So
about 5 yards on that again.
Another 5 yards. So 4 pretty decent rushing plays now for Pittsgrove as they've been able to
get in a good rhythm.
Yeah, get a decent rhythm here. Now, eventually they're going to have to change it up, but one never knows.
Yeah, that was number 5 for Pittsgrove on that carry. I think it was number 5. Actually, could be 9. Winder Jones.
James. Yeah, and there's a Pittsgrove player shaken up down about the 44-yard line. So needless to say, we'll check that out. But, yeah, I think also, too, John, I think what they're doing is they're waiting for the defense to react. And by the time they react, it's a positive yardage for these Cougars. And so far, they've been doing okay on this drive.
Yeah, it's a good drive. I mean, it's all positive gains right now. They're going to keep it going. I mean, you got a player down right now. So, just regroup, revamp, and let's try to keep this drive alive. 15-0 right now. They really need a good drive right now to finish strong.
He goes, yeah, we're going to be on the line.
Okay, so the players heading back and kind of just kind of got a little shaken up for a brief moment, but it looks okay. So it'll be 2nd and 5 from the 40-yard line. I'm curious, will they do full house with the receiver on the right and maybe switch things up a little bit?
Yeah, eventually, you're going to fill out what you're capable of doing in these games. You're trying to get a rhythm with your play calling in your team, making the plays happen. So eventually, if it's not working, you're going to change some things up. But you're confident in the calls. Coach knows these guys, and he's confident in the play calling he's doing.
On 2nd and 5 from the 40. This handoff up the middle. This time,
Wow, big
Woodstown knew what
tackle,
was coming.
27.
A
Big
big
27.
stop there. No gain on the play. It forces a 3rd and 5.
Yeah, that was a big defensive standoff right there.
Short 5. 5 will get us 1.
All right, so 3rd and 5 from the 40-yard line. And I think after that play, Pittsgrove's like, okay, let's change this a little bit. And I think they may have to resort to maybe a hard count or something to keep things going. They could also roll out, too, if you think about it. So let's find out what Pittsgrove decides to do. Well, they're still going to do the same formation. Actually, they might differ just a little bit. 3rd and 5. It's another run. Bouncing off
found a way
tackle.
through.
Oh, and he almost
Short.
had the first down. He's about a yard short. I mean, that was actually a little bit of a surprise play call because I thought that was going to possibly be a first down, but luckily, the speed for Woodstown saves them again.
Yeah, 4th down. And actually, that was 77 on a tackle 2 tackles ago. Jacob Barrow, the big tackle in the middle right there. He's doing a good job in the middle. He's a big guy and looks like the anchor to that defensive line.
Well, here's a big play here. 4th and a yard. Throw a keeper, maybe.
It's a long yard. They got a lot of guys in the middle there. He does,
and it didn't work.
He's met by a wall. Wow!
The wall sent him to the side, and he didn't make it.
What a great play!
And how about that? Woodstown forces a turnover on downs. I mean, okay, I made the play call, and that didn't work, and that's why I'm not a coach.
23 on that. 27. It is 27. Again, these numbers are hard to read the way they're out there.
Well, I mean, it's easy to read the dark and orange.
Yeah, it is. I went from 27 to 77 to
tint.
27. Okay.
Nah, not necessarily. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, come on, it's not doing this intentionally, but what I will tell you is, I mean, you get style points on design. I'm like, hold on a second.
And then you got the sun on them back of them jerseys. It's hard to see.
I wonder if they designed the uniform intentionally to fool us. So we're all on the wrong end of this.
All right, Woodstown's got the ball. Middle misses. He's going to get caught up there.
Well, Pittsburgh certainly didn't miss on that play call because they read the keeper and they forced maybe a half-yard loss.
Yeah, great defense there.
So no gain on the play. In fact, maybe a loss of 1 at 2nd and 11.
You had 11 on that tackle, 1 on that tackle.
Good, Howard.
And we're about halfway through the second quarter.
Hey, Howard.
Woodstown a 15-0 lead and looking to add some more. And they got 2 receivers on the right side. Now they swing the wing, and the left wing gets a tackle and a handoff.
Oh, great defense by number 4.
And good follow-through. Number 4 comes through and forces get back to maybe the original line of scrimmage.
Defense is waking up for this Pittsgrove, team right now. They're sending some heat. Playmakers are showing up. Great defense right now. It should be up behind me. Yeah, I should have put it right on top.
All right. Anyway, we got 3rd down.
4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes, coach.
And now the 4-minute mark has been announced.
Yep, it's a good one. We got an updated roster right here. That's the one we want. All right, we got a better roster here for Pittsgrove. We were missing some names, but we just found another roster with them on there.
Quarter and a half took us.
So that was 11, Denby. Now that I got his name, that was Denby on a big tackle. And there's Denby again.
And he's going to about the 40, but that's about it.
Man,
and the Pittsgrove guy is like, oh, no, you don't.
Speaking of him, and there he is. He shows up as I was mentioning. Big 11, Denby D tackle. A couple big plays in a row. He's stepping up right now in this game. Good job.
3:30 and running. 3 minutes and 30.
3 minutes and a
Yeah,
half.
yeah, about 3.5 left till halftime, and now all of a sudden the huddle's going to the near sideline. And this is not a timeout, but I'm wondering if maybe they're. I mean, I don't think they're going to try and delay a game. That's a little bit unusual.
Brad, he wants one at 1 second.
Okay, they're going to wait and they're going to wind the clock down and now call
Timeout
timeout. All right.
Timeout Woodstown.
A little bit of a showmanship here. So they wanted to wait till 1 second to run the clock down, and now they will go ahead and probably attempt a punt here on 4th down. So, but needless to say, it looks like Pittsburgh's waking up a little bit on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a decent drive that fell short, but now their defense has come through and forced.
We don't even know if they're gonna go for it or punt right now. I mean, he's talking to the offense, so it's gonna be interesting to see his call. I mean, when you're taking your time, you could see a fake. You got to be ready for anything at this point. You got the lead, so you got nothing to lose to go for it. In that aspect, with under 2 minutes possibly left in the half, and they're confident with their defense. They've stopped Pittsgrove 3 times, and so it's gonna be really good to see what this coach calls.
Well, it's still going to be a little bit of a chess match here.
Looks like quarterback Middle Miss is out there, so it looks like they're going to possibly go for it unless, there's a punter coming behind Middle Miss.
Well, hey, that gives you the premise of a possibility of a fake, but they're going to try it.
He's got confidence.
40.
Shotgun split back.
And they got spread. 3 wide slot left. Now the slot goes in motion. Let's see what happens.
He's dropping back.
Dropping, being chased. He better hurry. He's running out of time. And the pass is caught. And he's going to get a first down on a couple of crazy moves to the 49-yard line. How about that for a razzle-dazzle play?
Number one, again.
It was both the quarterback and the receiver razzling and dazzling.
Middle miss to Parsons. That was the touchdown earlier. And now they just complete a huge first down on the run, rolling out left. Great play. Way to make a play happen.
All about execution at this point of the season. And they executed perfectly, even though it was a little bit of a cliffhanger there for a second. 1st and 10 for the 49-yard line. Now we got a handoff, trying to break up the middle. Breaks through 1 tackle. The second, not as much, but it's enough to get maybe 4 to the 47-yard line
Aaron Spence
of Pittsgrove. And it's Spence again for another 4 yards.
Yeah. Aaron Spence coming up big, 4 yards here, 5 yards there. He gets the call and he makes a play happen.
I mean, what's been the difference so far with Woodstown being so successful?
When you think of a football team and you got confidence of your general in charge, the quarterback, this Middle Miss kid, he's doing a great job at quarterback, directing his offense. He's actually going both ways too, but he's a great quarterback coming into this game. Watching him, he's got speed, he's got an arm, and he's taking control of this offense.
Well, the slot guy just got the handoff, and unfortunately, he's going to get clobbered for a 1-yard loss. Good job by the Pittsgrove defense reading that play and forcing a 3rd and long.
Yeah, so they're stepping up, though. Defense is not making it easy right now. They stopped them on the last drive. You got a big 3rd down right here, so they're keeping themselves in this game. 2 scores is one thing. You really don't want to let them get that 3rd, but he's got an arm. Don't think that they will not go downfield to try to get that 3rd strike right before the half.
Well, we saw that at the beginning of the quarter. Here on 3rd down, a handoff up the middle. That's a first down and more. Across the 40 again. Down to the 35, and Noon with another 13 yards.
Yeah, they got confidence right now. And we always say this, when you have a lead and you're scoring and you got that lead, the confidence just builds you up. And right now they're playing very confident.
And Woodstown just called a timeout.
Yeah, so you got the arm power. You got this young man with the arm. And, Parsons showed that he can go for that long ball and bring it down, so the coach has got confidence in his play calling right now, and the players are executing these plays very well. They're going to go for that end zone.
You also got to figure, as like I said, Woodstown used its final timeout of the half. I'm sure they're trying to design a play or two, depending on how much time is left in the half. And I think Pittsgrove gets the ball to start the second half anyway, so you'd have to suspect that Woodstown would like to get some more points before going into the locker room or their corners, what have you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. But right now, the most important thing is preventing this touchdown. There's not much time on the clock.
Here we go, guys.
They want to come out fresh and hopefully get their
Understand.
best drive of the game in that third if they can prevent this right here and be down by one score.
All right, so 1st and 10 for the 35-yard line at Pittsgrove. Let's see what Woodstown does. Uh-oh.
Got him.
Well, who moved first? That's the question.
That's a very disciplined O-line.
Defense? I mean, encroachment on the defense.
Neutral zone
Yep.
infraction. So a 5-yard penalty on Pittsgrove, and that forces a 3rd and 5. When people move before the ball gets snapped, then you know something's going wrong.
Well, they're 30 yards out now. He showed he showed earlier he can throw the ball 31 yards for a touchdown. So it looks like they're going to send a couple of receivers out too. So
I was thinking possibly they go spread, but it looks like they'll stick with the 2 receivers to the right and a single
Twins
back.
right. Yeah, Twins right.
1st and 5 from the 30-yard line. Now they send a man in motion. And it's an inside handoff. It just fumbled. It goes right back to the quarterback who brings it over to the 24. So a fortuitous bounce to the quarterback.
Wow.
And it ends up being a 1st down.
Yeah, I mean, you fumble the ball and you get it and you make, a loss of yardage into a first down.
Now, in the NFL, I think in the last 2 minutes you can't advance a fumble, but I guess this is not the NFL. 1st and 10 for the 24. Back to pass. Middle miss pump fakes. Going to take a
Nice
shot.
ball.
Double coverage. And that one is through the hands. Incomplete.
Almost looked like he was trying for number 7. We still don't have a name for number 7, so if you're chiming in, give us a shout out. Woodstown Pirates. If you're watching.
Yeah, put it in the chat if you're watching here. Of course, HSG Network on YouTube. We appreciate all the comments and support you've given us so far through 2+ games. And we still have another game and a half plus to go.
Yeah, that was I mean, you like seeing arm strength like that, and their gutsy call to go for that long ball, and now they're going spread, and they got hey, when you're up 15, you're gonna try for them. You're gonna try for plays like that.
But you also gotta be smart because if something goes awry and ends up being returned the other way, then the game completely changes.
I think we got trips on the left over here. I can't.
They might have empty.
Yeah,
gun.
you got
it's an empty gun here. But then again, who knows how many people are going to move from that. Back to snap. Wait a second.
Delay game.
They took too much time. Delay a game.
Oh, my bad.
Defense?
Delay game against the offense.
Delay a game the wrong way.
Yeah.
All right, so a 5-yard penalty. It forces now 2nd and 15 from the 29-yard line. And again, they'll go empty gun heavy on the left. Middle miss, of course, in the shotgun. He'll wait the shotgun snap. He takes, goes back, throws at the middle, pass tipped, incomplete.
Yeah, he was trying to get Parsons on that and in his hands and out.
And that came close to being intercepted, too.
Yeah, big 3rd down.
When they got 3rd and 15, of course, you can still try to pass the ball, but you want to make sure you get safe throws to go in there.
Well, they're taking that. There was not a lot of time left, so every time when there's a missed pass, incomplete, the clock stops. It's buying them time. If you got 5 tries to throw it in the end zone, you might get lucky on one of them.
All right, again, empty gun, and once again, heavy on the left side. 3rd and 15, ball at the 29-yard line. We'll see what Middle Miss does here. Back to pass, looking, throws at the middle, and it is intercepted.
You
falling
called
down
it.
the 26-yard line.
Stay middle, right in the middle.
Wow.
Number 5.
What a great grab. That was Allen Jr. who was able to grab that. I mean, that was an athletic play. It's like, whoa, look at that. I'll take it. And he could have ran if he didn't stumble.
Yeah, they knew the pass was coming. He was there in the middle for it, and he read it well, and he got an interception to turn off. Not sure how much time is left. It's not much, but way to save a 3rd touchdown possibly in that 2nd quarter.
Well, Pittsgrove has 2 timeouts left, depending on how much time is left till halftime. And he's like, we'll just go in the locker room. We got the ball to start the 2nd half, so why don't we just go ahead and regroup? So halftime, John, what have you seen so far?
Woodstown came in pretty hot. They got that 2 touchdowns. Pittsgrove is not far behind. They're starting to get warm. They're showing good signs. Coach got to get in there and get them pumped up and change this game around.
All right, so your halftime count, Woodstown up 15-0 over Pittsgrove in the junior game. Let's grab a few-minute break. We'll come back with the second half in a little while, so please stay with us.
Son, terrible.
All right, we are back. HSG Network ready for the second half of this junior championship, Tri-County United Football League national title. Here we go. Woodstown is kicking off to Pittsgrove. And they got the onside kick. What a way to start the half. Tom, you just sat down. Woodstown kicks off, onside kick, and they recover.
Listen, the last game I was stuck at the refreshment stand. Here a TCUFL official pulls me over to clarify that the score is 14-0. So we apologize for that. But it looks like Woodstown has stolen a possession here on the onside kick.
Hey, you know, when you start off like that, I mean, what a way to start the second half. You already got a 2-touchdown lead, and you get the ball back in good position. Smart call.
So running or passing is 1 point, but kicking is 2. So we just want to make the clarification. All right, on 1st and 10, they're going to try a quarterback keeper and didn't.
No, that was Spence. That was a handoff to Spence.
Oh, that was Spence,
yeah,
rather.
Number 4 got the call on that, yeah. Middle miss handed it off.
All right, well, no gain on the play anyway, so it is 2nd and 10. So, but listen, you look at both teams. What adjustments are you expecting on both sides here, John, as we get to the second half?
Woodstown is going to tell his players, look, I need you're doing good, but I need great. Keep it going. Do not slow down. Pittsgrove, coach is like, you got some bright spots, but I need more out of you guys. This is the championship. I need some big plays. And right here,
look at that.
That's what he's asking for right there.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's defense, since after the second or third possession, they've been able to slow things down.
Yeah, they're playing solid defense. I mean, they've got some broken plays and made some big plays, but, for the most part this game, they've been doing well.
So 3rd and 11. As the ball is at the 46-yard line, keep in mind, Woodstown recovered the onside kick, Sean Payton-esque style, to begin the second half of play. Now let's see what they do with it. Well, they've got no gain. Actually, they've lost one the first 2 plays, so you got 3rd and 11.
Double wing coming in here now for Woodstown.
Back to pass, a law pass, which is
guy Parsons again
to the 20, to the 10,
go all the way.
Dios.
Oh my goodness, Parsons.
Gabriel Parsons with a touchdown from 46 yards out. That jump ball and that broken tackle did the trick, and Woodstown extends their lead. And as you had said, Pittsgrove had been playing great defense up until that point, but I'll tell you, great play call change, and boy, did it hit big.
When you have a solid running game and then you have a quarterback that can take off and get you yards, there's a confidence right now between Middle Miss and Parsons. We're seeing this entire game right now. The confidence is, look, I'm going to look for my number 1 receiver. He's got hands. He's making, 31 yards, 46 yards, 2 touchdowns. Not including the other passes that they have completed. You got such a confidence right now with these two, a connection.
I'm not exactly sure why Howard was giving me a stare and laughing at me, but
going in shotgun, split back.
3 wide slot right, back to pass, going for the quarterback draw, and he looked like he got it. Yes, he did. Yeah. Just barely got in to make it 21-0 Woodstown. Boy, quite a start. And we're going to go ahead and show you the replay on that touchdown pass to Parsons. A jump ball and the broken tackle, and away he went.
Yeah, here we go. Quarterback is under center. They're in the double wing. He puts it up instantly. One step back, and he puts it right on the money. Parsons goes up for it, comes down, beats 2 defenders. It's a foot chase. Got 3 guys tailing him all the way for 46-yard touchdown. I mean, this kid's got great hands. The quarterback has good eye to put the ball on the money. I mean, this is you're seeing something special right here with these two.
And another point, they take a gamble with the onside kick at the beginning of the second half, and it paid off in major dividends.
Yeah, I mean, when you go for an onside and get it, and then you score a nice touchdown like that, I mean, that was just, the icing on the cake to go up by 3 scores right now.
All right, so now Woodstown will kick off. Now, being up 21-0, they can certainly experiment with a couple of things.
All right.
And, I don't think I've ever seen them try to switch a kicker at the last minute. Let's see what they try and do. Well, this time, no onside kick recovery.
That's how you cover it. Good job.
It was covered at about the 46-yard line by Durham.
Yeah, Durham. Good coverage by Durham. See if they can get a nice little drive going now. This, third quarter, Howard. Yeah, there you go. You
Down.
misleading the fans back home with second quarter on there.
Hey, listen, we've had over 5,000 views over the weekend, so the fans, as long as they don't
Yeah,
mind
let's
the
not start
entertainment,
slipping now.
Pun intended.
We got to give the cameraman, Mr. Magic, we got to give him a hard time once in a while.
Hey, listen, we're human.
Yeah. All right, we're in the third quarter.
Indeed, we are. 1st and 10 now for Pittsgrove at the 46-yard line. Pretty soon the lights will be on here in the field. The handoff goes to about the 48, maybe
A
2
wall
yards.
of black jerseys out
Well, they're
there.
not letting them get any further than that. They have done a good job holding their ground, and
Yeah,
keeping the
27.
backs from getting any further.
Yeah, you got 27 in there, 17. I mean, these guys are just they formed a wall out there and they made it, hard for the running back to go anywhere. But he did get a hard fault 1 yard.
8 minutes and running.
All right, first couple minutes in the third quarter. 2nd and 9. They're going to spot the 47-yard line. They'll go full house. And this is what worked for them back in the second quarter. A little bit of hesitation, but here's a handoff to about the midfield stripe, but that's about it. Then it becomes a war of attrition, and nobody's going to win that.
Yeah, that was Allen Jr. again on the call, number 5. A couple of yards there. They're looking for that big break. Actually, he got 2 yards on that.
Well, they're going to give him the 49, so it'll be 3rd and 7.
Third and 7.
And then again, maybe not.
Nope.
Oh, it's a blur.
Yeah, we're trying to read the name on the back of a jersey real quick, but unfortunately we couldn't read it. We're
3rd
old.
and 7 from the 49. They're going to go with an inside handoff, bouncing off one guy, but bouncing right into a wall of dark uniforms.
Yeah.
He got 2 to the 49-yard line, which of Woodstown, which forces a 4th and 5, and who knows what Pittsgrove's going to do here.
Yeah, it's a big play. This defense is playing really tough right now. You got 3 touchdown lead. It builds your confidence up even more, and you start playing at a more higher intensity when you got that lead. So morale right now for Pittsgrove is to stay in the game. Let's keep our chins up. Let's try to get that first score in there and make something happen. They're changing our offense. You see that trips package coming in. Quarterback is in shotgun.
And he's going to
There
take
it goes.
a shot on the left side, and it's intercepted.
Oh, wow.
It was just a little bit
That's
short.
Mr. Parsons with the interception,
And a
number
flag
1.
down coming up, and another flag. He's going to run this back to the 30.
Wow.
He cuts over. Let's see if he breaks that tackle. He will, but now we got 2 flags down right after the interception. It is raining yellow.
Nice run, son.
I don't think the score is going to count, though.
Gabriel Parsons with a big interception.
I was thrown right away. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, we'll find out what. There's probably multiple fouls on the play.
It could have been on him.
So we'll see what the officials discuss.
After the interception.
We believe the interception is going to count.
So it's only going to be 1 foul regardless. Let's just go.
We're going to block it back. After
the interception, we're going to go for the
after the run. Okay. We're going to have a block in the back.
All right, they're talking about an illegal block.
We're going to have a block in the back
after the interception.
against the return team.
Block in the back,
All right.
So they'll back it up 10 yards from the spot of the infraction, and it will be a Woodstown's ball at the 30-yard line. The interception counts. The block in the back happened after the interception. So Woodstown will have it 1st and 10 from their own 30-yard line, but Parsons, I'll tell you, nice job making the interception.
Yeah, very
And he was able to run it back. It's just too bad the thing got called back.
We had 2 fouls. We just got 1. On a snap.
All right, so it is, and Aaron mentioned he thinks the score is 21-0, which is correct because of the fact that if you kick the extra point, it's 2 points. For the conversion run or pass, it's 1 point. So we accidentally gave them 2, and a TCUFL official pulled me over right as we started the second half and wanted to clarify things with me. So that's why it is a 21-0 game.
Oh, we got a movement.
Yeah, lots of movement. We'll see what this is.
Offense. That ball false start on the offense.
So a 5-yard penalty for a false start, which makes it 1st and 15.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going right for this Woodstown team right now. Offensively, defensively, special teams. They're showing their strength. They're making some very big plays, and it's reflecting the score right now, 21-0.
All right, 2 receivers on the right now. A handoff going up the middle, bouncing off one tackle and getting to about the 29-yard line. So you got most of the penalty yardage back as the lights are starting to come on here at Bridgeton High School.
Yeah, they're in control right now. They got the general, number 2 middle miss is making a lot of great calls. He's a confident quarterback. He's doing a good job with this offense, and he's got a great arm, and they're taking them shots. They're going downfield. He's got all the confidence in the world, and that coach knows it. And, right now it looks like they're staying a little tight. They ran a couple plays running, but that passing game is not out of. There it is.
It's
They're
a
going right
pass
back
on
to
the
that
left
pass
side,
again.
a little bit high and incomplete.
Okay, he's looking for number 23.
Yeah, we're looking for Carter as the intended receiver, just a little bit off target.
Yep. So, that was another nice pass. It was just a little bit off target, but he's got a nice arm.
That's what I said.
Yeah, he's got a real nice arm.
All right, so 3rd and 10 from the 30-yard line. The receivers are kind of looking for, okay, which package are we going to go with? I guess they're switching people around. We're a little bit more than halfway through the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, about 4.5 minutes.
It looks like they're going to go double wing with a receiver left. And now the right wing goes in motion. Back to pass. Middle miss looks. Takes a shot downfield and overthrew everybody.
He let that ball go.
he let it go. And
he was looking for
some,
Parsons again, and just a little overthrown, but, great effort.
Well, sometimes when you got the juice too much flowing in you, you kind of tend to overthrow your target. So it looks like Woodstown is going to punt here on this 4th down play.
Yeah, they're going to go for that punt and see if we get a good snap and a good kick.
Well, just be careful of the punt. You got 2 receivers on the right, so got to be a little careful.
Good snap.
Well,
he's going for it.
Punt.
That's Parsons.
And Parsons got to try and get out of harm's way.
Defense got him. They got him.
Oh, did they get him and then some?
Oh, they're going to be in good field position now for this drive.
That could be the momentum booster that Pittsgrove needed.
Yep. So, going to be starting out around the 30. So let's see if coach can get the right play calls in there and these guys execute them, It would be nice to see them find that end zone.
And that makes it 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line. So we'll see what Pittsgrove can do. And keep in mind, their running game has worked a little bit, but now they have to make some adjustments to see how they can make it a little bit better.
Yeah, that middle is playing very well right now for Woodstown, and they're closing down very quickly on that inside run game. So they're going to have to change it up a little bit.
Well, speaking of changing it up, they're going 4 receiver triple on the right.
Yeah, there you go.
Interesting formation here. I don't think we've seen that yet. And they're going to bunch that triple. Back to it was the left. Now it's the right. Taking that 1st down snap. Throws, it's caught. Let's see if he can get over there. He does. So 25, still going to 22. Looks like
that was
tight
Christie
end that time.
Yeah, that was Christie on the reception. Great job on getting some extra yards. Yeah, 44 Christie.
And Christie was able to get very close to a 1st down. He's about a half yard short.
So a good positive.
Definitely.
That's how you start.
And now I would kind of use the run, move the chains, and maybe try something else.
Hey, let's get that 1st down and let's try it again.
Let's mix up these plays and see what we can do with them.
They're due to smell that end zone.
All right, so second and about a half a yard. They're going to go full house, and that was the formation I was thinking would happen. It's a bounce, and it's going to be a 1st down crossing into the red zone down to the 19-yard line.
Yeah, it looks like he got number 21 in there, Alfonso at quarterback with the handoff, and they do get the 1st down.
So, kind of figured, go what works, and now let's try something else.
The main thing was they got the first down. They're in good position. Now their confidence should be moving with them, and just keep these plays coming. These guys are going to execute them.
All right, so 1st and 10. Here's a handoff right side.
Nice.
And diving to about the 16-yard line. Actually, they're going to say the 17. Maybe the 18. Maybe his knee was down before he tried to reach. So it'll be only a yard pickup, forcing a 2nd and 9. And I'm telling you, Woodstown's defense has been acting very quick to the ball, and that's been really
they're
helping
reacting
them.
very well. They're reading, reacting. They're doing great form tackling. They've been doing well all game, and they're not making it easy for this Pittsgrove offense at all.
All right, so 2nd and 9, ball at the 18-yard line. Pittsgrove defense possession of the game.
Yeah, going shotgun with split back. So, and 21 is the shot caller right now.
Back the pass, looking. He's going to try to escape.
They
He
got
can't.
him. Nowhere to go.
Goes down to 24-yard line.
Yeah, group of defenders, 23, 13, and 27 again. I mean, these guys are they're getting a lot of penetration on that line, and we're back there quick.
And forcing a 6-yard loss in the process, which will make it 3rd and 15. This is not what Pittsgrove needed, especially as far as they've gotten.
No, going backwards is not going to help in this situation. You need to score, 3rd quarter. You're hoping to at least get one on there before the 4th quarter. Clock management
is timeout.
Crucial right now.
Pittsgrove calls the timeout. Their first of the half. We'll just keep it right here. And I think it's a good timeout only because, hey, this is a chance to get back into this game and have some momentum. I know it's not necessarily an opportune time to take one, but
they did go with the confidence for that long ball. Unfortunately, Parsons intercepted it that last drive. I mean, but he did have a nice arm. He went downfield. Parsons came up with it, a big interception. But, come back. Don't lose your confidence in that passing game right now because this run defense is playing very well. So hopefully he can come back. They need a first down. They need a big play, about 14, 15 yards. So, bring that pass back.
Well, they're going to have to do something here. But give credit also to Woodstown's defense. Like we've always said, especially in today's modern age of football, speed is king, regardless of what position.
Right, you can't teach speed. It's one thing, you just can't teach. You're either born fast or you're not, and just natural ability.
I mean, I had a little bit of speed, but not too much. But
and you weren't born.
I don't know what I would say about it now, but anyway, 3rd and 15 from the 24-yard line of Woodstown as they try and keep the shutout intact. Pittsgrove trying to do something about it here. They take the snap, going to throw up the middle. Nice catch. Look at that.
Good job,
to about
Paul.
the 10.
Good job, Coach.
And he may have gotten a first down. That'll be close.
Yeah, that was Alfonso to Christie again.
On a 3rd and 15. And they're going to give it to him.
Good job.
1st and goal at the 9. There you go. That's a key 3rd down conversion for Pittsgrove. And, I mean, they needed that in the worst way.
Yeah, Christie has got some height on him. He's got long arms. I mean, he's a big target. And, two good passes to him so far on this drive. And a first down. I mean, that's your go-to guy. If that's what's going to work, hey, do it again.
I wouldn't be surprised they do it again. And on top of which, I mean, that would be one of his prime targets the rest of the game. But they're going to go with a handoff, 1st and goal, following the blockers to the 5.
Blocking.
And
Great
pushing
blocking.
to about, we're going to say, the 4, maybe the 3.
Yeah, there was some real good blocking going down there up on the line. Christie at the tight end spot. I mean, he pushed the defender way out of the play. Your tackle came down. I think that was number 11. That might have been Denby. I mean, great job opening that hole. I mean, keeping this drive alive. The end zone is creeping up on them, and it'd be nice to see them score.
All right, so it is a 5-yard pickup, 2nd and goal from the 4-yard line. And Pittsgrove looking to get on the board here. I mean, some strange things have happened in these championship games, so I wouldn't count them out just yet. But we got to stop because we're at 3-quarter time.
Wow.
So we will switch sides a long way to the other side. After
4th
3,
quarter.
Woodstown leads Pittsgrove 21-0. Pittsgrove will try and score when we get to the final quarter right after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleacher's 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, we are back here at Bridgeton High School here in Bridgeton, New Jersey. Final quarter of game number 3, the junior finals for the National Conference of the TCUFL. Woodstown with a 21-0 lead over Pittsgrove. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Saplensky and Howard Gaber taking care of the controls as always. Really, I think Woodstown has dominated most of this game, but we've seen some shining moments from Pittsburgh, and they got a shot here with 2nd and goal at the 4-yard line. But if they're going to need a score, they got to do it quickly.
Yeah, they need to score really big time right now. And defensively, the second half, they have showed up.
All right, here on here's a handoff, and it's not going to really get much, maybe to the 3-yard line, but now a rugby scrum closing into maybe to 2.
It looks like Hart got the call on that run, or actually number 5. I'm sorry, that was Allen Jr. again.
Yeah, like in between the 2 and the 3-yard line, they're not going to be able to waste too much time because if they're able to score, they're going to need 2 more of these.
Coming on that full house package, actually a little offset eye.
Kind of did that as well. Here's a handoff, moving into about the 2, but no further. May have lost the yard, actually.
There's number 27 again at the bottom of that pile. Number 2, yeah, that's the quarter. Great job.
Well, they're gonna need to change this up because it's not working right now. It's 4th and goal from the 3, and for Woodstown, if they make the stop, they could very well be on their way.
Yeah, it's tough to run up the middle on these guys. They floated the ball. They got a good eye. They're gang tackling. They're working together as a unit. So they have not made it easy at all for Pittsgrove.
And we have a timeout and no signal as to who called it. I think Pittsgrove called it because, this is the call for the year pretty much for them. And what do you think they might call?
Well, Christie has been an asset on this last drive. They went up to Erdem. He's the big man at tight end. He's tall. He brings the ball down. You're that close to the end zone. I'm sure they have a play to fill him in to get him in there. Or, run to the outside off tackle. Stay away from the middle right now. That last drive down there when they got down to the goal line, they ran off of tackle and it was a big hole. You had Denby, you had Christie over there. They got the job done. I'm going to look for what's been working, and that's exactly where I'm going. I'm either going behind my 2 big guys or I'm throwing it to Christie right now.
Be an interesting play call to say the least, but they'll do their usual full house with a receiver on the left. 4th and goal from the 3. Let's see what they can do. Another run. But I don't think it's going to work.
They closed it down very quickly.
They closed it down so fast he wasn't able to get to the outside. A very surprising call by Pittsgrove, and Woodstown forces the turnover on downs.
Yeah, they shut that down really quick. They're playing at a fast level right now. They're hype. They're up by 3 scores.
And I think Yolanda's been saying, for number 3 being open the last 10 plays. Might want to, as they say, home coordinator.
Home coordinator.
So Woodstown will have the ball at the 3-yard line at their own 3, 1st and 10. Now, the key now for them is to get out of danger, and then they can start working on melting the clock.
Yeah, you want to get that ball out a little bit. You got a 3-touchdown lead, but you don't want to make any mistakes right now. You want to get the ball, a little bit downfield.
All right, so for Woodstown, they have 1st and 10 from their own 3, and another timeout. This time, I think Woodstown's calling the timeout. So why don't we take a break here early in the fourth quarter? Woodstown over Pittsgrove, 21-0. We'll come back in just a moment.
There are a lot of different reasons why you should buckle your seatbelt when you're in your truck, like making it home safely to your loved ones, taking pride in your job as a professional driver, or following the law to stay safe. Always remember to buckle up when you're in your truck, and ask any passengers you might have riding with you to do the same. It doesn't matter how many years you've been trucking or how far you need to drive. Buckling up keeps everyone safe on the road. Learn more at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
All right, following the timeout by Woodstown, they wanted to talk about how they want to get out of this 1st and 10 for their own 3-yard line, which no team ever wants to be in. I mean, it happens a lot more often in higher leagues, especially when you have a skilled punters that pin you inside the 5-yard line. But now the snap is the most important thing. Here's a handoff.
Wow, great
and
defense.
How about that defense? Throwing it back about a yard to the 2.
Way to step up. You know, this is what you talk about not giving up to the end of the game. And you're down by 3 and you step up with a huge play like that for Pittsgrove.
And that's what they always say. You got to keep playing because you never know what can happen.
Yeah, you're building character. You're showing your heart. True leaders show up. You know, we could lose this game, but we're not going down easy.
Well, you have to come out with that attitude because, I mean, you never know. Good things can happen here. On 2nd and 11, here's a handoff and trying to bounce outside. Not happening.
Yep, you got Denby on that, number 11, and looks like number 1 possibly, Durham. I mean, way to step up.
And they definitely are because this Pittsgrove team, they have played, except for a couple plays in the second half, they have played much better defense.
Yeah,
they've been able to close the run.
Is a big factor for Woodstown in this
game.
Well,
the height issue and, of course, position has a lot to do with it. So 3rd and 11 from the 2. Will they try one more time? This time they do. He got
Christie
a little further this time, but only to about the 5, and I believe it'll be punting time for Woodstown.
Yeah, Christie with a big tackle on 3rd down to put him in 4th right now. So good job, defense.
You know, the only thing I was a little surprised of is Woodstown being a little bit quick to the ball in those 3 plays. I mean, they could have easily melted the clock a little bit.
Yeah, great. Hats off. I mean, regardless, hats off to Pittsgrove stepping up, you know.
Okay, so the last time they tried they ended up faking the punt, and it didn't work. I think they're going to punt it this time.
Yeah, that's Parsons back there again, and he gets it off.
And a high pop-up. That may not reach the 20. In fact, it goes the other way and down inside the 8.
Oh, great. Wow.
I don't think I've ever seen something like that before.
Yeah, it did bounce back, but Pittsgrove, you got a great opportunity right now.
And suddenly, Pittsgrove's got goal to go again.
Yeah. Great field position, right? I mean, he can't ask for better than that right there.
Well, not with a 3-yard punt, that's for sure. So Pittsgrove now with a 1st and goal from the 8, and it's like, okay, let's try this again. But this time, I think we might see a couple more passes involved here.
You got a lot of cushion here. Again, I would go right for Christie. You know, he's got that height, he's got the hands. You know, go for it. You know, it's 4th quarter. Go for the end zone. You know, you got that 5 and slant. Whatever you did the last drive to get him down near the end zone, do it again.
All right, so 1st and goal from the 8-yard line. And we'll see if Pittsgrove is able to come through. They got stopped at the 3 the last time. Let's see what they do this time. But it's the same formation. Now he shift over. Oh, they go with a pitch.
24.
Woodstown read it.
Jack Noon. Big tackle. Way to read it. Way to react. Close it down and make a nice tackle.
And, I mean, they came running because they kind of knew where Pittsgrove was going with the ball, and they just swamped them.
When you get to that much speed, plays have to develop very fast. You can't delay. You can't have plays that take a little bit extra time on these runs. It's got to be quick plays against a defense right now that's playing like this.
And I'm surprised we're not seeing a sense of urgency here. We're being told about 6 minutes left. And they need to score 3 times. So if they need to score, they need to do it now and not waste any more time like they're doing right now.
Okay, get it up. Come on now.
So
Yeah, I
second
see
and
him
goal from
spreading
the
it out a little
15.
bit. Here we go.
I thought that was what they're going to do in the
Shotgun
first
split
play.
back.
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody moved.
Yeah, two
Play a
players at
game
the same time.
against the offense.
Too much time against Pittsgrove, which was what I was afraid of. I was like, why are they doing that? But it ends up being another 5-yard penalty, and Pittsgrove's hit with a second and goal all the way back at the 20. So now they'll try the same play. And then they go empty gun. Everyone's moving here. Play fake, look out.
Wow, he
he
came
didn't see
backside.
somebody from the blind side.
Wow, 24 again.
And gets thrown
Jack
down
Noon.
to the 25. Jack Noon says good night to the quarterback. And now it's third and goal all the way back at the 25.
I mean, he came through just basically untouched. Quarterback had his back turned, and, that blind side hit.
Well, they're gonna have to really spread things out now for the final for this third and fourth and goal in all likelihood. And again, Pittsgrove taking their sweet time. I'm very shocked they don't have the urgency to try and get some points off quick. So here we go on that third and goal from the 25. They do go spread. Back to pass. A lateral bouncing off one tackle. Tackled a little high, and there's going to be a flag possibly for a face mask. Did they blow the whistle? I guess they
definitely
did at the 23-yard line. But I think there was a high tackle, which might have been a face mask, but the officials will discuss.
Yeah, it is.
We have a face mask against the defense at the 5-yarder. All right.
Incidental face mask, so that's only a 5-yard penalty. But more importantly, it repeats the third down.
A little more help for him. Get him a little closer. There you go.
And now I'll put things at the 18-yard line. So instead of the 25, they gain 7, and they get to repeat the down. Now Pittsgrove looking to figure something out. And that's a 4-minute warning now. And now they're going to wind it again. It's not like the 2-minute warning in the NFL where it stops the clock. It's like you take a quick pause and then you resume. All right, they break the huddle. Third and goal now from the 18. They're going to go spread again. Let's see what the quarterback does now in the shotgun. He takes back the pass under a rush. He is not going anywhere but down for maybe a yard gain.
That was 21 for Woodstown. Levant Robinson with a big tackle.
And that'll force a fourth and goal from the 17-yard line. And I tell you, Woodstown's been very quick off the ball, especially with what Pittsburgh's trying to pass.
Yeah, that confidence just keeps building. Each touchdown they scored, they got stronger as the game went, offensively and defensively. I mean, they did, Pittsgrove did on the last couple of drives stop them. And but 3 scores down, it came at the wrong time.
Oh, hit as he throwing the ball on fourth down. They're going to rule it as a forward pass and incomplete. So Pittsgrove again turns the ball over on downs. They get inside the 10 twice and cannot get any points.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They did a good effort. This team, Woodstown, is just, they're fired up. They want to protect that lead, and they did a good job of it for 4 quarters. And, we got under 4 minutes to go in this game right now. They just got to clock management, get a few first downs, and, they possibly could be crowned champions in 3 minutes.
Well, I tell you one thing. Woodstown did a very good job game playing for Pittsgrove and on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
And the fact that their defensive speed was overwhelming to Pittsgrove's offense. All right.
Did he say Pittsburgh?
No,
again?
I did. Hey, they lost this afternoon.
I
but
think
anyway.
he said it a few times.
Pittsgrove.
We didn't pick on him, no. The other 2 times again he did it?
Nah, I'll have to argue that. But anyway, handoff goes to about the 17-yard line. But in all fairness, Woodstown has clearly been the better team today.
Yeah, they showed up to the big game, playing very well, executing the ball carrying, the ball handling, the passing. They showed up on special teams. Defense was solid. The passing game was, 2 touchdowns in the air from Middle Miss to Parsons for 2 big scores of 31 and 46. I mean, when you got a passing game like that and a confident receiver going downfield and making them big plays, then coming back with a big interception, you got some playmakers out there.
I send the man in motion on second down. They're going to go with an inside handoff and a fumble on the play. And let's see who gets this.
Fight hard for that ball when you're on the bottom. That's what I thought.
Oh, Woodstown, I think, did recover, and they did.
Yeah, it looks like Middle Miss got the ball.
Well, the ball definitely came out. Ends up losing about 3 on the play. So now you got 3rd and long, 3rd and 13 from the 14-yard line. For Woodstown, they're just melting clock at this point.
Yeah. 3rd down for him.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Making sure everybody is lined up properly. But this is more a stall tactic to just wind more seconds off the invisible clock, which, again, official time is kept on the field by the officials since we had a malfunction happen yesterday to the scoreboard clock. And now the whistle blows, and I think timeout's going to be called by Woodstown. So why don't we stay here? And, John, I mean, obviously we've seen pretty much how this game has gone, but what's been the difference in this one?
You know, I kind of going to touch back on, earlier – this Woodstown team with this quarterback, Middle Miss, you got a shot caller, you got a general in charge. He took charge of this game early. He's a dual threat. He can take off. He's making great calls, great handoffs. He's letting these plays execute. These passing game is confident. So his confidence starts, we all say your quarterback is always your leader. So having a quarterback with that much confidence today coming in here and doing his job, it builds confidence for the rest of the team. I mean, when you got 31 and 46 and the passing game has been on point, just the offense, they're projecting their plays. They're giving them time, too. I mean, the times he did throw the ball, the offensive line gave him time. So, I mean, and their defense has played solid, but that offense has, got the job done with 3 touchdowns,
And definitely getting off to a fast start certainly matters.
Yeah. And they came up big on other things. They go on to start the half with an onside kick and recover and score on the first play. The first play after recovering that.
Very
nice
pivotal
pass.
moment in this game, no question. All right, 3rd and 13, they hand off up the middle, but Pittsgrove still not stopping playing as they force a tackle down and force a 4th down.
They're still playing good football, Pittsgrove. You're down by 3, but they're not giving up. No one's hanging their heads. They're playing solid football. They stopped a good offense again.
And Pittsgrove will use their last timeout right here. But, I mean, hey, at least the effort.
Yeah,
has been a big issue for Pittsgrove. They've done a good job as far as that goes. But sometimes when you're out executed, these things are going to happen.
Yeah, you can only have one winner today in all 4 games, just like yesterday. Someone's going to go home a winner. Someone's going to go home a loser. But you earned it. You had the opportunity to play in a championship. A lot of people go through their career and didn't play in a championship. So it's an opportunity. You had the opportunity. It's a fun game. It's being broadcast. Everyone can see you. You're having fun. This is great memories for these guys, no matter what the outcome. And, have fun, enjoy it, make these memories with your friends. But, at the end of the day, you're going to get one champ.
All right, so for Woodstown, they are going to punt this away, and I guess Pittsburgh's going to get one more shot to try and get some points on the board. A high snap. Trying to run away from the punt, and he's going to run himself.
There goes Parsons.
He's going to the 30, spin move. He'll have a first down at the 34-yard line.
Yeah, you got it. He's a
and there are no flags down, as Woodstown can certainly smell that could be it.
Yeah, he's got some speed. He's got a lot of confidence. This man just turned a huge play into a first down. He's got 2 touchdown receptions. He's got over 100 and something yards reception. Good lot of tackles on defense.
And under 2 minutes
a
left.
Fake punt for a first down
that's
like
going to
that.
seal it because there's victory formation right here. I don't know if it was a knee or a flop down to your stomach. That's it. That is it. Woodstown pulls off the shutout win, 21-0 to be the National Conference Junior Champions. John, your final thoughts on this one?
They came in well prepared. They played a great game to earn this championship. I mean, you had a great effort by a full team effort, and coaching called the right place. Congratulations to Woodstown. Pittsgrove, keep your heads up. Great game. You fought hard to the very end. Congratulations to both.
Yeah, they
Great
both need to be
championship.
congratulated. They did a heck of
Yeah.
a job. All right, so
Yeah.
your final here for the junior game, Woodstown 21, Pittsgrove nothing. We're going to take a few-minute break. We're going to come back with the senior finale of this TCUFL Championship Sunday right after this. Stay with us.
fellas, real quick. You guys are captains of your team. We expect you to keep your team under control, okay? We have to. Most likely it's going to cost you 15. On tackles, we're going to on sides of the ball. Talk to your own players. You understand me? Okay. Glassboro's the visitors. Going to make the call. It's a head, and that's a tail. What's your call? Call's tails. Ugh. It is a tail. You want Glassboro won the toss, elected to defer. What goal you want to defend? Put your backs to this goal line. Woodstown, your backs to this goal line. Start the game. Woodstown, you will receive. Glassboro, you're going to kick and defend that goal. Shake hands, gentlemen.
All right, well, there you go. The coin toss for the final game, this senior division for the TCUFL National Conference Championship contest between Glassboro and Woodstown. We will explain everything in a moment for you. Let's take this quick pause and we'll get everything together. All right, again, welcome to Bridgeton High School here in Bridgeton, New Jersey. Just a reminder to our new audience that we had to mute the national anthem because it is copyrighted. We do not want YouTube to kick us out for playing copyrighted material, though.
We've had it happen.
Yeah, and we don't want it to happen.
It was not
here.
a fun day when we got booted.
Yeah, well, we're not going to have it done today. But anyway, getting ready for the senior division of the TCUFL National Conference Championship contest. It's the Glassboro Bulldogs and the Woodstown Pirates. We saw younger divisions of each team compete earlier. Now these two teams battle for the senior championship. I'm Tom Wilkins along with John Zaplensky, and then we have Howard Gaber, of course, taking care of the controls. This is guaranteed to be an exciting one. And even though Woodstown's a junior team ended up being successful, now looks like Woodstown wants to come home with the seniors as well.
Yeah, this is my favorite time of the day, the senior level. I get excited with the senior games each week. Championship time, senior level. This is 8 years of developing these players to this moment. 8 years of hard work. It doesn't matter, you're leaving. A lot of these kids, this is their last game. They're going to high school. How do you want to leave? How do you want to remember? What better way to go to high school as a champion, finishing out your youth career? So it's a huge game, and this is it. I mean, and for us, this is our last game of the season with TCUFL. And I got to tell you, it's been a great season working for this league. bringing HSG Network into so many homes. And if you can't make the game, we've been a part of your lives for 8-9 weeks. And it's been fun. It's been a fun ride.
And we can't thank the TCUFL enough for their hospitality, depending on where we have gone throughout the season. Of course, here in Bridgeton, Millville, Delsea.
Did some
other
traveling.
places.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've had lots of places, Woodbury included.
Hospitality has been outstanding from every facility we've been at.
There is
Everyone
no question
taking
at
care
all.
of us very well.
All right, so they're going to delay the game because there are fans who are in their cars
with their lights
but
on.
Their lights are on, and that is going to impede the sight, especially for Woodstown. But guess what? They're going to start
There's
the game
the kick.
anyway.
Nice kick.
And taking it about the 25-yard line.
All right, we got a return, man. Looks like number 8.
To the 40, and he bounces out of bounds. We'll see where they spot at the 41-yard line.
That looked like Lamont Robinson on a real nice return. So if you don't know right now, Woodstown Pirates are in black and red, and the Glassboro Bulldogs are in gray with the burgundy helmets.
Yeah, just like the freshman team, pretty much the same uniforms. And Woodstown, it's more like a reddish orange or an orange red.
Yeah, on the
Either way, it's a
monitor, I
little
see
mix.
pink. I'll be honest with you on my monitor.
You don't know how the light's going to shine on it.
Yeah, it looks a little orange, but yeah, it looks orange. They look like they're black outlined in orange.
All right, so 1st and 10 for Woodstown as we begin this senior game. Ball spotted at the 41-yard line. They're going to go 3 wide slot right for this one with a back to the left of the quarterback.
Looks like number
shotgun.
12 is the
Oh, wait a minute. We got unabated. Unless somebody moved.
Got coach. False start on the offense.
All right, then we got everything.
First down.
So it was somebody who the unabated, and it's a false start.
All right, looks like we got number 12 in there at quarterback. Frank Horst is the shot caller for Woodstown.
False start. The end. Go.
I guess it was the right side of the line.
Yeah, going a little spread. He's in shotgun.
All right, 1st and 10 for the 36. He'll try that play again.
It's a give. Oh, he's going in the air.
He's going deep. He's got a man.
He my
couldn't hang on to
goodness.
It was incomplete. The
22.
intended receiver was Cole Ware, and he just couldn't come down with it. I wonder if it was nerves or something, but
Let me tell you, what a way to come out, huh? Just come right out there and put the ball downfield like that. I mean, it was there. Great pass. Great attempt.
And it's 2nd and 15.
You know, you've seen a lot of passing from that junior team, you know, which is going to tell me coming into the senior team, I'm sure we're going to see just as much. Same team, you know, same town.
All right, 2nd and 15. They're going to hand it off up the middle. A nice hole to get near the original line of scrimmage. They're going to say 4 to about the 40-yard line. And that's Ricky Watts who got the 4-yard pickup. And they're going to go tempo here.
Yeah, they got their wristbands on. Coach is yelling the number out there. Usually they all, as you see, you got other players down on the line with the wristbands. They're all looking. Right now he's calling out a number. They probably got 1 through 30, 1 through 40. Coach just says 10. They're all just looking real quick at that wristband, and they know the play.
3rd and 11. They're going to – oh, there's a drop snap.
And it's recovered by Glassboro.
We think – yeah, I think
yes,
you're
it
right.
is.
Yes, it
wow.
Did not sneak out. So Glassboro falls on the ball, and they will.
That is number 2.
Yes, indeed. And
I don't
not
have
sure
a
who
number
number
2
is, but he made a recovery. And Glassboro has a tremendous opportunity to open with a fast start.
Hey, we got the replay coming right here. What a way to change of events. Top of the left of the screen is our replay. Quarterback is in shotgun. Here goes the handoff. And the ball is dropped and recovered from Glassboro.
And again, ball security is such an important
We've seen a lot
thing.
of fumbles today.
Yeah, we've seen a good amount.
Quite a few fumbles today.
I tell you one thing, I don't think the freshman game had very many fumbles at all. And they had better ball security than the older groups.
Yeah, and they're the real development football team.
All right, 1st and 10 for the 31. Here's a
good
handoff
hole
blasting up the middle for about 7 to the 24-yard line.
That's number 2 again. And if you're home watching the game, please comment.
Yeah, comment.
We don't have number 2 for Glassboro Senior on our roster.
Yeah, let us know. Of course, you can go to HSG Network on YouTube and, of course, subscribe. And, of course, the comment board is open to support your players. to support your team and of course to help us in case of an
Yeah, we
emergency.
want to give him a shout out. We want his name. So help us out. We're going in I formation. Quarterback takes a snap, and there's
And
number 2
he's
again.
going to bounce off. He's going to
Great
turn
run.
the
He's
corner to
turning
the
it up.
20, and he'll be forced out of bounds at about the 13-yard line. So just like that, Glassboro is in the red zone with a 1st and 10. And we have had, I believe, well over 5,000 views combined for the weekend, if I'm not
That's
mistaken.
great. That's a great number.
And we're telling those of you who are watching, if you can't make it to the field, tell your friends and family, support your team, and check this out. HSG Network on YouTube, and make sure you subscribe. Many other things coming, especially after the new year. So don't be afraid to check us out.
Yeah, it looks like we got number 13 in there, quarterback for Glassboro. That is Sean D'Annunzio is the shot caller today. Coming out there under center in I formation. He's going to get that handoff to the fullback.
Oh, and he lost the ball.
I think he recovered it.
I don't know.
I think he got it.
Yeah, I think the officials, I looked like the official was pointing the other way, but he just raised up 2 fingers for
He
second
ran
down.
into the back of his offensive lineman. That was Derek Robinson on the carry. And hit a wall, but unfortunately that wall was his looked like his guard or center.
Usually the wall wins in a situation like that.
That's beef. You're running into beef. These linemen are not small. I told you earlier, I went to some of these games, and when you watch these games, it's misleading. You're like, there's a kid out there, and you walk out and they're 3 inches taller and 40 pounds heavier than you.
What the heck is this?
This isn't a kid. What are they feeding them these days?
All right, 2nd and 11 ball at about the 13-yard line. They go I formation.
There he's going
and
for
it's
the
a
pass.
fake. Going to take a shot for the end zone. A high popper. We're just caught. Did he get it? Yes, he did.
Are you kidding me? Number 3, Lamar Reyes Jr., it looks like.
I believe he caught it right at the very back and took the pylon with him. Good thing there wasn't a camera on that.
Oh, what a pass right at the last second of that corner. I mean, put it right on the money. He went up for it. We're going to get a replay on that.
I got to see that again because that was very close to being out of bounds.
Wow. Came down with that.
So they'll do the conversion, and like we mentioned, if you kick it, it's 2 points. So you run or pass it, it's 1 point.
These guys are putting some air on these balls, last game and coming into this game, and, makes it so exciting to see these gunslingers out there putting that ball way up there.
All right, here we go with the conversion.
7 gets the call. He's all alone.
He can walk. An easy point there.
That's number
to
7.
Make it 7-0, and what a start for Glassboro to point off the turnover. But John, I have got to see this catch again.
Yeah,
and we'll see if that was done well or not.
Yeah, he put air on this ball. D'Annunzio's going right under center. They're in I formation. He's going to take this snap. He's going to come on the back. He's rolling out right. He's got his eyes set. He steps. There goes the ball. It's high. It's up there. Receivers getting in the corner. 2 defenders in his face, and he goes up for it, and he comes down.
He couldn't tell. Looked like one foot was inbounds and the other hit the pylon.
Yeah, it was a
but
touchdown.
And he only needed one.
Wow. Now that's for the highlight reel right there. I mean, this is the championship. This is the biggest game of the year, and you're making a big play like that.
That is massive.
You look for your playmakers to make big plays, and you can't ask for more than that. That is just amazing.
There's no question. That had so much airtime, that pass. It was like, when's it ever going to come down? And boy, did it come down the right spot.
Yeah, that was great. Now we're going to see Woodstown answer back. You've seen they're not scared to throw. They came out in the first play trying to throw. So we're going to have a dogfight here. It looks like, and this passing game is hopefully going to be a show tonight.
All right, well, the kickoff is one hop and off the chin strap, taking about the 14-yard line. Let's see if he can make something of a return. Maybe to about the 27, possibly to 28, but that's about it. So good special teams on the part of Glassboro, and it'll be Woodstown with the ball 1st and 10 to 28.
Well, they got to redeem themselves. They came out there that first drive and unfortunately, coughed up the ball. Glassboro capitalized on it, so they get a second chance here in the first quarter. And let's see what they come up with. Again, you see they all got wristbands, and plays are being called from the sideline, and they got it on a wristband, and there it goes.
All right, everyone checking. It's not like a wristwatch. Like, what time is it? Time to get the play off. 1st and 10 from the 28. In between split backs and a shotgun. And they hand it
There was a
off.
trap on that. 76 came on a nice trap,
And
but
being
that defense
thrown
was
down.
so fast on
I mean,
that.
number 7 just completely annihilated the play and forces a yard loss.
You know, it was great to see a trap. I mean, one of my all-time favorite plays is a counter trap and all that, but that backside lineman coming through that line, just this defense swarmed to the ball on that, and, you know, they got him at the line of scrimmage.
That's called a self-inflicted trap.
Yeah.
So a yard loss, and it's 2nd and 11 from the 27-yard line. This time it's 3 wide slot left between 2 receivers. Shotgun now taking the snap.
There's that trap again.
And they throw it.
Wow,
And the defender
got it
falls
off.
down, pass is caught about the 40-yard line, and that's out of the back falls down. It's still a 12-yard pickup and a first down.
You know,
good catch by Lamont Robinson.
I would have thought it was a run play. They ran a trap again. The lineman came from the right side to the left on a trap, and I was looking for the run, and it was a pass.
And the completion happened because the defender fell down, and that allowed the first down to happen. So a gain of 13, and it'll be Woodstown first down to 40-yard line.
Yeah, he might have had the wrong play on that. The lineman to trap on.
Might have been the wrong play, but
yeah,
it
he
worked.
might have had the wrong play on the wristband because I saw a trap.
All right, modified here in a spread, 1st and 10 from the 40. And
movement.
Somebody jumped, and they're going to rule neutral zone infraction.
About 5 yards.
So that's a
Person
5-yard
on defense, 5 yards.
So make it 1st and 5 from the 45-yard line. I know there's still a bit of nerves, and for these kids, I mean, after this, it's a high school level, I believe.
Yeah, this is it. This is why I get so excited. This is your last game. This is the championship. You know, there are some first-year seniors out there, but majority are going up to the high school level, freshmen. So this is it. You know, all this 8 years you put in developing, you're leaving.
All right, they're going to go with a look like a keeper, but no gain there.
Yeah,
that run pass option, it looked like.
Yeah, it was. He had a gimme and he took it back and tried to get a quarterback sneak up the middle, but didn't go too far.
So it forces 2nd and 5 from the 45-yard line, and again they'll spread. Woodstown's quarterback Frank Horst looking over the coaching staff and saying, "Okay, this is what we're going to call next time." Not sure what signals are giving, but we're going to have a 3 wide slot left.
He's got that split back behind him.
Horst awaits snap. Now an inside hand. Oh, Glassboro was all over that. They knew who was going to get it.
Through that line. I mean, they're showing some speed early on that D line. Might have been a little blitz in there getting through too, but you know, very fast. That was number 6 for Glassboro, Rasan Pruitt. Mr. Rasan Pruitt. And yes, he is the middle linebacker. So, I mean, great job reading and reacting, closing down that gap and making a big play for a loss.
All right, now they're going to go with a 3rd down. They're going to go what looks to be a 4-receiver set, tripling to right, and they'll modify here as Horst will wait the snap here. Big 3rd and 8 from the 42-yard line for Woodstown. He'll take the snap.
He's dropping back.
Some time. He'll roll. He may take all of himself. Let's see. Oh, he's not going to get much. He'll go down to the 45-yard line.
Yeah, it was number 7 with the tackle for Glassboro.
And he's been all over the field here on this series.
Yeah, if you're listening at home, comment to us. I do not have number 7 on the roster. So if you're listening at home, hit me with a comment. Yeah, we need number 2, too. Tamir Rhett. We got
Tamir Rhett is number 2, so that will certainly up. That's one of the mysteries solved.
All right, Tamir Rhett is now on the roster officially for us upstairs.
All right, so 4th and 6.
Yeah, Glassboro.
Yeah, number 7 for Glassboro is what we're looking for here.
Yeah. Oh, Tamir Rhett right here. He's already on the roster. Wrong number.
Ah.
So they got a few missed numbers out here.
Hey, sometimes uniforms change and we don't quite get it. All right, well, they're going to try and punt. The punter's standing about the 36.
That looks like the quarterback back there at punt. He's the punter too, huh? No, it looks like 12. Josiah Pratt possibly back there.
They'll take this.
It is Josiah Pratt.
And he's going to go with a fake, and he throws behind the receiver, but we got a flag down that same spot.
I mean, Frank Horst was the punter. So.
Now, hold on a second. Let's check the flag, because that happened during the fake punt during the pass.
Be a defensive hold call.
We're short. We'll still be 4th down.
All right, it sounds like it's defensive holding.
On the defense, we play 4th down.
So it's not an automatic first down like the NFL. It's just a 5-yard penalty, and it'll be 4th and a yard, and that can really change things significantly now for
Big
Woodstown.
time changes a lot, But, at the same time, you think 1 yard is pretty easy. This defense right here.
Wait a minute. They're saying it's a 10-yard penalty. So that'll be a first down because of it.
So they did change it. All right, so we got a first down.
And everyone's looking at the referee like,
they're like,
what?
wait a minute, you just said it isn't.
Which one is it?
Yeah, he said it wasn't, and now we got a first down.
Well, anyway,
here we go.
And it's a big break for Woodstown.
Yeah, big break. A little confident booster for him to, come up with a big play now. Going to go in shotgun split back again.
From the 46 of Glassboro, they're going to go in an inside handoff, and there's some room, but not too much, down to about the 42-yard line.
Braden Hall with the carry.
And Hall was able to press through. And, I mean, Woodstown, they run hard, but Glassboro seems to tackle harder. Rasheem Newsom is number 7, who we've been missing.
There. Nasheem Newsom. Yeah, here he is. They have him under 21. Got him. Got our mystery guy. Here we go.
All right.
Yeah, this defense. Yeah, this Glassboro defense, they're playing as a great unit. They got some speed on this defense. You're talking about 14-year-old young men. They're fully developed at the football level. And that shows right there how fast their defense is.
You're not kidding. And
they're
on that
swarming to the
second
ball.
And think about this, John. The second down play, you were right. They were swarming to the ball, and that delayed handoff cost them some yardage.
You got a solid middle linebacker right now with Pewitt. And, people asked me in the past, who's the best player on the football field at all time? And I always say it's the middle linebacker. And it's my opinion. A lot of people will say the same thing. And, when you got a solid middle linebacker, it causes a lot of problems. And he's doing a good job in the middle right there.
Another run down 3rd and 8, and it's not going to go for very much. They get to about the 43, which will force a 4th and 6. And now the question is for Woodstown, what do you do? We got Elijah Lewis checking in, confirming Tamir Rhett's number.
Appreciate that. And then we got him too. Great. Thank you very much. We love our comments. Keep them coming.
All right, so 4th and 6. We had a fake punt the first time, but they got bailed out because of the penalty. But this does not look like punt formation, folks. They're going to go for it. They got a man in motion. Jet sweep. Let's see if he can turn the corner. He gets a block.
Oh, got it.
He got it. First down to 35-yard line. 4th and 6, and they get 7.
Little bit of a second effort. I mean, he almost got tackled at that line, and he got over. One little leap and bound, and he got over there. Great job. We got the replay coming on the top of the screen.
Let's take a look at this.
I mean, gutsy call for a 4th down, and 2 gets the call.
He was that lead block.
Braden Hall with a big first down. Keeping his drive alive.
35-yard line, they will fake the jet sweep and take a shot down the field. They have a man, but it was thrown out of bounds.
Out of bounds. I mean, good effort by Frank Horst on that. Unfortunately, receiver was open. He broke away at the last second, and the ball went out of bounds. He's got a good arm. He's not scared to put it downfield.
I mean, there was no question about the play call was very good. It was just the aim that was just a little bit off. And sometimes it's just a matter of working on precision.
Yeah, we got some good athletes out there right now. Both teams are not scared to run the ball. They're not scared to pass the ball. This is going to be another good game. Woodstown with a great drive going right now. Still the first quarter. Might be the longest first quarter we've seen. It feels like it's, I guess, because of all the passing, huh?
We've had more passing in this quarter than we did in the first 3 games. And now we're going to have a penalty. And that's going to be a false start.
Hold on. Go talk.
Well, the
false start. Got that ball. False start on the offense.
The near side official was the one who signaled that and just confirmed it with the head referee. So they'll back it up 5 and force a 2nd and 15. And got to keep an eye on everything.
Here we go.
All right, 2nd and 15.
2nd and long.
They got a receiver on each side. Interesting formation here. Now they got a slot receiver on the far
setting
side.
Hall over there in the slot. Staying in shotgun.
Let's see what they do.
Back wing.
They're going to show blitz here. And they pitch out. Let's see if they can get around the corner.
Got around.
A near horse collar and going out to about the 35-yard line. Ends up being a 5-yard pickup, but a very hard-earned 5 yards to say the least.
Yeah, getting back to the original, looks like almost at the original line of scrimmage, maybe a yard short for a 3rd and 11 now. Defense was back there quick. I mean, he didn't really have a chance to get far. They were back there so fast, but he did turn it into a few yards. Actually, they did get to the original line of scrimmage. So we got 3rd and 10. You know, this defense is not slowing down. It's only the first quarter. I mean, they came to play.
They sure did. 3rd and 10, back to pass, and it goes a little bit wide, incomplete.
22.
They went toward Cole Ware, and it was just a little bit wide. It forces a 4th down.
Yep, big 4th down. You're in 35-yard line. You know, they're not scared to pass. You know, you want to go for it at this point right now. You're down by, 7 points.
And just a reminder to everybody, official time is kept on the field. So the officials will let us know how much time is left when appropriate.
Just needs to calm them down. Say, hey, let's just calm down right here. You know, I'm going to give you the play. Let's execute this 4th down.
Well, we go from the wings in the freshman level to the cocoons in the freshman level to the butterflies and the seniors.
Yeah.
And they spread out the formation.
Yep.
All right, so 4th and 10. This time it's a 3-wide slot left. Now they send a slot in motion. Back to pass, gets the block,
back.
takes a shot, and the pass knocked down incomplete, and Glassboro will get the ball on downs.
And that was Tamir Rhett, I think, number 2, with a big play on defense. Get his hand on the ball, way to cover the receiver. He's been making a couple good plays today all over the field, and another great one there to get Glassboro the ball back.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Rhett's been all over the place.
And I was going right on offense. I mean, he's being a leader on both sides of the ball.
You took the words right out of my mouth there because he's obviously going to be a key player here in this game.
You know, every team's got a couple leaders here and there that get the team fired up, make them big plays, get everyone on the assignment. You know, we got to finish this assignment. So, you know, you need your big-time players in a championship to make big-time plays.
All right, on 1st and 10, a handoff left side. Not going to be much. Maybe
a wall
a
of defenders.
36.
Yeah, you got 5 or 6 black jerseys in there.
38.
Number 10, number 50.
Almost like take your pick at this point.
Yeah, you got Levick in there. You got Moody in there. I think you even had number 0 in on the bottom of that pile, too.
Well, anyway, good job by the Woodstown defense. And
answering back, you know, hey, that's first quarter.
I think, we've hit quarter time, and we'll switch sides. So after 1, Glassboro leads Woodstown 7-0. We'll break here. Quarter number 2 comes your way after this. Back here for quarter number 2 here at Bridgeton High School here in Bridgeton, New Jersey, getting ready for the second quarter of the senior finale, the National Conference Championship of the TCUFL. It has been a heck of a weekend. We had the American games yesterday. If you missed any of them, make sure you go to HSG Network on YouTube. We have the feed up. And, of course, we have this feed up for the national game. So
DVR.
You can DVR back here on the link that you're watching HSG Network on. And if you missed any of the action from earlier, the previous 3 games, we got it here. So definitely check it out. Anyway, I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky, Howard Gabriel to controls. As we start the second quarter, Glassboro with a 2nd and 9 from their own 36-yard line. They're up 7-0. We're just waiting to get the officials back in place.
We got a lost official.
So a official timeout for a lost official. That's a new one. Hey, even the referees are having fun with that. Hey, you have to.
All right, we got I formation. Quarterback is under center.
And a handoff.
Oh, great
Wait a
defense.
minute. We get
He's
into a
still
couple
fighting
of
hard.
tackles, and he gets thrown
Wow.
down for a loss. But I'll tell you, a good effort by the running back, who could have been down twice. It took like the fourth time to finally get
What a
down.
way to show some speed off that defensive line right there. I mean, just explosion off the ball.
And just incredible tackling ability, or at least evasive ability by the running back, too.
Yeah, that was way to get back there defensively, though. I mean, they were in his face. He did have a second effort, but then it was just too many black jerseys just in there to
Let's
make
just
that
say
tackle.
a lot of movement for a 2-yard loss.
Yeah. Yeah, these guys are playing a little intensified right now. They know this is a championship. They came here to play today. Both teams are playing. They showed up to the dance.
That might be a minor understatement. 3rd and 11, turning around back to pass, and that might be a lateral. And it's taken and turning the corner 35 and still going to the 39-yard line.
That's Tamar Rhett.
And Rhett is probably going to get charged with a carry because the pass looked a little backwards.
Yeah, he got it off to Rhett at a good time, but we still got 4th down here. They need a really big play unless they're going to punt the ball. It's interesting to see what coach. I mean, he's got a lot. Both these coaches have confidence in these teams right now. They're calling a lot of gutsy calls. They're not as scared to pass.
And now we have a timeout called by Glassboro. So why don't we take a break here early in the second quarter? Glassboro over Woodstown, 7-0. We'll come.
We have the world at our fingertips, inspiration in our touch, and power in our hands. Our hands can build relationships, frame ideas, and empower communities. And it doesn't stop there. Right here, in our hands, we have the power to save a life. If you see a teen or adult suddenly collapse, call 911 and push hard and fast in the center of the chest.
The power is in your hands.
Right.
As we return from the timeout, Glassboro just used theirs, their first of the first half. You're up 7-0, but you got 4th and 6 from the 39-yard line. I mean, you're up 7-0. You can afford the punt here and hope for a good bounce.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. They call a timeout. He wants to talk to his team. He's got confidence. They're going for it. He's got that trips right, shotgun formation.
Wow, that's a little surprising. Let's see what happens. It's a screen.
Almost had a hand on it.
And not going to get anywhere.
Great stop.
So Woodstown with a huge stop
in
plus territory.
That was a really gutsy call. You got 10 yards to go, and it's a gutsy call to call a play. That deep in your own with your back
and a gutty defensive response too.
Yeah, it's a tough call. That was a tough call.
So Woodstown will get the ball at the Glassboro 39-yard line. They're down 7-0. They got a chance to try and level this thing up in very good field position.
Yeah, they gave them good field position on this, and they're down right now, so they're going to be looking for some big plays right here. Second quarter, before halftime, they do want to tie this game up at least.
3 wide slot right for Woodstown here on 1st and 10. They'll go with a handle, trying to bounce to the right side, slipping out one tackle, and a helmet just went flying down as the back gets to about the 37, gain of 2. It's always a little scary when there's a helmet that ends up being loose. And Pruitt, I believe, was the one who had the carry.
Yeah. No, Pruitt made the tackle.
Oh, he made the tackle.
Yeah, middle linebacker lost his helmet. Yeah, number 6, Pruitt with the helmet that was lost.
Ends up being a 2-yard pickup, and I think by rule he has to leave for a play to get his equipment fixed up.
So again, you're seeing how fast this defense is, just getting in that backfield. They got they got the work cut out for them. I mean, they're just not slowing up. They're probably not going to slow up the rest of the game. These guys are fine-tuned. It's been a long year. They're in shape. They're in condition, and this is the championship.
2nd and 8 from the 37-yard line. Again, 3 wide slot right.
Forced is back in his shotgun.
And he'll take. And he's going to keep it. Runs into a guy and slides down to about the 33. Probably got about 5 on the play. You got 3rd and 4 coming up. So a lot of run-pass option by the quarterback here. We've been seeing a lot here with this senior Woodstown team.
Yeah.
And we'll see where they line up here on 3rd and 5, actually 3rd and 4. Ball spot at the 33 of Glassboro.
Shotgun split back. Here we go.
And again, there's
Horst is
slot
back there.
right. And the slot goes in motion. And he's going to get the handoff. He's going to try and turn the corner, and he will make the first down
Just
marker
got
go
it.
out of bounds. They're going to give him probably the 28. He needed a 29, but it's going to move the chains.
That was Cole Ware. 22 Cole Ware with a big play to get the first down.
And he knew where the sticks were, so he got the first down that way. So right now, Woodstown doing good on that return drive after stopping Glassboro on downs. And we'll see what goes on here on 1st and 10.
Yeah, we got a very evenly matched teams right now. Championship game. This is great.
Horse back. He's looking. He's going to throw. He's got, just tapped incomplete.
4 for Glassboro.
Yeah, number 4 got a hand on it. I
Good
think
defense.
they were trying to find either Lamont down the sideline or down the seam. It was just tipped.
Yeah, it was Lamont Robinson was the receiver he was trying to get. And great defense there by number 4.
And I'll make it 2nd and 10. Ball spot at the 28-yard line as Woodstown trying to level this game here in the second quarter. Now we're going to switch the slot on the left. Let's see if he goes in motion again. Been seeing a lot of movement amongst Cole Ware here, but this time he's going to go with a dive, and it gets into about the 25-yard line. So a gain of 3, and that forces a 3rd and 7. You could do either or in this case.
Yeah.
More than likely pass then run in this situation, but hey, you never know.
I think that was Ricky Watts on the run right there, 44. Yeah, Ricky Watts, 3 yards, good run, got the call. Hey, positive gains is what you need. Just keep pushing forward. Get close to that end zone. You're creeping on it right now. We got to get this score.
Be 3rd and 7 from the 25-yard line. Between split backs. Let's see what Horst does. Options it.
Gets it to number 2.
Let's see what he does. He turns a corner. He gets spun around and thrown out of bounds at the 20-yard line. He's about 2 yards shy of a first down. Man, Hall, that was an adventurous run. No flags down, but it now forces a 4th and 2.
Braden Hall, number 2, big run, still short.
Might have been a little roughness after the call, but the officials let him play. So now a 4th and 2 call here at the 20-yard line as Woodstown is on the edge of the red zone, but they're going to need 2 to keep this drive going.
Yeah, you gotta execute this play. This defense is tough. Especially if you're going in the middle, this defense is very tough. It's going to be a hard fought 2 yards.
And now they're going to have to reconsider and call timeout.
Smart move, for the most part. That defense is so fast right now, and they're getting to the ball. They might have tried to be going up to the middle, and, the odds are against that right now, the way this defense is playing. Coach calls a timeout. He's going to say, hey, man, we need this. We need this touchdown now. So to get there, we need this first down. And they've been stopping us on some big stops.
And so much is relayed on momentum as well. They feel like they can seize it. They can run a play. I don't know if it's a safe play, but they got to make it executed very well in order for them to keep the momentum and keep the drive going.
Yeah.
You're down 7-0 here. This is a rather important timeout for Woodstown to make sure they have everything in order for this 4th and 2 play.
And they've been running a lot of trap plays. So, if you got a team this fast, in my own personal preference, to slow a team that fast down is misdirection and counters. So obviously if they're comfortable with this trapping and bringing your backside lineman over, possibly a counter, even if he wanted to call a timeout and discipline and go on 2, you could go on 2 and get the easy first down right now. At the youth level, they use it a lot. So, he called a timeout, and we're going to see just what he saw and what he's confident in his offense to run right now.
Here we go, 4th and 2.
And they it is. They might have got it.
We'll see.
Oh,
yes, they did.
Defense.
They got. You don't call a timeout when there's 2 yards of 4th down unless you got a game plan. And it was right. I said he might be telling them, hey, I need you to discipline right now. We need this first down before we can score.
And they got it.
They go on
without having to do anything.
They went on 2. So discipline, that's the favorite word when you're teaching that on to discipline. And we used to tell your fellow linemen that under your breath before the play, discipline. It automatically means we're going on two. So good. Hats off to the offensive line, staying home, getting that first down. Now the drive is alive to try to get in that end zone.
And they're in the red zone now, 1st and 10 at the Glassboro 15-yard line. The slot's to the right here. And
oh my goodness.
They faked everybody out, but not Glassboro as the quarterback goes down
Newsome.
hard at about the 20.
So Newsome, number 7, I think.
That's a big sack on Newsome's part, so it makes it 2nd and 15.
We got the replay coming up right here on the top left of the screen. Quarterback is in shotgun. That's Frank Horst. Here he comes from the outside. There
unblocked.
He is. Unblocked. No one touched him. Quarterback's backside.
All right, we're midway in the second quarter, about the 5-minute mark. 2nd and 15 from the 20-yard line. We'll see what Woodstown does here. A handoff up the middle. Nice gain to get the yards back down to about the 15-yard line. Once again, it's Cole Ware who drives up the middle.
Yep, and taken down by Tamir Rhett. Who's having a big game.
We've been calling a lot in this game so far.
Rhett is going both ways. He's the running back for Glassboro on offense, and you come up with a big tackle on defense. Leaders lead. You ask the best of them to do the best of their ability, and a championship game like this, you step up, and he's doing just that.
All right, so 3rd and going to be about 9, maybe 9.5, inside the 15-yard line. A high snap, a throw up the middle, and oh my goodness, came very close to being intercepted. That ball
Christopher James
went through the receiver's hands. The defender nearly grabbed it, and luckily for Woodstown, it falls incomplete.
Christopher James, number 5, almost had a wonderful interception down there on the 5-yard line. Unfortunately, went out of his hands and keeps this drive alive. We got a replay coming up here for you. It was a quick pass, too.
It was a fast one, too. No wonder nobody could handle it.
Yeah, he gets a high snap, drops back, and lets it go. I mean, he was there. I was on the money. Number 2. He had number 2.
Here's a pass that's going to be caught for a goal for Woodstown.
He's in there. Number 8 gets the call.
And it is Lamont Robinson who scores the goal for Woodstown, and they get on the board. They go on a 4th and 9, and that was a beautiful play.
Way to have confidence. That big 4th down to keep this drive alive. They get it, and they found the end zone.
And I mean, that was beautifully executed there. And Woodstown's going to try and take the lead. We have not seen a kick yet tonight until now.
You got 21 down there for Woodstown holding the ball.
Colton Shepard to hold. And before the kick happens, we've got a flag down.
You got encroachment on the defense, half the distance to the goal.
All right, so again, they're gonna and it's all right. So they're gonna decline the penalty for the encroachment foul because that might mess up the spot. So we'll try it again for the extra point. Good snap, kick on its way. He got it.
Wow!
To take the lead.
Great play.
The 2-point conversion through the foot.
Hey,
Woodstown with an 8-7 lead.
You got the long snapper getting the ball back there. You got 21 holding the ball, and your kicker completing the task. Great job, special teams.
Yeah, let's take a look at the kick again. Why not?
Replay.
Well, we've pretty much seen almost everything today, but we haven't seen a kick until now, and a great 2 extra point there.
Good snap. Good hold coming down.
And although they came rushing.
And he gets the extra point for the 2 point. Actually, the extra 2 points.
That's what.
Extra 2 points.
No, I just say I could say a number of
things.
Take
the lead. 8-7 second
anyway.
Quarter. We got a game. We got a game here. These teams are playing very well, very confident. Coaches are calling some exciting plays. Some exciting athletes out here at this final game of the season. And, we got a good game going on, and this is great.
Okay, so they'll be kicking off as Woodstown now with a 1-point lead. Temperature's gone down a bit since the sun's gone down. Probably going to be in the mid-40s by the time we're done here tonight.
Yeah, we got 2 heaters up here with us.
Oh, we've had it all day. Here is a recovery of a directional onside kick, but Glassboro falls on it.
It's
They're
24.
49.
Yeah, you got number 24, Miles Taylor, recovering that ball.
And so Glassboro have very good field position to start this next drive. We're seeing some comments above here.
G-Money Goat. Alien Man, let's go Lamont. Yeah, I think he's got the touchdown, Lamont.
Yes, indeed, from I believe 15 yards out officially.
Yeah, Lamont Robinson. Mr. Touchdown for Woodstown right now with that big reception.
All right, now let's see how Glassboro responds here. 3 wide slot left here. 1st and 10 from their own 49. A low snap, play fake. Pocket collapses. Flag goes down the near side. And it's incomplete. Let's see what this is about.
You got defensive hold, offensive defense. Got holding on the offense.
Oh, on the near side, they called a holding foul against Glassboro, so that'll be a 10-yard penalty.
That's not how you want to start a drive.
Well, especially with a hold coming on the near side and all the action was on the far side. So that seemed a little bit unusual there.
Yeah, that does hurt you. 10 yards is 10 yards. Now you got 1st and 20. Got your work cut out for you. Fortunately, these guys are passing the ball and get downfield. Both quarterbacks have got some arm strength, confident play calling. This is a good game, and I could see some nice passing coming up.
We'll find out. I formation with a receiver on each side. 1st and 20 from their own 39. Back to pass. A short drop and a pass a little bit too high. It's incomplete.
Yeah, that was D'Annunzio trying to find Rise again. They connected for a touchdown earlier in the first quarter. That's his target, it looks like. So we got a big 2nd and 20 coming up.
So a little over 4.5 to play in the first half. Ball spotted the 39 at 2nd and 20. Holding foul and incompletion. Now they're going to go and run. Oh, and the ball popped out. And Glassboro, I think, fell on it.
Huge loss.
But another big loss all the way back to the 34. Now Glassboro with a 3rd and 25 coming up.
Wow. Yeah, just, a little bit of self-destructing on this drive right here. A mental mistake, a big fumble. You do not, this Woodstown team is warm after that drive, so you don't want to help them with 4 minutes. Give them the ball back after coming on that nice drive and scored the way they did, because their confidence level is up, and now their defense is stepping up right here. So, 3rd and 25, you got to come up with a big play in that playbook.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and find something, and this is not exactly what Glassboro wanted for this responding drive.
D'Annunzio going under center. High formation.
And they're going to run it, slipping through one tackle, crossing the 40, staying on his feet, and some second effort gets him to about the 43.
Yeah, that was Christopher James with the carry, number 5. He got some yardage on there, but, far from it.
They're going to give him the 44, but still way, way short of a first down. They're going to need 15, and Glassboro is going to probably have to punt this one away. Or they're not. Let's see how they line this up.
Looks like D'Annunzio he's going to stay in shotgun.
Wow. That's interesting. They're going to lob it. It's going to be a halfback
going downfield.
Deep downfield. They got him.
Whoa.
Or did he not? No,
I think it's an interception. He's giving him the interception. Number 2 for Woodstown, Braden Hall, coming up with a huge interception. Great play call by the offense, but a great interception by the defense.
I would have done better. I would have done better knocking it away for field position purposes. But still a tremendous play on both ends. Let's take a look at what happened here. There was a lateral to the back and then a halfback option pass. Watch what happens here.
Number 3 gets the call. He's going to launch it downfield. out of the hands, and he fell. Nothing he could do. He was on the ground and it fell into his lap. I mean, he fell at the right moment. I mean,
right place, right time.
Yeah, he didn't have a chance to bat that ball. I mean, it fell into his lap.
That's amazing.
There
now
you go.
A handoff on first down, trying to turn the corner and
Mr. Interception right there.
Crashing in between the benches after going out of bounds about the 46-yard line.
So what do you do when you intercept the ball? You come in there and you get a big run. Braden Hall again, number 2.
Wow, sometimes
they're warmed up right now. Like I said, that last drive they were pretty warmed up and they got the ball back. Under 2 minutes.
Yeah, under 2 minutes till halftime, and Woodstown by a point, looking to extend their lead. And keep in mind, each team has 2 timeouts left.
And he's got an arm, so
I think both quarterbacks.
Both quarterbacks are not scared to launch it downfield. They got arms.
Even Glassboro's halfback has an arm too.
Number 3, yeah.
Let's not forget about that.
Makai Parker put one downfield.
All right, they spread on 1st and 10 for the 46. Now a delayed handoff. Stutter step going to about midfield and maybe a little bit in the Glassboro territory, but that's about it.
Crossing the 50 to the 49, so.
They're going to give him 5. And basically, you got the immovable object against the immovable force here.
Going trips left out there. Quarterback is in shotgun.
All right, on a 4 receiver set here at 2nd and 5. Back
Horse
to pass.
is dropping back.
Horse back. Pocket collapses.
Wow.
He's going to collapse
they
too.
Got him.
To the ground at the 48. And now timeout's going to be called by Woodstown.
Yeah, that initial guy was 55 for the defense right there. Tyson Orr was the first guy to get the quarterback.
And that's a key play for Glassboro because they come and sack the quarterback, and they now force a 3rd and 8 for Woodstown. And to be quite honest, I would have to think they might throw a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, and, they were back there quite a bit. I mean, Orr was the initial guy back there. He was back there. I mean, we've seen this from Glassboro the whole game. I mean, their motors on this defense have been nonstop. They've been making everything that Woodstown has done hard. They stopped the run. They shut down the middle. They've had some great tackles for loss, great sacks. I mean, they've been all over the field. It's a fast defense. They're working good as a unit.
And you said speed demons are the key, especially when you get to the higher levels.
Yeah, this is the payday here. Your senior level, you made it to the championship. Like I said, most of these kids are on their way off to high school. So this is it. There's no coming back. Play your best game you've ever played because this is it for youth football.
All right, so for Woodstown, they're faced with a 3rd and 8. They're at their own 48-yard line. Line of gain is the Glassboro 44, and they're going to go 3 wide slot right with a modified eye. Let's see what they do. Hurst is back. Wait a second, they blew the play dead.
What's his name?
We're not sure who jumped. We'll find out from the officials.
Okay. That ball, false start on the offense.
All right, so 5-yard penalty against Woodstown, which will force now a 3rd and 13. So back to the 43-yard line. I don't think they're going to change formation any, but they may modify the running routes.
Yeah.
Now let's see what they decide to do, looking at the coaching staff.
Getting their play from the sideline.
All right, here we go. 3rd and 13. Back to pass. Horse going to take a shot. High pop down the field that goes somewhere in Maurice River. Incomplete. So 4th and long, and we'll see if Woodstown brings the punting unit on. I mean, you would have to think, with the way both teams operate, if they pass their own 40, they choose to go for it on 4th down. Which, I mean, that's a very interesting strategy to go with, but also a risk.
Confidence. They got confidence. You're going to go for it. You got confidence. The coach is going to call the play he feels is going to work. Actually, he just changed it up, and they are going to go to punting out. That is the quarterback in there as the punter.
So Horace is going to play the role of punter. Let's see if he actually punts.
Good snap,
Good
little
snap.
low, and he's going to get it off. Good
He
job.
does, and
Good bounce.
And it takes a good bounce, goes out of bounds
About the
somewhere along the
23.
27, 28-yard line. That is where Glassboro will start.
Yep.
So from a field position perspective, that is a good move for Woodstown because now Glassboro has a ways to go and not too much time to deal with, even though they have 2 timeouts left in the half.
Yeah, I don't think there's much time right now. The last drive, Glassboro had a little hard time moving the ball. This might be 8-7 going into the third quarter, into halftime. Both teams are playing very well. Coaches are calling some good plays.
And the players are playing really
they're
hard.
Playing evenly matched right now. You got an 8-7 almost in halftime, and it's been a hard-fought 8-7.
All right, Glassboro breaks huddle. Let's see what they do on 1st and 10. Ball at their own 28-yard line. They're going to bring on 2 receivers on the left side.
D'Annunzio is back.
And he'll take it. He goes back. Now he's under some pressure. And he's going to be thrown down.
Big sack.
How about
75?
Sack?
Might be 76.
If it's 76, that would be Evan Bodine.
It is 76. Evan Bodine.
Ah, there you go. So and now a timeout called, I think, by a Glassboro.
That was a huge
The
sack.
Woodstown calls that last timeout. Interesting. So why don't we break here with Woodstown had Glassboro 8-7 late in the first half. We'll come back in a moment.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleacher's 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
Okay, we are back here in Bridgeton as Woodstown just used their last time out of the half after a big sack on D'Annunzio. Right now,
Mr. Bodine showed up with that sack.
He definitely
From the defensive
did.
end spot, big defensive end.
And forced a 10-yard loss. Now they're going to quad the right in a bunch on 2nd and 20.
Bubble screen.
And let's see what the bubble screen does.
James
And he's
gets the
going to
call.
escape to the 40. Let's see if he can now run him.
A lot of
He pushed out.
That
of
is not
bounds.
James. That is 0. That is Derek Robinson.
How about that coming off a defensive timeout?
Yeah, that is number 0 showing up big time.
And he stepped out of bounds at the Woodstown 48 for a long 32-yard pickup.
Yeah, I almost thought that was Derek James back there, but no, it was Derek Robinson, number 0, with a huge game.
I mean, that was a tremendous call by Glassboro there. And not only that, it stops the clock. And keep in mind, Glassboro still has 2 timeouts to use, so may not be much time left in the first half, but now they're going to triple the left side and go to 4 receivers set. You got to be careful you line up correctly here. Back to pass. Gonna lob deep, far sideline, double coverage.
Got a hand on it.
Incomplete.
That was Lamont Robinson got a hand on that. Number 8, Mr. Touchdown for Woodstown with that big touchdown reception, gets a hand on it.
And that was a great defensive play there. So forces 2nd and 10 from the 48-yard line. But Glassboro had the idea, get it down the field.
Yeah.
But you also got to remember, you don't want too much air time on the ball. Otherwise, the defenders are going to get right there where the receivers are.
You get a little extra time to react and get under that ball and make a big play like Robinson just made right there. I mean, but they're putting it downfield. They're playing gutsy football right now. These teams are not scared to send the ball downfield.
There's no question. All right, same formation, tripling the near side. 2nd and 10 from the 48-yard line. Let's see what D'Annunzio does here. He'll take the snap, short pass, and, couldn't get it.
That was 0.
Derek Robinson had it, but it just went off his fingertips, so it'll be 3rd and 10.
3rd and 10, big play. So we got another 3rd down, and, again, teams are showing up to this game. They're playing hard. Defense is playing tough.
And now Glassboro is going to use one of their 2 remaining timeouts. I think they're going to try. Why don't we break again here with Woodstown head Glassboro 8-7. We'll come back again in just a moment.
again. I just can't shake this fever.
Spread by mosquito bites, West Nile virus is found in nearly every state across the country.
Elena had another asthma attack. She's really sad to miss school again.
Asthma, a leading chronic illness among children and youth in the U.S., can often be triggered by allergens from household pests. Don't let pests force you to take a sick day. Learn how to protect yourself and your family at pestworld.org.
All right, following Glassboro's timeout, they're faced with a 3rd and 10. They're down to one timeout left. I'm not sure how much time is left. The officials will let us know. Ball spot at the 48-yard line of Woodstown. I mean, Glassboro's had some very nice plays, and especially a 33-yard bubble screen play. Now they're going to line up the same formation here on this 3rd and 10 from the 48. Let's see what D'Annunzio does here. Takes a snap, looking, throws on the middle. That's caught. That's a first down to the
Great job.
33-yard line.
Yeah, that was to number 3.
Good catch on the part of Lamar Reyes.
Yeah,
remember he had the touchdown reception earlier, was such a tremendous play, and now the last timeout of the half being used by Glassboro.
Yep, confident in his receiver, went for it, and they got a big first down.
All right, well, you figure you're using the clock to your advantage here. Probably have 1 or 2 more plays left to use, so you might as well use the timeout. They don't hold over to the second half.
No, they do not. You know, this has been a great game so far. I mean, you can't ask for more than 8-7 the first half right now. You know, they would love nothing more to get one more touchdown in there before the half. But we got a good game. I mean, these teams came in fired up. You know, defensively, both are making great plays. Offensively, you know, the running backs doing the best they can against 2 stingy defenses, but it's been the passing game for both that's been working. You know, they're passing very well. I mean, there's some big plays.
And we've seen now on both ends, especially the running and the passing departments.
Yeah.
And needless to say, I mean, this is tape that each of the players could use. Like, okay, for the next level, how do I improve my craft? As a quarterback, how do I have less hang time on the ball? How do I have more zip and strength? It takes time to work on all that. All right, so now they're going to go spread. First and 10 for the 32. They're going to lob it. And let's see if he tries. Oh, he's going to refuse to go out of bounds. So he's going to reverse gears.
Robinson again.
And he's being chased like you wouldn't believe. And all that running ends up causing him losing a yard.
Yeah, I mean, if he had a little bit of blocking on that, I mean, it would have helped. There was unfortunately, when you're watching a guy go left and right, a lot of players, you know, they don't know where
and they ran out of time. And halftime has hit. That's why you go out of bounds on a play like that. But John, anyway, your first half thoughts?
Hey, man, you got to come out mistake-free the second half. Whoever makes less mistakes and can possibly get that next one in the end zone wins this game. I mean, it's just how this game is going.
You're in for a treat for the second half. So your halftime score, Woodstown 8, Glassboro 7. We'll take a few minutes off, and we'll come back for the second half of this senior contest in a moment. So please stay with us. All right, welcome back to Bridgeton High School here in Bridgeton, New Jersey. As it's gotten pretty chilly. We started at 53 degrees. I mean, we hit 57 today, but we've got to be in the 40s right now as Woodstown has an 8-7 lead over Glassboro in the senior contest. Yeah, 43 degrees night right now, if you were to believe that. But hey,
Yeah.
welcome to November. I'm Tom Wilkins for Johnson Polensky. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. Just a quick notice, we begin. Yeah, Howard a little chilly, but he's got heater as we do, thankfully. And once again, want to thank everybody from the Tri-County United Football League for all the hospitality they've given us here throughout the season. Of course, the Bridgeton weekend. Of course, Joey, who I did the game Saturday along with John. And, I mean, everyone's been a workhorse here, so we're very thankful for everything that they've done for the season.
Oh, my
And the
goodness.
ball's live, and
They
it's
got
gonna
the
be
ball.
Woodstown getting the ball to begin the second half, just like the
Wow.
juniors. Now the seniors do it.
Got a big break. Now they get the ball here. Wow, what a way to start that half.
Pinball worked in their favor.
Woo! Big time plays. It's a championship. Listen, this is the final game of Tri-County United Football League 2023. This is it. Final championship, final game. Coming down to this, 8-7, Woodstown Glassboro. The world is watching. Let's give us a good half.
Well, close.
The world is watching. HSG Network. 5,000.
Well, here's a handoff up the middle, crossing midfield, and still going down to about the 46
Frank
yard line.
Horst.
That's Frank Horst keeping it himself and gaining 9 yards on the play.
Momentum. Turn of momentum
Oh,
right
you're
now.
not kidding. We've seen some pivotal plays, and the last game, it was a kick like that. That was a pivotal play. And now here we go again. History might repeat itself. Almost 6,000 views
Keep
for the
them
weekend.
coming.
Yeah, and spread the word at HSG Network on YouTube. And you still have time to comment on your favorite team and player and what have you. Give him support. As
keeps the
Horst
ball.
goes up the middle, he takes a hard shot, but he's going to get a first down
Play
at
the
the
whistle.
43-yard
Play the
line.
whistle. There you go.
Play until the whistle it is.
Well, they had to play it to the whistle, but they weren't letting go. That's what I was saying. You know, you don't want no flags right now. You know, it's a lot on the line right here. These teams have been playing very solid today.
There's no question about that.
You know, both teams came prepared for this game. Coaching, they prepared these young men. Great play calling, great defensive stances right now, great passing. They're giving everyone a good show right now. This is a championship, and it's everything you want in one. So, you know, there's going to be a winner. 8-7, it's close. This is exciting.
And somebody on the right side apparently jumped. Or is it?
Encroachment.
Oh, it's encroachment
defense.
against the defense here. So a neutral zone infraction. It looked like the right side had moved, but evidently it was forced off by the defense side. So it's
First
a
and
big
5.
5-yard penalty to make it 1st and 5. And Woodstown already, thanks to that big bounce, they're at the Glassboro 38-yard line. And remember, and mistakes are so enhanced to championship appearances, that's for sure.
Staying in that spread formation. Shot caller, like we said, is Frank Horst. He's got 1 touchdown pass today.
Well, let's see what happens here on this 1st and 5. They go with a blast handoff up the middle, which should be probably enough for a first down, depending on the spot. But, I mean, it was like a rugby scrum from like the 33 on backward, but it is going to be enough to move the chains.
Yeah. Here we go. We got a good drive going. They start off with the onside kick, recover it, and they got a confidence drive going right now.
All right, well, they're resetting the ball, and they may call the chain gang in on this. Well, we thought the near side official said it was a first down, and now the referee is saying move the chains.
There you go. Yeah, now it's official.
So once it gets set up, it'll be 1st and 10 as Woodstown is at the 33 of Glassboro. A high snap this time. They go with an inside handoff.
That's Hall.
And crashing to about the 25-yard line. I mean, their body's all over the place there.
Yeah, I mean, great effort by Braden Hall to get through that line of scrimmage for a couple yards.
They move it to the 27-yard line. It's a gain of 6. So you're looking now at a 2nd and 4 coming up. And now they'll spread again. Let's see who moves this time. Or if anyone does. Nobody does this time. And it's an inside.
Horst is going to keep it.
Oh, it's a keeper.
Great
and
block.
inside the 20.
Great
and
block
inside
by
the 15,
number 2, Braden Hall, to get him the extra yards.
To the 13th, actually the 14-yard line. That moved the chains, another 12-yard gain. Boy, they love to do misdirection, don't they?
He kept that ball, and, he followed Hall down there, and Hall made a great block to get him them extra yards. I mean, big play. Great drive right now. Coming out fired up the second half.
1st and 10 from the 14 as Woodstown visits the red zone again. They triple the right side. And another handoff up the middle.
And there's Hall again.
Slips through to the
5. He's in for, wow, there's Hall.
In for another goal. And a fired up Braden Hall comes through with a 14-yard touchdown run to extend the lead for Woodstown.
There it is. Perfect drive. Marched right downfield. They're warmed up. Showed a lot of confidence on that offense on that drive against a very tough defense. And they showed up on that.
It all began on that special teams play, the onside kick or the bounce off one of the up men that went in their favor, and look what it resulted. So they went directional there, and I know how fired up the team is, but too fired up. Unsportsmanlike conduct's been called on Woodstown, and they're going to penalize on the kickoff.
Yeah, that's going to hurt them. You got to keep your head in the game.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to control emotions.
Here we go again. They're going for that kick.
They're going to go with the extra points. Let's see what happens.
Shepard is the holder.
Snap, kick on its way, and he missed.
No good.
And now it stays a one-possession game. That's the important part here. Because if Woodstown makes it, it's a two-possession game at 16-7. That miss keeps Glassboro within one possession. Yeah. Now, why don't we watch Hall's touchdown run again? What'd you see?
Yeah, quarterback is in shotgun. He's going to get the snap. Hands are right off the number 2 right there. Look at the hole between the tackle and the tight end. A huge hole. Bounces out, cuts it back in, and he's in for the score. I mean, he ran really hard. A lot of arm tackling on that run. So, you got to wrap a running back that strong. Got to wrap his legs up.
He spiked it in front of the referee. That's why the unsportsmanlike.
Caught that, huh?
All right, so the 15-yard unsportsmanlike gets enforced on the kickoff, and luckily for Glassboro, they should have pretty good field position because the kickoff's going to be at the 25-yard line. So I don't think that Woodstown's going to try doing a directional kick like that again. But one never knows. So as they set things up, what do you think Glassboro's going to have to respond with?
They're a confident team too. You got D'Annunzio as their quarterback, and he's got a nice arm. This is a very close game. That coach already figured out a game plan at halftime going off the first half. I see a lot of big passes coming up for this Glassboro team.
Well, let's see what happens. And they do a regular kickoff. Not nice enough. It went out of bounds.
Yeah, had air, had everything you wanted.
Now, here's the question. Do they penalize 15 yards in the spot, and instead of being at the 40, Glassboro is going to be at the Woodstown 45?
25.
25 yards from the kick, so it's going to be the midfield stripe.
So they kicked off from where, the 15? 40, 25, 35, 45, you want midfield? Huh? Kick from the 25, right? Yeah, take it at the midfield.
All right, so now they're making sure the spot of the ball is correct following the kickoff going out of bounds.
Take it at midfield.
So it's 25 yards from the spot of the kick, and that means thanks to the penalty, Glassboro is going to have the ball at the midfield stripe 1st and 10. So this is a break for them because they score. All of a sudden, you got a chance at a tie game.
Yeah, we got a good game here. We've had a couple of them today. It's been lights out action from the time we got here at 11 o'clock start. A lot of champions being crowned, and these two teams are trying to finish off the season right here and leaving as the final champions of the 2023 season. National Conference Championship here. Both teams came prepared. Big hits, big runs, big passes. It's been a great game so far. Quarterback is going under center and I formation. and he's going to hand it off to James.
And James will take a hard hit as he gets to about the 47-yard
they're fired
line.
up, man. These guys are for. I was 44 for the black and red. That is Ricky Watts.
And
actually orange. Might be orange. Yeah, Woodstown is more of orange, but it looks red.
Well, it's at least good enough where we can read the numbers, at least somewhat.
Yeah. But big hit. Watts, he's stepping up with a big hit.
2nd and 7. Ball now at the Woodstown 47. Same formation as before as D'Annunzio. Oh, the ball is dropped on a fumble. It's going to be recovered by
goodness.
Woodstown.
Never got the ball.
Play.
Never got the ball.
Not a clean exchange, and Woodstown took advantage of it.
Oh, my. Yeah, the ball, it just bounced right off his stomach right to the ground. He never got the ball. He was moving pretty fast. You don't know if he was moving too fast for the quarterback or the quarterback wasn't fast enough, but it never got it to him.
It could have been a small mental lapse either way, and it proved to be massively costly as Woodstown gets the ball back at the 47. The Glassboro following
the back was
huge,
moving. I mean, he was moving through that line of scrimmage.
Following a huge turnover, to say the least, John. So now they're going to set everything up with a four-receiver set. They triple the left here, 1st and 10. Let's see if Woodstown can take advantage of this. If they do, they could be on their way here. They go with a handoff. They got some room. Turning the corner to the 40. They get by through. There's a flag down to 30. He's pushed down to 25. A second down. Second flag goes down. We're not sure if it's going to be the same call, but the officials will discuss who did what.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big run. That's Mr. 14-yard touchdown up here.
It's going to be holding against Woodstown, so it depends on where the hold was.
Holding on the offense, 10 yards from the spot of foul, 1st down.
All right, so it is a hold against Woodstown. We'll see where they spot the ball. All right, so they have it at the 40, looks like the 41. So it's not often you have a 1st and 4 coming up.
Yeah, that was a really nice run too from Hall. Might have been one of the, he had a 14-yard touchdown earlier, and that might be the second longest run of the game.
All right, same formation. They triple to the left here on 1st and 4. And this time the handoff up the middle. That should be a pretty easy 1st down as he gets to about 37. It should be enough.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he got the 1st down. I mean, the line is really getting a good push right now to a very stingy defense. They're confident level right now. They got the lead. They're fired up. They're pumped up. They're warm, and they're moving very well. And the line is getting a good push for this running back.
Actually, he did not get the 1st down.
2 and 1.
So 2nd and about a yard. Now we got a flag down. We'll find out what this is about.
Dead ball. False start. Offense.
Got Trent Green just chimed in, giving compliments for the play calling. Yeah, great play calling, Rich. Everyone is firing on all cylinders.
I think both teams are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, this is a great game.
It's the one that doesn't fire that's on the short end of the stick right now.
Yeah.
So a tough penalty against Woodstown. They thought they had a 1st down, but they were marked just short. Now a false start puts them back, and it's going to be 2nd and about 5.5. Ball spot at the 42-yard line. Same formation as before. Let's see what happens as Horace hands it off, bouncing off one tackler.
Great trap.
Oh, and sneaking through another one. Gets a little bit of yardage. They're going to spot it about the 38. So about 1.5 yards shy of a 1st down for Woodstown here.
Yeah, 3rd and 2. Got to look for number 2. Probably going to get the ball in the hands of, Hall. He's been their big-time carrier right now. And, Horst has done a great job carrying the ball himself as a quarterback. So you got 2 weapons right now to get this 1st down. I don't see him going in the air, but you never know what the coach is going to call.
Play
and
fake here.
Back.
And he's got to throw a little bit
know.
incomplete, but there's going to be flags everywhere for interference. A lot of tugging on the receiver. We'll see what the officials discuss. It is indeed defensive pass interference.
So we're going 15 from the previous spot, 1st down.
What a way to help the offense, and get them downfield.
You got pass interference on the defense, 15 yards, 1st down.
At 1st and 10 from the 23-yard line. That's a big call here.
Yeah, they helped him out a lot. And, I was just saying right before he threw it, I'd possibly get the ball into Hall's hands or keep it for that 2 yards. He went for it, and, it wasn't going to be catchable ball, but they got the pass interference.
And that's the key. All right, so 1st and 10 now to 23-yard line. His horse will keep
Quarterback.
it himself, and he'll get to about the 20, maybe the 19-yard line, gets right back into the red zone.
Yeah, they're got a nice rhythm right now. That pass interference is going to help them. You know, they're creeping down to that end zone. They already got the lead. So, you know, you can take your time a little bit. About 4 minutes left in this quarter. So, you know, coach is just going to, you know, try to do the right play calling, you know, creep down there, keep this lead, and possibly get one more in before the fourth.
All right, everyone's looking toward the coaching staff. It's like, all right, what are we going to call here?
Yeah, it's nice we got them wristbands.
All right, 2nd and 6 from the 19. They send a man in motion. And now a handoff. Blasting his Hall. He's all the way. Another one.
There he is. Second touchdown.
That's 2 in the quarter for Braden Hall.
Great run up the middle on a very tough, stingy defense.
Who's probably a little tired with the way that a Woodstown's line's doing.
Hey, it's a physical game. This game is very physical. Everyone's been playing at the top of their ability. You're going to get a little winded here and there. You're going to, you know, just a great way to explode through a great defense. And, you know, you got a touchdown, a second one of the game.
A 14-yard run and now a 19-yarder. And that, we'll see what the extra point does here. A high snap, kick on its way, and there's a flag down. It fell short, but did they run to the kicker?
We're going to find out.
So hold tight. We'll see what the officials say.
It was no good. It was no good. Got personal foul, roughing the kicker, defense. We're going to retry.
So they will retry because of the roughing the kicker penalty. I think what happened was it developed a little slow, and Glassboro came charging.
They hit the gaps pretty hard, and they were already coming. I mean, they were back there pretty quick, and he kicked the ball, and they were already in his face.
I got you.
All right, so to bring the special teamers back, and we'll try the extra points once again. And they'll try and figure out what to do this time. That they're just going to move it up half the distance. And we'll see what happens again. The kicker, just like the quarterback, Frank Horst.
21 is holding it, Colton Shepard.
Now, a little bit of a shorter extra point this time.
Good snap.
Snap.
Good hold.
Kick
it's up.
On its way much better to
there
make
it is.
22-7.
Horst with the 2 points.
The extra points, as we call it. So Woodstown now up 15, and that's a big one here. Well, let's take a look at a replay. Braden Hall's second touchdown run of this quarter.
19 yards. Quarterback is in shotgun. He's going to get that snap, man in motion, and there comes number 2. Great way to hit the hole, and it's all acceleration from that point into the end zone. Braden Hall, 2 touchdowns. Great job.
And he still remained excited. But this time he made sure, I'll let go of the ball, and then I'll go nuts.
Yeah.
I'm over there.
You know, it's a big game. You know, there's a lot of emotions in a game like this. You know, you wanna win and do everything you can to win, and it's exciting. You know, so he's fired up. You know, he's being watched at home, HSG Network. He's got a lot of fans here. You know, it's an exciting moment.
That was a big.
All right, well, Woodstown is kicking off. I'm not exactly sure what the commotion is going on in the press box, but anyway.
Might have to get that sports ticker up there with all the scores from yesterday and today.
Yeah,
since we're almost coming to a closing right now, the final game of the 2023 season. What a great season it's been, and this is the final game.
And it has been a great weekend. Joey, of course, did Saturday's games. Of course, me taking care of this, and John being the workhorse all weekend long.
Howard, we forget about Howard. What?
Well, of course, Howard, to deal with all the equipment and stuff. Let's not forget him too.
Yeah, there's Howard. Don't forget Howard.
And Gracie,
hey, thanks, Chris Boone.
And Chris. Oh, and the ball slips away. It's a live ball after 10 yards. It's still loose, but luckily for Glassboro, they recover, but not until they are at the 21-yard line.
Brings them back quite a bit, you know, but they did recover it. They have an opportunity. Look, we're third quarter. You know, they have an opportunity. They've got a good quarterback with a good arm. They've been playing great all game, just a few missed opportunities. they can get a score quick, before this fourth or right into the fourth quarter, bring them right back in this game.
And they've shown some hints of it, so I don't think this game's
This
over
team is
yet.
not going to quit. This team is not going to quit. You could tell their coaching staff mentally and physically prepared them for this game. They're going to be in their heads, hey, let's go downfield. We got 80 yards. Let's put one in. We'll be down by one, and defense can stop them. They've done it all game. There's our sports ticker.
Yes,
if you missed
indeed,
any of the
right
games,
at the very top.
you need the scores. They're up on top of the screen.
And they decide to keep it. Not going to be for too much. They'll get to the 22-yard line. So the Glassboro
That was James on the carry there.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Glassboro tries to tempo this a little bit faster because now it's a 2-score game. But the other thing you got to think about is they're going to need to kick one of these conversions to keep it at make it a 1-score game.
When you think how important a kicker is, and then at this level you get 2 points for it, what a bonus.
Most definitely. Well, they spread here. 2nd and 8 from the 22-yard line. D'Annunzio is going to run this one.
No, he handed it off.
Well, he did hand it off.
And he had the handoff, and he did a little pump fake at the end there to throw you off.
Well, he ends up giving
2.
the handoff. And
that was Jameer Rhett.
And Rhett gets 2.
Yeah.
So that forces a 3rd and 7. He only got a yard on the play.
Yeah.
So this is a very important play for Glassboro and likely as well for Woodstown's defense. It's clear Woodstown has the momentum now, but Glassboro's got to find some way to get some of it back.
They got the athletes. They got, they've got some good athletes over there. They've showed some big plays early in the game. That onside kick really was the turning point coming into the second half. I mean, it was a 1 touchdown game. They got the onside kick, marched downfield, and they put it in.
Well, they're going to triple the right side here on 3rd and 7. D'Annunzio back. Has a little time to go screen the other way. He'll have some room. He'll crash at about the
first
31,
down.
And he'll get the sticks move for a first down. As long as you get that, you reset, and then you can come up with some more plays.
Yeah, that was Rasan Pruitt. Great play by Rasan Pruitt on that.
And there's also a shaken up Woodstown player, and that might be Hall. Maybe stretching out. I don't know, but remember.
He's had a big game. I mean, 2 touchdowns on offense. He's got possibly close to 100 yards or more. He's got a big game on defense. Had that big pass deflection earlier.
All right, so 1st and 10 from the 31. D'Annunzio, low snap.
Looking for James.
And is that a lateral? Is that a lateral? We'll see I don't know. The officials haven't said anything, but I guess it's ruled incomplete. I mean, we weren't sure if that was going to be a forward pass or a lateral, but it is going to be ruled incomplete, so it'll be 2nd and 10.
Our cameraman is crying. He's cold.
We got 2 heaters here, and I guess they're positioned in the wrong place.
Me and Tom came prepared with heaters. Our cameraman is sitting there at open window crying.
Oh, man. Frozen ones?
We're teasing him. He's a go. I mean, he makes this happen. This is Mr. HSG. 26 hours, yeah. I mean, he really makes this magic happen, and he does a great job and involves us. And
there's going to be a halfback pass coming down the field, and the pass a little bit high, incomplete.
Put it downfield, man. The big passes.
They went for Moses Robles, and it was just a little bit far, but Glassboro had the right idea, but it just could not convert that, and it forces a 3rd and 10.
Yeah, it's a big play here. There's still a lot of time in this game, but they got to get this first down. Very important. You got 2 tries.
3rd down.
People trying to stay loose in this much cooler weather. Like I said, we started this game we're now like 43, 42 degrees, so the temperature has dropped considerably in comparison to the other games that we've done.
Yeah.
And there's no sun either.
Here we go.
Radiational cooling, maybe. 3rd and 10 from the 31-yard line. They're going to spread here.
D'Annunzio and shotgun going. Yeah, you're right. Spread, and D'Annunzio's back there.
And let's see what he does. He'll throw a pass, call along the sideline. Not going to be too much.
Half the distance.
Get to about the 36-yard line. So you're now 4th and 5. It's a 2-possession game potentially. You probably have to think about going for it here if you have any shot.
Yeah, he threw that ball to Lamar Rise. They connected for a touchdown earlier, the only touchdown right now they have. They got the right concepts, 5 yards. I mean, if they can, maybe come up with a slant here or something, just don't go for the long ball. If you're going to pass it, just try to get that first down, keep this drive alive.
Well, the Woodstown fans obviously are showing their support for the defense underneath our booth here.
Get a little stack on that right side right now. He's staying in shotgun.
Yeah, 4 receivers on the right. 4th and 5 in the 36. And
oh my goodness!
But there's a flag down. Hold on, there's a flag down.
Braden Hall.
Hall knocked it away, but let's check the penalty.
That was almost going the other way.
Okay. Incomplete pass, so we're going this way anyway. Got a legal procedure on the offense.
So an illegal formation foul against Glassboro, and because it was incomplete, the penalty is declined, and Woodstown will get the ball back 1st and 10.
Way to read that and almost take it all the way to the house. I mean, he was a split second away of bringing that ball in and putting his 3rd touchdown on the day because he has 2 on offense right now. We got the replay coming up on the top of the screen right here.
All right, well, we've reached three-quarter time. Let's look at the replay.
We got Anunzo in shotgun. He's got Robinson in motion, and here comes Hall.
That was close. He came close, but they're going to get the ball anyway.
That would have made the highlight reel. Definitely would have made the highlight reel.
All right, we'll break here as we go into the 4th quarter, and Woodstown leading Glassboro 22-7. We'll come back in just a moment.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleacher's 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, we've done 15 quarters. We got one more to go as Woodstown has the ball 1st and 10, beginning the final quarter of the senior contest. Going deep. He's got a man, and he's got one a little bit too high, incomplete.
Yeah, Horst is showing his arm strength and just a little bit out of bounds there and away from his receiver, but he's got the guts to throw it downfield.
Well, once again, I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky, Howard Gable with the controls, and we're here in the final quarter, and Woodstown leading the senior contest 22-7. Before I forget, from all of us to all of you watching from the gang at HSG Network, we all want to wish you a very happy and healthy Thanksgiving coming up, as well as the best for the coming holiday season.
Yeah.
Want to make sure I get that in before we signed off for the night. So
yeah, we appreciate this year too. I mean, it's been a pleasure.
Potentially the end of the year. I mean, who knows?
I mean, like I was saying, it's a pleasure that we've been involved in the league, and they brought HSG Network in, and Howard bringing us in, and you've been with Howard a long time, and I'm getting the opportunity. It's been a great season.
Yeah, most a very, very memorable one to say the least.
Great
defense. The
defense
handoff doesn't work that time, and there's maybe a loss in the yard here, so it'll be 3rd and 11. And John, to your point, we had so many different things. I've worked with so many different people, and even more interesting enough, my son got involved a little bit this fall too. So
yeah, everyone had a little bit of an opportunity to come see these great games. Great atmosphere everywhere we've been this year. We've been treated very kindly, very respected. And, we can't,
keyword being fed.
Yeah, fed. I won't say where I got the bucket of ribs and chicken and the barbecue, but it was
They
great.
already
Yeah,
know.
they already know. Yeah, that's Woodbury. If you want barbecue, you got to go to Woodbury.
Well, unfortunately, a flag goes down on this 3rd down.
On the defense.
Left
5
side
yards.
jumped. And it'll be a third
third
and
down.
6 after the encroachment foul moves the ball to the 32-yard line.
But it comes down to this, being a part years ago of Tri-County and seeing how much the league has grown and these new teams I never seen before. And it's a great season. This is the final game. This is it right here. 2023 is over.
Well, as far as the league is concerned, here's a handoff and
44
going
gets
to
the
about
call.
the 30, but that is about it.
Ricky Watts with the carry.
And I didn't hear a whistle on the far side. That's why they continued to play as it was. But it ends up being a yard. They got about a yard to the 31-yard line. So you got 4th and 5. So my thinking here is Woodstown will probably go for it. And if they're able to get the first down, they'll be able to take more time off the clock.
Yeah, I mean, right now you got a 2-touchdown lead, a very confident team. 4th down, they're going to go for it. You never know what they're going to do at this point. I mean, you got a quarterback that will run the ball. They brought in a new back with Watts, and they do have receivers that'll go downfield and attempt to catch one. So, I mean, the ball's in their court right now, and they're playing very confident.
All right, here we go. 4th and 5 with Hurst winging a modified I. Back
He's
to
going to
pass.
drop back.
He
There he
will
goes.
take a shot. Passes
Got his man.
And more. Going to the 15. Werves inside the 10 down to the 9-yard line.
That is Cole Ware with the reception.
And he's been pretty big here in this game.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of work out there. He gets a big play right here, and he comes down with the ball.
And a gain of 22 to force a first and actually 21 to force a first and goal from the 10.
Yeah, I mean, a big play. I mean, keep this drive alive and secure this lead, possibly a 3-touchdown lead going, in the fourth quarter.
And also a big thank you to all our sponsors throughout the season for the TCUFL that you've seen, of course, through commercials and all that stuff. So, of course, Sports Clips, the 322 Tavern in Williamstown, and couple others as well. So thank you guys for your support. First and goal from the 10. Here's a handoff. Hall is going to look for the hat trick, but not quite yet. He's swarmed down about the 9-yard line.
Yeah, nice little carry. He might have got a yard on that. Defense did react very well to that with, a couple great jerseys on them. They're not making it easy. They're trying to protect this touchdown. It's not going to be easy. They need the ball back. This is where you teach swat the ball, helmet to the ball. Try to get that ball right now. I mean, this is the championship. You might not get another opportunity, so you need the ball. You got to go for this ball.
Okay, obviously Woodstown's playing the game of clock here. They're just waiting for the right signal to get the play off. It's 2nd and goal. The ball spot at the 10-yard line. And the officials waiting to give the team the signal, and now they're set. So he triple to right, 2nd and goal from the 10. Another handoff up the middle and getting his way possibly to the 5-yard line, maybe even closer to the 4. They're going to give him the 4.
It's Braden Hall again. He's been the big man running the ball for this Woodstown team. A 19-yard touchdown, a 14-yard touchdown. Almost had a pick that could have went for 6. He's played a solid game. I mean, this guy's a horse. He's a workhorse out there for this team.
He's done a ton of things here in this game, and they've been difference makers, to say the least.
Yeah, we've seen it in every game the last 2 days. There's, a lot of playmakers, a lot of young talent, got great futures if they choose to play at the next level of high school.
Near the halfway point of fourth quarter, as we are at 3rd and goal from the 10. Actually, I'm sorry, at the 5-yard line, rather. Horst will wait.
That is the 4.
Yeah, well,
politically correct. It's the 4.
All right, here's a.
He's got the ball.
Horst
He's
is going to
let
fire
it
it, and it's intercepted. It's fell a little short and taken down to 9-yard line. So Glassboro will get the ball 1st and 10 from there.
Moses Robles, I think it was.
Yeah,
number 1.
Big interception here, and Glassboro's still breathing. Now, real quick, as they change up personnel, let's read the Woodstown Pirates senior team real quick. Braden Hall, Benjamin Newton, Lucas Runasak, Lamont Robinson, Anthony Anderson, Troy Moody, Frank Horst, Damir Jackson, Brody Flynn, Nicholas Stevens, Colton Shepard, Cole Ware, Jacob Redman, Chase Hinchman, Ricky Watts, Grady Lehman, Nathaniel Rooney, Mark Levick, Jaden Perry, Keldon Huff, Stephen Williams, Tyree Boone. We'll get the others after this play. as it is 1st and 10 for Glassboro at their own 10. They got a long way to go, and they're going to pitch it out, trying to cut through, and some speed, crossing to about the 19-yard line for a nice
Yeah, that was Mr. Tamir Rhett.
Rhett for a gain of 9. Continuing on, Tyree Boone, Donald Rush, Daniel Wilson, Evan Bodine, Nation Cornegay, Tyrell West, Sincere Cook Reese, Jakai Ingram, and Abracious Hanna. And a coaching staff, Richard and Kyle Brainerd, Walter Carter, Jack Knorr, Garrett Lehman, Rich Lehman, Bill Reardon, Kaya Shepard, Rick Watts, Max Webb, and Brent West.
And I will be going through in one moment of the Glassboro Bulldogs senior team roster.
On 2nd and 10. Oh, the quarterback looked to heave a deep one and couldn't, and he gets sacked down the 15-yard line.
Here we go. I got the Bulldogs roster for you all. It's Derek Robinson, Moses Robles, Lamar Rise Jr., Makai Parker, Christopher James, Rasan Pewitt, Tamir Rhett, Giovanni Aries, Deron Williams, Nadir Smith.
Sorry,
Tommy
John,
Fitzgerald.
we're at the 4-minute timeout now, so go ahead.
Deron Williams, Nadir Smith, Tommy Fitzgerald, Josiah Pratt, Sean D'Annunzio, Perion McCoy, Maurice Cochran, Leonard Dodson, Rasheem Newsom, Miles Taylor, Jacob Hickman, Jonathan Mozo, Charles Shadowski, Isaiah Davis, Jordan Dales, Giovanni Reagan, DeMar Hoaxie, Tyson Orr, Jaden Willis, and that is your Glassboro Bulldog senior roster.
And they've played a good game. Let's give them credit for what they've done. But Woodstown's just been a little bit better, and they've taken advantage of the situations better. Here's a pass that goes incomplete. They try to go a screen the other way, and it didn't work.
Yeah,
so
they were
now,
trying to get Rhett again.
So it makes it 4th and 5 from the 15-yard line, and pretty much you gotta go here. There's no choice there.
4 minutes or under at this point right now. The clock stopped with that incomplete pass. You do got to go for it. Coach has got to go on that playbook. Think about the entire year. What worked? What situation were we in during the year where we needed a big play? And this is possibly the biggest play of the year because, anything can happen in 4 minutes. But, the one thing you do need is a score. So you need your biggest play.
And so they line up at the 15-yard line, 4th and 5. They have to get to the 20 for the line of gain here. And this play will pretty much determine where we go from here.
Shotgun spread.
D'Annunzio has it. He's going to roll left. He's being chased. He's got to throw. Pass is caught. And he's just barely going to get the first down at about the 21-yard line. So for the moment, it stops the clock.
Lamar Rise Jr.
And Rise makes a nice grab and gets to move the chains. And now they got to try and get some shall we say, some big plays here down the field.
Yeah, that's his go-to guy. That's the only score they connected on early in the game, and, it seems to be his number one target.
From the 21, 1st and 10. Low snap for D'Annunzio, and then the ball gets loose. Who falls on this? And it's recovered by Woodstown.
That is number 0 with the recovery for Woodstown. Or 8, as soon as he turned.
So that's Lamont Robinson.
Yeah, it came up big to shut that drive down and possibly secure this win.
And I'll tell you one thing. Obviously Woodstown's defense has done a heck of a job today. And, the juniors played a good game. Now the seniors, they're coming up. And they look like they're close to bringing home the hardware with, I'd say, about 3 minutes plus left. And it's been a very entertaining. And Jersey Rob just said, whether you won or lost, great job to all the kids for grinding through the season. That's for everybody, and that includes those who didn't make the playoffs, those who got in the playoffs and fell short.
Community support.
Everybody.
Yeah, just support all these kids, no matter what town they're from. This is a big community thing. Coming here yesterday and today and seeing so many fans from all these different areas come over here. It's been a great atmosphere. It's been nonstop packed. Everyone had a good time.
And so it is 1st and 10 from it looks like the 19-yard line as Woodstown starts in the red zone. They do give a handoff, and I think it's Hall again.
Yeah,
He swung down about the 10-yard line.
Little spin at the end there, huh?
He was spinning
like
a
break
top.
dancing.
I was hoping he was going to be okay, and thank goodness he got right up.
The defender spun him, man. It was like a record.
Oh, man. So they're going to spot the 11-yard line, about second, about a yard and a half. But the more important thing is the clock is running.
Yeah,
And
it's
even though both
getting
teams
down.
have all 3 timeouts, Glassboro is choosing not to use them. And now they're going to line up a receiver on each side. Let's see what they do. Second and about a yard. Will they try and give it to Hall again? They're waiting for the signal from the official for the play
Hall
clock.
and Watts back there. Watts is getting the call.
And Watts, unfortunately, is not
Gang
going
of
anywhere.
gray jerseys back there.
And Glassboro did a good job stopping that play, forcing a couple-yard loss on the play.
Yeah, they're not going to slow up. I mean, it's 22-7. You know, they're going to play to that final whistle. I mean, they're a tough team, this Glassboro Bulldogs. Hats off to them. You know, they came out fired up in the beginning of the game. They scored first. You know, it's just unfortunate. You know, they're down by 2 right now. But for the most part, this game was a good game. Very well class act on both teams. Great coaching, great call. They brought some great plays in there for the fans.
Character amongst everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it was some great play calling for both teams.
3rd and 5 from the 15-yard line. A high snap. And again, Watts. And nowhere to go but backward.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, how they're, you know, they're not giving up. You know, this team is just lights out.
And now Glassboro's going to use a timeout. So they'll force now a 4th and 8. And you figure down to about a minute 40 left. So needless to say, Woodstown's got to get a 4th and 8 and try and come up with a play to
I always got
keep
that,
the change.
you know, you got that one opportunity to stop it and maybe get the old Hail Mary and an onside kick. You never know. You know, you got to have confidence. So you call the timeout at the right time, 4th down, you know, they stopped them on the run 3 plays in a row. If they go in the air, the clock stops. They get an opportunity to launch one downfield.
And as I would always say, real life is a completely different than Tecmo Super Bowl.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, this is true. But D'Annunzio's got an arm, and, you know, I could see them looking for him to get down there to Rise Jr., you know, so anything can happen, you know.
And you got to consider that the last time Woodstown tried to put the game away and then Glassboro got an interception. Unfortunately, they weren't able to drive far after that.
I could speak for being behind. I remember we were in a championship in 13 and we were down by 31 points and came back and won, you know.
And when were you down 31 points?
We were playing Paulsboro, 2013. Actually, it was Gibbstown the next year. We lost to Kingsway in 2012. In 13, we came in the game. We were down by 29-0 to Gibbstown. And, you know, we got in that locker room. We turned it around, and we ended up winning.
We've had 6,200 views for the weekend. Thank you, everybody, for all your support, especially supporting the kids and the teams and the communities, all part of the TCUFL. On 4th down, Hall's going to do a halfback option.
Let it go.
And it worked.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
He hits Robinson, his second touchdown of the game.
And Lamont Robinson catches his second touchdown of the game.
3rd for Braden Hall.
And Hall has 2 touchdown runs and a touchdown pass.
Wow, what can he do? What can this kid not do?
When you've got multiple talents at multiple positions, anything is possible.
Yeah, Braden Hall, 3 touchdowns today. 2 rushes.
Wait a second. Is there a penalty flag?
On the offense.
Take everything that I said back. So they're going to back it up and make it 4th down from the 26-yard line. But, hey, that was a pretty trivial idea here. And let's just say, Hall's got an arm.
Yeah, this guy's a running back. He showed he could play quarterback. He could play safety.
And now Woodstown wants to talk about it and call a timeout. So, hey, John, any Thanksgiving plans?
You know, eating good.
I think
that's always number 1 on the list. You know, that's like the number 1, you know, part of that holiday for me. You know, seeing family. You know, being with my family. You know, spend some time.
Yeah.
You know, good memories and you know, just having a good relaxing day.
Yeah, watch a lot of football. My high school team obviously will be playing Thanksgiving, then another game in the pro level, and then after that's done, we can get the Christmas music going.
What time is the game for your alumni?
Oh,
Early morning?
10:30, I think.
10:30. Yes, same. I'll probably attend the game this year too. 10:30.
Yeah, but I'm too far away. I mean, I got so much going on anyway. I mean,
Yeah.
luckily, not gonna give the sponsor, but they do offer an online stream, so I had to check it out that way. So, but granted, I mean, it's always so much fun. It doesn't matter if teams are winless or unbeaten, and you just never know with these games.
Oh, gotcha.
So obviously, with the touchdown pass nullified by a holding call, it is fourth and 17 as the ball is spotted at the 26-yard line. So I guess Woodstown wants to dissect another potential trick play, but you never know. I mean, you're up 15, you might as well. And Hall's saying, hey, give it to me. I'd like the hat trick. All right. We'll find out from Hurst. Well, not just yet because somebody jumped. Oh, boy.
Encroachment, defense, 5 yards.
Still fourth down.
So another encroachment foul against Glassboro. So, well, think about the things that we've done this year, all through the year on HSG Network. We've done picture-on-picture replay, referee microphone. I mean, this is our first year doing that, and no matter what thing we've done, it's been quite a success. Here's a pass on fourth down. They got Hall, and did he catch it? Yes, he did.
Oh, my goodness.
And now Hall has a receiving touchdown.
Braden Hall. You're going to remember that name.
Yeah, he's raised a few Jolly Rogers there as he ends up getting his third touchdown.
Yeah, I'm sure Woodstown High School is watching and can't wait to get their hands on this.
The whole town.
Yeah, the whole town. Move them up.
I'm trying to think about the other things that we've done this year besides the referee's microphone, picture-in-picture. Trying to figure what else we've done.
No block, no block, no block.
And this year, HSG Network's gone 10 different leagues doing at least one game this year, whether it be for this league, the women's league, high school football. We've done a lot. We've done a lot. All right, they're going to do the conversion through the air, and it's a little bit high and incomplete.
Yeah. Looking for Robinson on that.
So the conversion fails, and that makes it 28-7. And obviously, Woodstown very happy with the way things have turned out.
Yeah, they broke away when it was 8-7 at halftime, and they just completely took the second half. You know, coaches reorganized, had that talk, game plan the second half. What did we do wrong? What do we need to do? And they took it from there. It was a great effort on the second half. Started with an onside kick, and they have not looked back.
Well, I think, again, pivotal play in that and first one, the second half, the onside kick recovery, a directional kick recovery, driving for a touchdown, and they took over from there.
Yeah.
No question about
21 points.
So the Camden freshmen, the Gloucester Township sophomores, and our Woodstown taking care of the juniors and the seniors for the National Conference titles, respectively. Congratulations to everybody and for everyone who participated in the TCUFL this year. The game is not officially over, but we'll be signing off very shortly after the final whistle. So, again, from all of us on HSG Network, may you and yours have a wonderful Thanksgiving and holiday season. Make sure you continue to spread the word. HSG Network on YouTube. Please subscribe. You'll find out more, of course, of what we're going to be doing. Even if it's not again this year, plenty to do in 2024.
Yeah,
Maybe the brightest one
I'm
yet.
excited to hear that. I guess HSG is coming back.
And we're going to be back doing this league next fall, so that should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a great thing. I've heard nothing but positive feedback from everyone back home. Watching these games and getting the opportunity to just go right home and watch them, and
All right, here is the return for Glassboro going to about the 34-yard line.
That was Lamar Rise Jr. on that carry.
So Glassboro have one more shot at this. As first and 10, but we've done a lot of really great things. We've been all over pretty much the Northeast of Manline. We've done games in Connecticut, done games in DC, and of course in the past we've done South Florida and even Virginia and Maryland. So, hey, who knows where we're going to be next? You just don't know. All right, we're under a minute. We can tell you that much.
Yeah, Tri-County's doing a real good job, coming into this league this year to do the live stream, and like I said before, a lot of great community. Uh, yeah, Benjamin
Benjamin
Loatman,
Loatman
yeah,
and Frank
Frank.
Nora.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys very much.
Yeah, definite shouts to you guys for making this happen for us. We definitely appreciate it. So Glassboro will have it 1st and 10 from the 34-yard line as the seconds start to wind down here in this season. And shouts out to all the players here from all the teams.
Yeah, they worked hard.
They definitely have. Doesn't matter what side of the scoreboard you come on. There's a flag down, and a pass is caught. Now we got it looks like a lineman caught it
yeah.
down to the 45-yard line. We're going to find out what the penalty. We had 2 separate penalties on that last play.
You might have ruined the line.
You got illegal,
you know what I mean?
you got illegal shift.
We have 2 fouls, both.
So they're going to decline your illegal shift.
They get a little taste of the ball.
So the illegal shift will be declined, and they'll accept the illegal touching. Will be loss of down, I believe.
5 yards, loss of down. Come back. So we got illegal shift on the offense, decline. We got illegal touching on the offense. Result is a loss of down. 2, second down.
All right, so that's the explanation. And the referees have done a very nice job in explaining things here today as well.
Yeah, great job all day yesterday, all day today. Great crews. They switched every game, gave everyone a fresh start on every game, and great job.
Yeah, good rotating schedule, too. All right, so they'll continue on. It's a 5-yard penalty and a loss of down. 2nd and 15 from the 29-yard line. And D'Annunzio waits the snap. He'll take it. He goes back. He'll throw left, and a pass batted incomplete. And once again, 22 looking to get it and almost uphold a Duran Bland there.
Yeah, I mean, great defense, great read, and, closing down that gap and getting a hand on the ball. I mean, these guys are playing some good football.
Well, 3rd and 15, and obviously it's probably going to be passing the rest of the way for Glassboro. As the ball spotted at the 29-yard line. And for these kids, hopefully they go on to bigger and better things, especially in the football world. And especially with high school football, with our freshman teams.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, second-year seniors, will be moving up to the high school level. You got Glassboro and Woodstown high schools right now. These guys will be attending, and if they choose to play football, they got a lot of experience from this youth level.
I hand off around and crashing to about sneaking through.
Wow.
The 40. He's still on his feet.
Goodness.
He gets to the 45.
What a way to run that ball, number 7 for Glassboro.
May not be on the wrong side of the scoreboard, but Newsom put on the run of the night and gets a first down to the 45. That was impressive.
That was very impressive.
So he'll get it again. Won't be as successful. He'll get to the 48-yard line.
I think that is the game.
Yeah, that's it. There's
your champions.
Woodstown wins the seniors. And John, your last thoughts.
Hey, great game. Hats off. They came here and, they proved why they're champions at the senior level to close out 2023. Great games today. Great games yesterday. It was a pleasure to be a part of the run and be a part of the league this year. And I thank everyone that treated us with utmost respect and hospitality week in and week out. I hope to see you guys next year.
And I thank you again, John, for all your help this season. So your final here at Woodstown 28, Glassboro 7. From all of us at the TCUFL and HSG Network, thank you for joining us for all weekend long.